Welcome to Dead Man Talking. Tonight's story is another fantastic tapestry of pure horror and another exclusive from the wonderful mind of Jack LaFountain. As ever, please do let us know what you thought down below in the comments box. Please do like and share. It really does help build the channel and our community further. And why not hashtag Team Fear? And so, with that aside, hang on to your britches, grab your reins, as we ride off into the sunset with a story entitled Death Rides the Red. Let's get straight into that. The rattle of the musket fire that drifted over the ridge lifted his spirits, his mood grey and cold as the dawn brightened. Nate checked his dwindling supply of ammunition for the third time as he waited for the order to move. Yankee cavalry was spotted up ahead last night. Fitzlee's boys rode out of camp a short time earlier to clear them and open the road ahead. The firing was moving away. The Yankees were giving ground, and then the shooting stopped. Ghosts appeared in a dense fog ahead, took on a grey-coated substance, and sunk the hearts of every man. The cavalry rode back into their lines. Nates learned later that they had chased away Union cavalry, only to find 2 corps of infantry waiting, and the road was closed, and there was nowhere to go. And General Lee rode out of the lines towards the courthouse that afternoon. He was splendid, dressed in his best uniform, with a red sash and sword hanging at his side. He returned later, and the news spread like lightning. The war was over. Nate collapsed onto the damp brown ground outside of his tent and buried his face into his hands. All for naught. All the fighting, killing, and dying had been for nothing. He sat surrounded by his enemies and waited to hear of his fate. And there wasn't strength in him to do more than that. The next morning, some of the men in his command wandered into the Yankee camp. Rebel and Yankee met without violence to trade for souvenirs until General Chamberlain ordered the Confederates away. Bill Waters looked down at Nate. "Brought you something to eat. Yankees got plenty. Caught it the last raid. Here, eat." Pride said no. His rumbling stomach told him not to be the bigger fool than he already was. Nate reached out a grimy hand. It had been 2 years since he'd tasted beef. That had been taken from the Yankees too. And there will be no more plunder in Yankee supply trains. No, this was charity. Pity at the hands of the victors. He ate it anyway. The order to form up and march came 3 days after the grey morning. They joined his troops on the march through rows of Yankees lining the road to the surrender. One last left face, and he stacked his weapon and rattling ammunition bag with all the others beside the fallen flags. Nate signed his parole along with all the others and returned to his tent. The Confederate army dissolved quickly after the surrender. By late that day, most of them had disappeared into the countryside around Appomattox. He purposefully lagged behind the others in a rush to leave Appomattox. Of course, there weren't as many others to give a head start to as there was a month ago. Hell, a week ago. Misery loves company, his mama used to say. Mrs. Carson's little boy did not share her sentiment. How could he? His every breath was a sigh, and everywhere his feet had trod for the last 4 years, the land was in ruin. He knew that tears would come and he would no longer be able to hold them back. Who the hell wanted an audience for that? He had seen some of the others weep openly over their stacked flags. Nate refused to give the damn Yankees any such satisfaction. Billy Yank had been civil enough, sometimes even friendly. He could afford to be. He was warm and his belly was always full. His home was still standing and his fields overflowing. The Confederacy was crushed by the weight of the Union's resources, not by the better men. Nate wanted no condescending pity from the victors. The world before Nate Carson's eyes was as gloomy as the one he was fleeing. And from a lean-to fashioned from a scavenged tent half, Nate pulled his threadbare blanket tighter and stared out through the stale grey mist that shrouded the western Virginia countryside. A row of phantom oaks shielded his makeshift camp from the road. Something just beyond his line of sight was moving. Coming closer, the sound congealed into the familiar clop of hoofbeats. They were muffled by the fog, but definitely hoofbeats. He guessed there to be a dozen or so riders. Yankee cavalry. Nate hugged the ground. In his coat pocket, his parole identified him as one Captain Nate Carson of the late 18th Georgia Infantry. It was supposed to be providing him a safe passage home. But Nate, if he had learned one thing in war, it was that things didn't always go as they were supposed to. And when they didn't, men died. The Yankee patrol passed without slowing, and Nate stirred the ashes of the last night's campfire until he found an orange glow beneath a bit of charred oak, and coaxed the embers back to life. A little kindling gathered in the nearby woods, and a bit of a scavenged fence post made a nice fire that drove back the cold. The ragged remnants of his uniform hung loosely over his rail-thin body. The scarcity of food and clothes over the last winter had taken a heavy toll on his once solid frame. The cold April mornings in Virginia were a misery to the shivering, poorly clad ex-Confederates. He took a quick sip of water from his canteen and splashed a handful on his face. The bite of the sudden cold let him know he was still alive, but did little to drive the weariness from his bones. His knapsack produced a few coffee beans and a biscuit. There weren't enough beans to boil for coffee, and so he just popped them into his mouth and chewed. God knew how long that little bit would have to last. The terms of surrender allowed men of his rank to retain their sidearms. Nate looked for a coon or possum who had survived the war that would fit into his pot, but came up empty. The countryside had been heavily hunted and game was scarce. Well, no matter, he didn't have a pot to begin with, and he wasn't about to go shooting this close to the Yankee line's parole or no parole. He shrugged off the wishful thinking and washed the beans down with sips from his canteen. The molar-busting Yankee hardtack soaked up the rest of his water before turning into something edible. And by the time he'd finished with the hardtack, the sun was up. There was only a pale circle lurking behind the mist and half hidden by the trees, but it was up. The last of the night and the mist were quickly burned away, leaving behind the harsh reality of another day. Another day in which Nate Carson would tramp south along the road, home. The word caused a silent chuckle up from Nate's belly and bobbed his shoulders. Home? That's funny, Nate thought. The home he once knew was now a small pile of ashes. Hidden in a big pile of ashes, there was Atlanta. His mother and father were dead. The bank that held his modest savings was gone. Just as well. The money was worthless anyway and had been for some time. Homeless, broken, alone. That was what Nate Carson had spent the last 4 years fighting to become. The sole consolation was that now he could laugh at himself about it. Just where am I going? He asked aloud. He sighed and answered his own question. Damned if I know, but it's time I start figuring that out. In Chatham, Nate was aided in his search for direction by the Union Army. He found the road outside the town blocked by Union troops. He showed the captain in charge his parole and was informed that, parole or not, Confederates were not allowed to pass through the Danville, where train transport to General Johnston's army was available. Nate made a camp in the farmer's field, a short distance north of the roadblock, while he tried to come to a decision about what to do. As the sun was setting behind the house, an old man stepped out onto the wide porch. He quickly disappeared back inside and then returned, cradling a shotgun in the crook of his arm. "I don't mean you no harm," Nate said, holding up his hands. "What y'all doing on my place?" the old man asked. "The Yankees turned me around up yonder," Nate told him. "I'd like to spend the night here while I figure out what to do." "Well, young fella, you ain't gonna do that." A smile spread over the old man's face and sparkled in his eyes. "'Cause you're coming up to the house for the night. You get your doings together and join me and the wife for supper, you hear?" "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." Nate jumped to his feet and began gathering his meager belongings. "I'll be there directly." But the house, untouched by the war, had nevertheless seen better days. It was a simple sitting room, dominated by a large stove and a fine polished table, with hand-carved legs, around which sat 4 matching chairs. An adjacent bedroom, without a door, opened up to the right. The house smelled of beans and fresh-baked cornbread. The white-haired farmer held the open door with a gnarled hand. It was tightly wrapped in leather skin. Deep wrinkles tracked across his brow and fanned out from the corners of his eyes and mouth. His smile was stained yellow with tobacco, but unmistakably sincere. "Come, sit a spell," he said. "Charlotte will have supper shortly. Name's McGowan, Will McGowan." Nate shook the proffered hand, and the grip was strong and steady. Nate felt an instant like for the man, but his words were for his wife. "Ma'am, I ain't smelled anything so good in all my born days." "Y'all sit down. What's your name again?" "Nate Carson, ma'am." "Y'all were there?" Will asked. "When Jen Lee surrendered, I mean?" "Yes, sir." Nate choked back the flood of emotion the words had brought. I was there." "Damn shame," Will said. "Who were you with?" "Jen Wofford, 18th Georgia." Nate's faraway look abruptly changed to rapture at the sight of the steaming bowl of beans that sat before him. He shoveled a heaping spoonful into his mouth and was instantly reminded of why the bowl was steaming. His mouth was on fire. Will held up a hand to Charlotte. "God knows he's thankful, dear, and I reckon a bit at loss for words at the moment. Damn's hot, boy." Nate nodded and chewed as fast as he could. He swallowed, and the beans blazed a trail down his throat to his empty stomach. The couple shook their heads and smiled as Nate wiped tears from his eyes. "Mighty good, ma'am," he gasped. Following McGowan's advice, Nate set out across the countryside until he hit the Chatham-Martinsville Road. The road took him southwest and away from Danesville and the Yankee troops. His second day on the road, Nate rounded a bend that opened on a clearing into oak trees that lined the way. Set back about 20 yards from the road were 5 wooden crosses. The grass surrounding the dirt-covered mounds was neatly cut and outlined the whitewashed stones. Freshly cut crocuses adorned the foot of the crosses. Nate wandered over for a closer look. His regret was complete. All 5 crosses bore the same name, Oakley. "There's no one there, you know," a soft, feminine voice said. Nate turned to see a middle-aged woman sitting in the shade of a tall oak. She was dressed in a blue gingham dress with a long black shawl pulled over her head. "My family," she said, "all taken by the war. When we heard of the surrender, we buried the clothes at they left behind. It's all we have left. Yes, ma'am, Nate said and quickly walked away. He walked down the road as fast as his feet would carry him, brushing back the tears that would not stop. A black abyss opened in his chest, belching up years of pain at watching his friends and fellow soldiers die. He tried to forget their names, but he would never forget their faces, nor the pieces of them that littered the ground he walked upon. It all came charging back. Nate pulled the Colt from his holster, thumbed back the hammer, and put the steel barrel to his temple. "Pull the trigger! Pull the damn trigger!" the voice in his head screamed, and his finger refused to obey. "For nothing!" he screamed at the sky. "It was all for nothing!" He reached out with his right hand and found his errant trigger finger, and with his thumb and pushed. The hammer fell with a click. The Colt fell back into its place on his hip. Nate fell to his knees. How long he had knelt in the middle of the road, sobbing, he didn't know. He didn't care. Nate eventually found his feet again. A black numbness had gripped his body and mind. Blindly, one foot found its way in front of the other. After a few hours of marching, feeling began to return. His feet, at last, seemed to know where they were going. Wherever that place might be, Nate was in no hurry to get there. He was 24 years old, and by most people's reckoning, a young man. Nevertheless, Nate felt old and tired, used up in a way no young man should ever feel. And 4 years of war did that to a man. Nate's youth was poured out in a string of sleepy little burgs, places with names like Sharpsburg, Fredericksburg, and Gettysburg. He had marched back and forth across Virginia and Maryland. He even marched into Pennsylvania. He could still keep pace with any man in Stonewall's foot cavalry, but no one was going to ask him to do that ever again. He had aged an eternity in the last week alone. Defeat had broken him as horror, hardship, and hunger could not. 2 days ago he gave in to defeat and joined the ranks of men in ragged butternut that walked away from Appomattox courthouse. On his shoulders and in his soul he carried the weight of his entire ruined world. His desire for solitude had not changed, but the sound of a familiar voice brought Nate to a halt. "Hey there! Carson, wait up! Wait for me!" it called after him. The voice belonged to Jack Morgan. Nate met Morgan on Little Round Top back in '63, and the two had continued to bump into one another for the rest of the war. And Jack was, or had been, a lieutenant with the 3rd Corps Provost Marshal, assigned to a regiment called the 82nd Georgia. Nate doubted any of the men in that regiment really were from Georgia, but that's what it was called. Well, certainly, Jack Morgan was not from Georgia. Jack was a Chickasaw half-breed from the Indian Territory. Now, he was just another skeleton, hobbling back to a home that no longer existed. "Wait for me, Captain," Jack called again. "It's not Captain anymore," Nate answered. "It's just Nate." "Well, just Nate. Where you headed?" "I don't rightly know. Just some place that ain't Atlanta or Virginia." "That should be easy enough. I hear tell there's not much left of Atlanta," Jack said. "I heard that too. Been thinking of heading west once I get down to Martinsville." "West? To Tennessee? What the hell for?" "Cousin Nick says things ain't no better there." "I don't plan on stopping in Tennessee. Tennessee's not far enough away from here, not by a damn sight. I'm thinking maybe California," Nate said. "Are you sure about not going home to Georgia?" "Jack, there ain't no Georgia no more." "What do you mean there ain't no Georgia? Course there's a Georgia. What the hell you been fighting for the last 4 years?" It doesn't matter what we've been fighting for, Jack. We lost, remember? The Yankees don't know it yet, but they did too. Anyway, there ain't no states left. It's just Washington running things from now on. Wait and see if it ain't so. I guess I got no other choice, Jack answered. Meanwhile, how about I tag along with you for a while? Suit yourself. Say, Jack, how many rounds you got? About a dozen. You planning on killing a few more Yankees along the way? Nope. I'm done with that. Gonna honor the surrender as best I can. But I got a hankering for something to eat beside the rock-hard biscuits that I've been eating. Yeah, me too, Jack agreed. My stomach thinks my throat's been cut. Ain't that the truth? By the way, where's your buddy, Nick? Nate asked. I don't know. We got separated at Sailor's Creek. The whole unit got swallowed up. It was every man for himself, Jack answered. Nate froze. Chills ran down his spine and sent tremors into his hands. What about your troops? Where the hell are they? Damned if I know. I ain't seen one of them in weeks. We charged this bunch of Yankee cavalry that cut us off and, well, things got crazy. You mean you just let those things get away? Well, there was no letting to it. We got hit hard and things disintegrated. Hell, Nate, they might all be dead. Tell the truth, Jack. What's the chance any of those, whatever the hell they are dead? Probably slim to none, but we can always hope. Oh, that's just great. Thousands of our boys wandering the roads, most of them unarmed, and you've let God knows what loose into the woods to finish off those Yankees and killed? Or maybe they'll drop by for supper tonight. You ready for that? Maybe. Jack shrugged and smiled. It's always best to be prepared. Nate watched the moon rise over the town of Lawrenceburg. Camped just a few hundred yards beyond the town, the light of his small campfire danced on the tent flaps. They lay along Richland Creek the night before, sleeping with one eye open. The uneasiness he and Jack felt had not abated during the day's long march. He still thought of their travels as a march. Until he was far enough away from the war, he supposed he would always see it as a continuation of that last retreat. He threw a couple of small sticks onto the fire. Are you ready in there? I got a feeling it's time. All set, Jack called out from the tent. I feel kind of naked without my hat. You'll live. That's what it's all about. Let's get out of here. Nate checked the load in his revolver, gave Jack a quick nod and slipped into the cover of a pair of trees on the north side of the camp. Jack did the same and moved to the south. Nate brushed away a few rocks that dug into his chest and smoothed out some of the grass in his line of sight. A half hour later, he drifted gently towards sleep, only to be awakened by something slithering across his thigh. He turned his head ever so slightly to get a look at the intruder. Red and white bands, separated by black. He breathed again. Just a milk snake headed for a warm spot on the road. The call of a whippoorwill whispered from somewhere off to his right. Nate lowered his head to the ground. He felt the approaching riders before he heard the hoofbeats coming up the road. The riders came at a gallop and reined in sharply when they reached the camp. And for his position, Nate could make out 5 men wearing white robes and hoods. 3 of the riders carried torches and stayed mounted, while the other 2 jumped quickly down and rushed the tent with guns drawn. The shorter of the 2 men kicked their campfire into the mouth of the tent as he approached. The embers caught onto the canvas and flames blossomed. You boys throw your guns out and get out here, the tall one ordered. And when no one answered, the leader fired a shot into the air. I said get out here. Jack shot the gun from the man's hand and stepped into the open. The short man slowly withdrew from the empty, burning tent and bringing his own gun up as he did. Nate stuck the muzzle of his pistol into the man's back. "Don't do it," Nate growled. "Drop that gun and move on back." "Y'all drop them rifles and step on down," Jack said. The man that Jack shot pulled off his hood and wrapped it tightly around his wounded hand. The eyes behind his wire-rimmed glasses fixed Jack with a steely glare. You're gonna pay for this," he snarled. Probably," Jack said. "By all rights, I should have you killed. It's kindness like this that a man lives to regret. Now, throw off that getup you're wearing. I suspect there's still a gun under there, so be easy. The finger on this trigger is getting all nervous." One by one, Nate and Jack stripped the men of their robes and weapons and sat them in a tight circle on the ground. "I heard about you boys," Jack said after tossing their rifles into the woods. "Kind of a big deal around here, or you think you are. You don't look so big right now, though. That's especially true of you, Sheriff. I expect your sort sat out the end of the war." The man flashed Jack an obscene gesture. "Yeah, that's what I thought," Jack told him. "Y'all burned up our tent," Nate added. "Like to have burned up my hat too. My partner here thinks this is funny. He has a better sense of humor than I do. And we got next to nothing and y'all boys want to take that away from us? Is that how your night of justice works?" "Well, we're gonna hold court," Jack announced. "And we find y'all guilty of destroying our home and order you to pay compensation." "Well, they don't seem to be carrying much of value," Nate rubbed his chin. "I'll be willing to settle for a couple of horses. How about you?" "Yes, I think that will do nicely." Jack pressed his weapon to the sheriff's temple. What do you say, Sheriff? Sound fair to you?" "Go to hell," the sheriff said. Jack pulled back the barrel of his weapon and brought it down hard across the man's face. "You're in contempt," Jack told him. "Now, you tell us to take 2 horses as payment. You do it loud so everyone hears, and you do it now." The sheriff nodded his bleeding head, and Jack drew back his pistol again. "Take 2 horses," the sheriff said. "Thank you, and we accept," Nate told him. "I think we should tie them up. There's a rope on one of their saddles." Jack busied himself tying the men with their backs together. I wouldn't hold them long, but just long enough for he and Nate to escape. Nate drove all 3 of the horses and loaded what remained of their supplies onto the other 2. Preparations complete, they mounted and started westward when Jack stopped and turned back a few steps. "I'll see you in hell, Sheriff," he said and snapped a smart salute. On a hunch, Nate and Jack rode to Memphis on their newly acquired mounts. There, they caught up with Jack's cousin, Nick Corbin. Nick had better luck getting away from Appomattox, and he slipped away the night before the surrender, liberated a horse and uniform from a cavalry picket, and lit out for the west. And by the time he got to Memphis, trade along the Mississippi was showing renewed signs of commercial life. Nick threw in with a wiry old Texan named Burden. They had found easy pickings in the saloons and gambling parlors along the riverfront, relieving Yankees and their carpet-bagging friends of their ill-gotten money. Jack and Nate found Nick dealing cards at a place called the Blue Pelican on Front Street, a block from the river. The Blue Pelican was a perennial entry on everyone's list of seediest places in town. Soldiers traveling the river north nodded understanding of their officers' warnings about the riverfront and promptly made it their first stop in the city. The bright blue exterior of the Pelican sang out a welcome from amid its whitewashed neighbors, calling visitors to sample raw Tennessee whiskey and equally raw women of various colors, available beyond the large Union flag fluttering over the door. Inside, a perpetual blue haze rose from the many tables to hang 3 feet below the ceiling. The smell of spilled whiskey and stale beer rose from the plank floor to mingle with the smoke of cheap cigars and cloying perfume. Nick routinely kept one eye on the door and spotted his cousin across the room as soon as he and Nate walked in. He waved them over to a table in the far corner of the room, and a assortment of red, white and blue chips littered the center of the table, along with a growing stack of Yankee greenbacks. "Hey, cousin," Jack greeted him. "You remember Nate?" Nick gave him a quizzical look. "A little round top," Jack reminded him. "Ah, yes," Nick said with an exaggerated nod. "Y'all get a drink at the bar. Tell the bartender it's on me. I'll be there in a few minutes." Jack gave Nick a pat on the shoulder, stole a look at the cards, and led Nate through the crowd to the bar. When they were sipping a second drink, when the steady hum of conversation in the Blue Pelican was broken by the angry shouting, Jack didn't need to look up to know the source of the tumult. "You cheating rebel bastard!" The gunfire that followed sent patrons scurrying for cover. Blue smoke scented with black powder filled the corner of the room. Nick scraped the chips and cash into his hat. Jack, gun drawn, was moving over to his cousin's retreat. "Cash me out, Lenny," Nick yelled to the barkeep as he waded through the room. Nick's pistol was out again, sweeping the crowd. "Y'all be real still," he warned, "and we'll just be on our way." Unfortunately, Yankees were still a surly lot and were not always happy to be separated from their money. And one of the war veterans decided to protest with a weapon, and Jack and Burden shot him before he cleared his holster. The 4 men burst from the saloon, doors intending a speedy departure. Their plans were foiled by a tall man with a jagged scar across the right side of his face and a pair of drawn pistols. Nick skidded to a halt. "Right!" Jack shouted from the doorway behind Nick. Nick then dove to his right and Jack fired, filling the door with powdery smoke. A black hole appeared into the sheriff's forehead and he fell on top of Nick. Nate shot 2 of the deputies before they could even react. Burden pulled Nick from beneath the sheriff and hauled him down the street by the shirt sleeve. "Get the horses," Nate told Jack and started down the street providing cover for Nick and Burton. Burden swung up on a horse tied at the next saloon. Nick did the same. "Are those your horses?" Nate asked. "No," Burden told him. "Are you coming?" Jack arrived with Nate's horse and he swung into the saddle on the run. "Follow me," Nick called after them. The southwestern sky grew black. It was going to be one hell of a storm. Over the last 4 years, Nate Carson had grown accustomed to the rapidly changing, sometimes violent, weather along the Red River. He nudged his horse, Lil Joe, to pick up the pace. He wanted to make sure there was no strays along the bottom when the river came up. Nate followed the bank in a wide arc, driving strays home to the Lazy L just ahead of the first raindrops. The stock could read the weather as well as Nate and offered little opposition to his urging them to move. Once back at the barn, Nate got Little Joe bedded down for the night. Time to settle in on the porch to watch Mother Nature's handiwork, when there was always plenty to watch. This one promised to be a genuine Texas toad strangler. Gnarled, blue-white arcs danced below the wall of black clouds into the booming beat of thunder as the storm raced up from the southwest, pushing a dark rain ahead of it. At first, the rain came down in sheets, and then it really let loose. Nate liked the Texas weather. It seemed to have a mind all of its own. Sometimes all 4 seasons visited in the span of a single day. The sky here was the only thing that thundered. The rolling grass-covered hills and oak groves along the Red River, over which storms like this one raged, were a long way away from the sounds of war. And Nate liked that, too. Nate had given serious thought about settling among the pines of western Arkansas. The mountains were beautiful and relatively free of ravages of war. The pine forest reminded him of his native Georgia. It was that memory that kept him moving. And Nate decided he didn't need that kind of reminder. He needed still more distance between him and the war. Jack and Nick were too close to home to give a damn about Arkansas. They persuaded Nate to press on to their home near Fort Arbuckle in Indian Territory. And Nate had already made up his mind not to stay in the Indian Territory of the Chickasaw and Choctaw. Some whites were doing so, but he would not be one of them. He knew too well what it was like to have unwanted strangers violate his. The Indians had had enough of that already, and he would not add to it. Nate, despite being chased across Tennessee and half of Arkansas, had found a peculiar freedom in the saddle that called to him. When Burton offered his partnership, Nate decided to try his hand at ranching in Texas. He forded the Red River and settled into Burton's old ranch in North Texas. In the wake of the war, longhorns were plentiful in Texas. Wild, unbranded herds were there, waiting for the enterprising man crazy enough to round them up. Nate and Burton set to work putting together a herd, and they had plenty of grass and water, but nowhere to sell the cattle that fattened on their spread. Texas markets were awakening, but were not yet as profitable as the eastern markets. The confused set of Texas railroads provided little help. Goodnight and Loving were driving cattle north to Kansas railheads and turning a profit doing so. Burton gathered some of the other ranchers along the river, and he convinced them to put together a joint herd and drive them north. All went well enough until the herd and its hands reached Dodge City. Flush with cash after months on the trail, it was impossible to resist the allure of the saloons. After a night of celebrating, Burton was shot in the back and robbed. Lance Renfro returned to the Lazy L a month later with the news. Nate was now the destitute owner of a ranch with no herd of which to speak. He had been broke before, and he spent no time bemoaning his losses. Nate nurtured his yearlings, bartered and battled to put together a small herd, and there would be no more drives. Self-reliance was the new rule. He built a simple ranch house with a wide porch that wrapped around 3 sides where, like now, he would sit and drink coffee or tip a jug, and then simply watch his grass grow. It took 3 long years to save enough money to add another section of land and invest in quarter-horse breeding stock, but he did it. In the doing of it, he also became a respected member of the Red River ranching community. Later, he added a couple of bedrooms to the house in hopes he might marry and raise a few kids. It hadn't happened yet, and he hadn't given up hope that it ever would. Instead, he took in a young boarder by the name of Jimmy Weston, and Jimmy's father had died fighting Yankees at Chattanooga. His mother died a year later of the fever. Nate found Jimmy shoveling out stools on the Rockin' H and dreaming of being a cowboy. Jimmy knew as much about being a cowboy as Nate did, which was precious little indeed. But he was a good kid and Nate liked the boy. The two of them threw in together and it worked well for the both of them. In memory of his benefactor, Luther Burton, he chose to keep the Lazy L brand for his growing spread. Nate felt he was home at long last. With this new knowledge, there slowly came room for entertaining memories of his other life. His most cherished of these memories was how he and his father played chess in their home above the family dry goods store in Atlanta. Buster Carson was a quiet man by nature, as was his son, and they spent hours in shared solitude that overflowed with love. Buster had never been one to lavish words of affection on his only son, but Nate remembered the unmasked admiration in his father's eyes the first time the father's king toppled in surrender to his son. And from that day forward, they played as equals, enjoying a quiet companionship of the game and the love of each other's company. And then came the war. Nate never saw his father again, but he gained a multitude of memories far more persistent as those of his father. He spent the years since trying to keep those memories at bay and not always succeeding. And there was one memory of the war that rivaled those of his father. It was his last glimpse of General Lee on that dreadful day in April 1865. Nate had followed Master Robert for over 3 years, ready to die at his command. And Lee was more than a general. He was the epitome of a Southern man. In a way, Lee embodied what Nate fought to keep free. When they reached Appomattox, Nate was tired, hungry, and worn to a frazzle. But his one look into the general's eyes as he passed revealed a weariness greater than Nate could ever imagine. That fleeting glimpse was the real crushing blow of defeat. He had come to think of the lazy hour as a testimony to his fallen fathers. It drove him through every hardship until the ranch was productive. It was his free and clear. He'd be damned before he let anyone take it away from him. As a defence against the world beyond his fences, the operation was only self-sufficient, but as closed as Nate could make it. Farming had no allure for him. It was true that Nate loved the land. He just had no desire to dig around in it. Fortunately, work was still hard to find along the river, and Nate, on a ride into Texoma to buy supplies, literally bumped into a scruffy-looking old veteran with a bum leg named Raphael "Raffy" Berry. Nate helped the man to his feet and then hired him to take over supplying the lazy owl with something to eat besides beef. Raffy and Nate fenced off 40 acres that Raffy planted in corn, beans, and a dab of cotton for old time's sake. Raffy also kept up a fair-sized vegetable garden near the house. And Jimmy, it turned out, was a capable horseman, but he never would be much of a cowboy. However, he proved to be a skilled cook and manager of the ranch's supplies. Nate left much of the day-to-day operation of the ranch to Jimmy and Raffy. He spent his days in the saddle. As often as not, the real objective of Nate's rides was simply to be alone with his thoughts. He walked away from the war remarkably sound of body and soul, but his thoughts needed taming. They still held the power to take him back into the battle on a whim. A whiff of gunpowder or the roll of thunder could instantly transport him back to Virginia. Nate's resistance was growing stronger. He told himself that one day his spirit would be as free and as clear as the land he rode over. For the present, he spent his solitary hours down by the river, packing the memories of war into mental boxes and sent them floating downstream to the sea. Though the market for beef was growing, Nate didn't do as well as he might selling his cattle. While he sought to cut himself free from memories of war, he held tightly to grudge he harbored for the conquerors. He refused at any price to sell his beef to the Federal Army, still in Texas. He was equally resistant to driving them north. He managed a lively enough trade with the Indians and a small growing community of Texoma 10 miles to the southeast, and that was good enough for Nate Carson. It was Jimmy's voice that brought Nate back to the porch and the present. "Some coffee, Captain?" Jimmy asked. And Jimmy held a steaming mug out to Nate while carrying his own in the crook of his finger. Jimmy was the only one who could get away with calling Nate by his former rank. Nate had met his match when it came to stubbornness, and Jimmy simply refused to address him otherwise. And, to his own surprise, Nate finally gave up. And Jimmy's refusal was good-natured, and Nate knew it. Jimmy idolized Nate Carson, and that adoration made Nate more than a little uncomfortable. Nate knew that he was a man of lost causes and failures, and Jimmy didn't need that kind of influence. At that time, Nate reconciled himself with the thought that there were worse mistakes Jimmy could make. Later, he was not so sure. Nate sipped the coffee and watched as Rafe came splashing across the barnyard. Rafe was trying to dodge the rain and get to the shelter of the porch without being soaked to the bone. He wasn't succeeding. At 15, Rafe Berry ran away from home to join the army. His 6'6" stature and bulky muscular frame, coupled with the Confederacy's desperate need for fresh troops, allowed him to carry out the deception. He enlisted in time to join fellow Texan John Bell Hood on his disastrous march into Tennessee. He was later wounded at Dalton, Georgia, and nearly lost his right leg. He still walked with a limp that grew more pronounced whenever there was a change in the weather. Rafe was hobbling badly by the time he reached the porch. Nate continued to sip his coffee and watch the lightning play across the sky. "My leg's hurting like hell. Gonna rain for a week," Rafe predicted. "I sure hope not. I'll have to go over to Rocky H and pick up a bowl tomorrow," Nate said. "You better wear your slicker," Rafe warned. Nate followed Rafe's advice. His knee was as accurate of a weather predictor as Nate ever encountered. He was determined to not let the rain or cold keep him from taking a task at hand. The rain slowed to a steady drizzle but refused to stop. The grey wind that swept across the river out of the north bore a hint of the first chill of autumn. He tied the slicker across the back of the saddle and threw over his black Lil Joe. Nate swung into the saddle and pointed Lil Joe down the trail towards the neighbouring Rockin' H. And a Rockin' H, easily the largest ranch along the river, bordered Nate on the eastern, ran all the way to Colbert's Ferry. John Hotchkiss, who owned the spread, ran cattle along the Red River long before towns like Texoma existed. Hotchkiss was a tough old bird with stubby legs and sandy red hair, and a rather pronounced beak that reminded Nate of his father's bantam roosters. And Hotchkiss had the ordinary disposition to match. He was a quarrelsome, opinionated, and accustomed to fighting for what he wanted. He was not above strutting a little when he got it. Despite that, or maybe because of it, folks around Texoma not only admired the man, but they liked him as well. Nate was the same age as Hotchkiss's oldest son, John Jr. However, Nate proved more to the old man's liking than his own offspring. Hotchkiss had gone out of his way to make the newcomer welcome, and that included letting Nate in on a new bloodline and offering him a chance to buy this new bull. John Hotchkiss walked out onto his porch to greet Nate as he rode up. "I climbed down from there, neighbour," Hotchkiss said. Nate swung down from his horse and shook the old man's hand. "Bit wet for a ride, ain't it?" John smiled and shook Nate's hand. "Rafe's leg says we're in for a week of this, so I figured why wait," Nate explained. "Well, looks like we might get a break in the clouds if you care to sit a spell. I got a fine new batch that needs tasting." "I don't mind if I do," Nate agreed. "But only to avoid the rain. You understand." "Of course," John said with a chuckle. "Come on inside." Nate followed Hotchkiss inside and took up a seat at the wide study table. The table, like Hotchkiss's home, was large and relatively empty. And John Hotchkiss was a widower who lost his wife and 2 daughters to the consumption in 58 and 59. 2 of his sons died at Shiloh, and a 3rd was killed at Chickamauga. John Jr. had been shot to hell when a brush with rustlers as a young man, and his past saw to it that he missed the war. John Jr. studied law while the war raged and set up a law practice in Whitesboro. After the war, to his father's everlasting embarrassment, the junior Hotchkiss joined the Republicans and was elected to Congress in 1868. Henry, the youngest Hotchkiss son, was the only one of the old man's children still at home. Henry ran the day-to-day operations of the Rockin' H, leaving his father free to pursue his one real passion, distilling corn. Hotchkiss returned to the table with a sample of his latest efforts. "Glass?" John asked. "John, I'm hurt," Nate began. "Y'all been socializing with too many Yankees." "I do believe you're right. Please forgive me, Nate." John smiled and passed the jug. Nate lifted the jug to the crook of his elbow and sipped Hotchkiss's liquid fire. The white lightning cut a path of electric fire down Nate's throat and thundered in his belly. It was smooth, and with a nice sharp bite and the kick of a Tennessee mule. In other words, just right. "Hot damn, that's a good batch, John. I believe it's your best ever. You ought to go into business. You aged this stuff and it'd beat anything coming out of Kentucky or Tennessee." Now you're starting to sound like Henry. I'm too dang old to be starting up something like that." "John, I don't believe that for a minute." Yeah, well, you're not the one that's got to get these rusty old bones moving every morning. And besides, if it was a business, it would suck out all the joy smooth out of it." "Texas would be poorer for it," Nate said. John took a long pull on the jug and found he had to agree. He and Nate passed the jug, waiting for a break in the weather. Shortly after noon, the clouds parted and let the sun through. Hotchkiss seized the opportunity and had brought the bull up from the barn. Nate was duly impressed with the animal. It was heavily muscled with sound legs and feet and a large capacity reservoir for breeding. Nate liked what he saw, and with his new prize in tow, he started back to the Lazy L, filled with visions of strong new calves. At the first bend in the road, Nate turned back to wave farewell, and John Hotchkiss returned the gesture for the very last time. A thick blanket of clouds brought darkness early to the Lazy L. Rafe retreated to his bunk inside the barn in hopes of relieving the pain in his leg. Nate and Jimmy huddled close to the fire, sipping coffee and listening to the rain pelting the roof. Nate's eyes grew heavy. Wrapped in the warmth of the fire, his mind drifted away into a haze and gently to sleep. Nate stood knee-deep in the muddy water of the river. He knew the place, a flat twist near the eastern edge of his boundary on the red. A gathering fog rising from the water obscured his focus on the river. He could not see more than a foot or two on the water's surface. The calm flow of the river offered a soft gurgling sound that refused to mask the movement of unseen creatures along the banks. The fog bent the rustling of branches and footfalls in every direction, preventing him from pinpointing whatever moved just beyond his sight. A soft splash behind him was followed by a shadow that bobbed on the rippled surface of the river as it rolled towards him. A gust of wind from the west rippled the sleeves of Nate's shirt and carried away the misty curtain. Free of the mist, the shadow transformed into a basket floating on the river. The basket was roughly fashioned of cat towels and reminded Nate of the picture of his mother's Bible, of the basket bearing baby Moses down the Nile. Nate turned around and let the basket wash up against his shins. As he reached down for the basket, the surface of the river turned from its normal muddy red to a color of bright blood. An odor of salt-crusted copper rose up to fill his nostrils. Nate's stomach churned at the familiar smell that spilled from his dying friends on a score of long-ago battlefields. Waves of nausea swept over him, and his stomach clenched, and he retched. Something moved inside the basket. Nate fought down the urge to vomit and bent down to look inside the basket, bouncing against him. A fine silk cloth covered the wriggling contents of the basket. He caught a corner of the cloth between his index finger and thumb, and carefully he drew back the silk. Feral yellow eyes blazed up at him from a demon child covered with coarse grey hair. Black lips curled back from its long snout, revealing twin rows of gleaming canines. The thing in the basket lunged, jaw snapping into the air, inches from his face. Nate stumbled back to escape the snarling horror he had uncovered. His boot stuck in the muddy bottom. Nate fell heavily, splashing down into the swirling eddy of blood. The basket, free of his legs, turned a half circle and rolled down the river, rocking side to side. The tiny monstrosity inside worked itself up and over the edge of the basket to peer back at him. As Nate stared at the creature, it lifted its head to the sky and loosed a long, mournful howl. Death Rides the Red. Part 2. Let's get straight into that. Nate crashed back in wakefulness. He was covered in cold sweat and gasping for breath. When the sound of his heart stopped hammering in his ears, he realized he could still hear a distant howling. He slipped his coat from its holster and padded out onto the porch. His ears were not deceiving him, nor his mind playing tricks. And far to the east, the howling voice of a wolf called out again. Nate walked back into the house and returned the coat to the holster hanging from his bedpost. He wiped the soles of his wet feet on his legs and crawled back into bed. He thought any further sleep that night was unlikely. Unwilling to give in to the monster in his nightmare, he gave it another try. He was wrong about sleep. His next memory was the rattle of the pans in the kitchen. He pulled on his denim breeches and stepped into his boots before stumbling into the kitchen. "Dang, Captain, y'all look done in," Jimmy said. "You sleep poorly?" "I feel like I've been kicked in the head by a mule." "All that howling keep you awake?" Jimmy asked. "So, you heard it too?" "Couldn't help but hear it." "I thought I was dreaming." Nate rubbed his aching head. "Now I know I've been mule-kicked." The door swung open on a dripping raspberry. He limped to the table and dropped down with a grunt. His eyes were bloodshot and his mouth drawn down at the corners. "My, y'all are some lively twosome this morning," Jimmy said. "Coffee," Rafe growled. A few sips of Jimmy's hot black coffee brought Rafe around and seemed to lift his spirit. His frown disappeared and he balanced the hot cup on his knee to help him ease the throbbing there. The warmth slowly did its work and Rafe became human once again. "What a miserable night," Rafe said. "This leg kept me awake dang near all night. And when it finally did ease up, dang it if it wasn't wolves started howling. How long has it been since y'all heard wolves around here?" "Gotta be at least 3 years," Jimmy said. "I've never heard wolves howl around here. I thought they were all gone," Nate added. "Make that 4 years then," Jimmy said. "I guess it's possible," Rafe said. "This place used to be slap dab in the middle of the wolf run. I suppose there might be a few still around. If there are, they got the right to raise a ruckus same as anybody." "But why did they have to pick last night?" Rafe moaned. "I guess you won't be going fishing today," Nate said. "I'm hurting, and I'm tired," Rafe said. "I ain't dead. Darn tootin', I'm going fishing. You know, you don't look so purty this morning yourself." "Bad dreams," Nate answered. Life on the Lazy L was solitary by design. Rafe had his fishing and Jimmy was a natural recluse. Nate shied away from town and went out of his way to avoid the town's business and its gossip. To his way of thinking, Nate had done a lifetime of traveling, socializing, politicking, and killing during the war. He preferred his own company and minding his own business. Since Governor Davis pulled in the Texas Rangers from chasing Comanches to help push a peaceful Reconstruction, Nate stayed even closer to home. He was an ex-Confederate officer, and his grumbling on political matters was rightly taken as a dislike for both the Reconstruction and Yankee sympathizers. Discretion being the better part of valor, he opted for isolation over confrontation. The Lazy L saw few visitors. It wasn't that visitors weren't welcomed, they just weren't invited. Consequently, the three riders now approaching up the road from Texoma were a surprise. The men of the Lazy L weren't big on surprises. "Jimmy, get your shotgun," Nate said through the open door. "I see him, Captain," he replied. "Keep out of sight of that thing," Nate cautioned. "Yes, sir, Captain." Nate recognized the men while they were still at a distance. The approaching riders were Texoma's sheriff, Sam Bryan, and his deputies, Jason Conroe and Bill Simpson. The arrival of the local police force did little to ease Nate's suspicion of impending trouble. Bryan rode into Nate's dooryard with a friendly touch of his hat. The three lawmen wore the haggard look of men who had spent too many hours in the saddle. Nate's actively growing mistrust of authority began at Appomattox and not called over the intervening years. Sheriff Bryan was an exception to the rule. Nate genuinely liked Sam. Bryan had been a cadet at the Virginia Military Institute when the Old Dominion succeeded in '61. He left school to serve in his soon-to-be famous instructors brigade. And Sam lived through 3 years of war unscathed until he was ordered to charge the Union Center at Gettysburg. He was one of the lucky ones. Sam left Gettysburg in the back of a hospital wagon. He lived to tell the tale of the famous charge and added to the horrors he had suffered in a Yankee prisoner of war camp. Like Nate, he drifted west after the war. With the aid of John Hotchkiss, Sam stumbled into the newly created jobs of sheriff in Texoma. Bryan was a perfect choice. He was patient, caring man who took no shit from anyone. His fearlessness wasn't just a legend, it was fact. Sam stood just 5'6". His soft features and tousled blonde hair and clean-shaven face gave him a boyish appearance. The look lent a full sense of security to the uninformed and undiscerning. Many of those mistaken enough to push Sam Bryan into a fight now populated Texoma's cemetery. "Mind if we step down and talk to you, Nate?" Sam asked. "I don't mind a bit, Sheriff," Nate answered, appreciating there was still a man with manners enough to ask. Sam Bryan swung down from the saddle and handed his reins to Simpson. Conroe did the same. Jason Conroe wasn't much older than Jimmy Weston. He was known in Texoma as an excellent horseman and had once entertained youthful dreams of being the Confederacy's next Jeb Stuart. However, the war ended in the East before Jason was old enough to pursue his ambitions. Frustrated, he rode north into Indian Territory to join the Stand Wait. The white-haired general only told the boy to go home and try and make peace. And Jason went, but peace eluded him. He was constantly spoiling for a fight, and his brawling quickly wore on the nerves of Texoma's new sheriff. One Saturday night in a Lone Star saloon, Jason found himself eyeball to eyeball with an angry Sam Bryan. He was a breath away from drawing on Bryan when the sheriff gave him a nearly indiscernible shake of his head. The gesture brought Jason to his senses, into Sam Bryan's service, and now to Nate Carson's door. "How about some coffee?" Nate asked. "No thanks," Bryan replied. "Can't stay long. We got some trouble." "Well, what kind of trouble brings the entire police force of Texoma to my door?" "Forgive my manners, but I'll get right to it. Henry and John Hotchkiss have Been murdered, Brian said. What? Nate jumped from his seat. That can't be. I was just over there yesterday. John was fine. We pulled a plug on his new batch. That's exactly why we're here, Brian said. Nate's confused look melted away quickly. His brow knit together, sending deep creases across his face. The fire kindled in his eyes and his jaws locked in place. Nate's hand dropped down alongside his gun. The look and the shift of Nate's body prompted the sheriff to hurry his explanation. No offense, Sam said. It's just that we found only one set of tracks in or out of the Rockin' H, and they led straight here. I went over to get a bull John sold me. As I said, he was fine. We had a couple of snorts and I rode back home. I didn't see Henry, but I figured he was around the place somewhere. What happened? Well, I was kind of hoping that you'd tell me, the sheriff said. Well, I better ask straight out. Nate rose to his feet. Sam, are you accusing me of something? Sit down, Nate, Sam said. I ain't accusing you. Just doing my job. You're at the Rockin' H, no doubt about it. We gotta start somewhere, and this is where the trail leads. I thought maybe you saw something or somebody out of the ordinary, and would want to help us out. Okay, Sam, Nate said, but did not sit. Look, everything was fine. John was fine. What about their cowhands? Didn't they see anything? Well, only two actually live on the place, and there's no sign of either of them anywhere. Their horses and tack are still on the Rockin' H, but they have flat out disappeared. We've been looking for them all morning. Well, how can that be? They can't just vanish. No, but it sure as hell looks like they did, Brian answered. I still got men riding a Rockin' H looking for some kind of sign of what happened. The rest of John's hands live in town, and the crew building a new barn went on the place yesterday. Henry was supposed to be waiting on materials and sent them home. New barn? John didn't say anything about a new barn. Yeah, no word about it around town either, but Luke Pennington says a week or so ago, Henry started building a barn down by the river. By the river? Surely John and Henry had better sense than that, Nate said. Well, actually, it's back about a quarter of a mile from the river and protected by a hill. You say John didn't mention it? Not a word. I never knew John to be secretive about such things. Anyway, the hands live in town. Luke Pennington found Henry and John when he came to work this morning. Says he found the place deserted and went in the house looking for Henry. And the sheriff visibly paled. God almighty, Nate. And Sam choked on the words. You ain't never seen nothing like this. We saw some bad shit in the war, but not like this. Not this. They were ripped to shreds. There were pieces of them thrown around the room. The whole damn place was covered in blood. Looked like dogs had been at the bodies. I lost my breakfast the minute I laid eyes on them. I looked to Nate like Sam was having a difficult time keeping down anything that might be left too. I swear, Nate, it was pure god-awful. You never seen anything like this, Conroe added. His own efforts in dealing with the memory of the crime scene kept Sam noticing how pale his host had just become. A cold hand closed around Nate's heart. Yes, I have. Dear God, yes, I have. Nate thought and shivered involuntarily. The overcast sky rumbled in the distance as the mourners gathered for the funeral of John and Henry Hotchkiss. The earlier rain had slowed to an intermittent drizzle that pushed the crowd together under the twin oaks in the center of the Hotchkiss family plot. And 4 cypress spires surrounded the giant oaks at the points of the compass and marked the boundary of the cemetery. The headstones of Hotchkiss dead, both young and old, stood in 3 neat rows beneath the boughs of the huge oaks. The grass within the plot was neatly trimmed, and Nate noticed that someone had placed flowers on the grave of Anna Hotchkiss. Most of the town of Texoma had slugged up the muddy road to say goodbye to John and Henry. Mourners covered a little knoll as Rev Turner read the service, and the twin polished oak coffins were lowered into their places. John Hotchkiss was placed beside his beloved Anna. Henry rested on his father's right hand. End of the line, Nate thought. Only John Jr. is left and he ain't fit to carry the name. The thought sent a twinge of guilt through Nate, and he was being rather uncharitable to a man he hardly knew. Nevertheless, the fact that a man with John's position and means hadn't made it to his own father's funeral was commentary enough for Nate on the man's absent sense of duty and honor. Nate suddenly felt eyes on him and wondered if someone in the crowd had read his thoughts. He glanced quickly over the crowd and decided his imagination was getting the better of him, but the feeling of being watched wouldn't go away. He shifted slightly and took a longer look to his left. No one seemed to be paying him much mind. Nate turned his head to the right as if to scratch his ear and caught Sam and Brian studying him intently. Sam and Jason Conroy were on the edge of the crowd, and Jason was looking over the many faces standing around the coffins. Sam seemed concerned only with Nate. Nate sighed and turned back towards the grave. He soon found himself looking at the faces too, and wondering if the murderer was among the crowd. These were hard people, and there were few tears, but so lined the drawn faces that looked back at Nate. Did the folks around Texoma think he had killed John? It was a safe bet many heard the sheriff followed the trail to the Lazy L, and figured as much. Nate knew that behind some of those dry eyes lurked suspicion. And he was also sure imaginations ran wild over the horrors everyone knew lay within those boxes. Details of the state of the house and bodies had leaked into the community. The mourners were afraid to see and, at the same time, desperate for a peek at the carnage. Curiosity and carnage were strange bedfellows in the human mind. Nate had no such inner conflict. He fought hard to drive such thoughts away. What he couldn't drive away was the feeling that he already knew the sight. He wished to God he didn't. Hard on the heels of this thought came another. Every mourner had to be thinking, if this could happen to John and Henry Hotchkiss, no one in Texoma was safe. Nate wondered if the inner turmoil on his face was evident to Sam Bryan. Sam had a good poker face. Jeremy Wentworth did not. The undertaker was studying Nate too closely for mild curiosity. Unlike others in the crowd, Wentworth did not glance away when Nate met his eyes. Nate considered Wentworth a friend. His look made Nate feel uneasy. Rather than anger or fear, he looked puzzled. Jeremy looked as if he knew what cards Nate was holding and couldn't believe what he saw. At last, the preacher said, "Amen." The crowd of mourners broke apart. After handshakes and subdued snacks and conversations, people drifted back towards their homes. Rafe and Jimmy went to bring the horses around, and Nate found Sam Bryan standing at his elbow. Together, they watched in silence as red Texas dirt was shoveled into the graves. "John Hotchkiss got me this job," Sam said. "Yep," Nate replied. "Introduce me to Ellie too." Nate nodded. "I mean to see whoever did this hang for it." "Good luck, Sam. You're gonna need it." Nate turned and walked away without waiting for a reply. He climbed up on the Little Joe and nudged the big black horse towards the Lazy L. Sam and Jason watched them ride away, and Sam puzzled over Nate's parting words. It wasn't an admission, but he was convinced Nate knew more than he was telling. The men of the Lazy L rode around a bend in the road and out of the lawman's sight. The road entered a stand of oak and hackberry trees that pressed in close and hung over the road, blocking out what little grey light that filtered through the clouds. Under the sheltering trees, Nate again felt eyes on him. His hackles rose, his heart leaped to gallop, and 1,000 bugs crawled over his skin. Damn it all, He was being watched. Lil Joe sensed it too. The black ears lay flat against his head and Nate fought to keep the big horse from bolting. Nate turned to see if Sam was following him. Only empty road stretched out behind him. Nate scanned left and then right, but saw no one. "What the hell is it?" Rafe whispered. "Dunno, but I don't like it," Jimmy answered. "Just keep moving," Nate said. A chill filled the air and rattled the branches overhead. The wind kicked up out of the north and sent leaves raining down on the men of the Lazy L. Nate suddenly felt cold, but it was not the wind that chilled his blood. He was not sure by who or what. Sam Bryan's men continued to search for the missing cowhands. It would be 3 days before various parts of the men began washing up downstream from the Rockin' H. Meanwhile, news of the gruesome murders of the Rockin' H spread up and down the river. News of the murders brought a second set of visitors to the Lazy L. Their arrival came as no surprise to the owner of the Lazy L. Nate was sure someone would come. He wasn't quite sure if it would be these two, but he knew it would be someone like them. Their arrival confirmed Nate's suspicions about who or what killed John and Henry Hotchkiss. This visit was definitely less welcome than Sam Bryan's. The arrival of these two meant that there was real trouble brewing, and Nate could not avoid it. Jack Morgan and Nick Corbin rode out of the trees north of Nate's home. They crossed the river onto the Lazy L, rather than take the ferry and be seen in town, Nate thought. "Well, I'll be damned if it ain't Nate Carson after all," Jack smiled. "How's the hell are you?" "Not worth a darner, getting worse all the time," Nate answered. "You Texans ain't very friendly," Jack said. "Yeah, Nate, we're glad to see you, ain't we, Jack?" Nate did his best to sound wounded, but didn't quite carry it off. "Damn right we are," Jack confirmed. "Well, I'm glad you boys are so all fired happy," Nate replied. "We kinda thought you might be glad to see us," Nick said. "We heard you got some trouble. We kinda thought we might be able to help." "Oh, hell," Nate said. "Come on down from there and let's get drunk." "Now you're talking sense," Jack smiled. "Guess that means them two inside can put away their guns. Jimmy, Rafe, y'all put down those guns and bring us a jug. I want you to meet some old friends," Nate called. Jack and Nick tied up their horses and climbed the stairs to the porch while Jimmy fetched a jug of Hotchkiss's finest. And Jimmy and Rafe joined the others on the porch where Nate made the introductions. Jimmy Weston, Rafe Berry, meet Daylight and Dark, although they preferred Jack Morgan and Nick Corbin. "That's 'cause we could never tell who he was calling Daylight and who he was calling Dark," Jack said with a chuckle. Jack's father and Nick's mother were brother and sister, and although they shared a set of grandparents, they'd always thought of the cousins as Daylight and Dark. The two were as opposite in temperament and method as they were in appearance. Jack Morgan's skin was the brick red of his Choctaw mother, and only a shade darker than the Chickasaw half-breed who was his father. His hair was as black as the abyss, and his eyes so dark they seemed to lack pupils. He was long-limbed, tall and straight. Jack had an untiring sense of humor and playfulness. During the war, he had shown a coolness under fire that made him a natural leader and won him quick promotion. Nick Corbin's mother, who was a light-skinned for a half Chickasaw to begin with, married a white man. Nick shared his father's blonde hair, blue eyes and fair skin. Nick also inherited a set of legs that were too stubby for his solid torso and muscular arms. He was hot-tempered, ambitious and hard-driving. He was also lightning fast with a 6-gun. When the war broke out, their mutual grandfather urged the boys to go and fight the thieves in Washington who stole their land. They rode to Memphis, sold their horses, and caught the train for Richmond. They were busy trying to enlist in the Virginia cavalry when Jack called the eye, Colonel Ambrose White. White swore the pair into the Confederate Army and assigned them to a Georgia regiment he was forming by special assignment from Richmond. Wright had plans for the Indian boys. They are kinda hard to tell apart, Nate said. These two live across the river near Oil Springs, although it's not widely known. They saved my life at Gettysburg some years ago, if you can believe that, Nick said. But it was more Jack than any we. Other than looking up old acquaintances, what are you up to these days, Jack? Nate asked. Can you believe it? We're working for Alan Pinkerton, of all people. Though it's your fault we've fallen on such hard times. Oh? How's that? You're the one that started me looking over my shoulder for my lost troops. A couple of them turned up in our neck of the woods and caused a bit of a stir. They had the lighthouse police running in circles, so the elders asked Nick and me to step on in. The good part is, Pinkerton and the government got word of our helping out and decided to pay us to keep on doing it. We've quit waiting around for them to show up and we started hunting them instead. Well, I figured it was something along those lines as soon as I saw you. So, what brought y'all calling on me? Nate said. You know, Raphael broke in. While it's true we've had some trouble, and y'all may know old Nate, it sounds to me like you boys aren't here by chance. What's worse, to my way of thinking, is that the boss here isn't surprised to see you. Now, how about y'all letting me and Jimmy in on what's really going on? Raphael, I'll answer your question if you'll answer one for me, Jack said. Sounds fair. Ask your question. Where'd you get that limp? Jack countered. Dalton, Raphael said. Then you'll understand when I say the war has left some wounds that haven't healed yet, and maybe ain't never gonna heal. True enough, Raphael conceded. And during the war, Nick and I were officially with the 82nd Georgia, but we were often detached to various commands in the Army. We were part of a special unit that was designed to enter enemy lines at night and kill. Now, I know killing sounds like the business of war, but our kind of killing wasn't the kind of killing that went on in battle. This was pure, indiscriminate savage slaughter. There was no ground we were supposed to take or flank for us to cover. Our goal was to terrorize the enemy by killing in the most gruesome and imaginable way possible. Think about that, Raphael. We were there to terrorize veteran soldiers. Not an easy assignment, and we did a damn fine job of it too. Our unit was made up of lunatics, murderers, and the worst cutthroats Richmond could find. The Army dug these boys out of the worst pits in the South and told them they were free to kill. They were formed into a special unit and, well, the Army kinda gave them the, special weapons. These killers were kept chained up and had to be guarded day and night to protect our own boys and innocent civilians. And that's where Nick and I came in. We had command of these troops in the field and were charged with keeping them corralled. Things went pretty well until that last march out of Richmond. We were with Kershaw's troops when we were cut off from the rest of the Army at Sailor's Creek. Most of Kershaw's command was captured, but some managed to cut their way out and escape. In doing so, order broke down among the scattered troops. We were out of food, weapons, and ammunition. Most of the time we were fighting Yankees hand to hand. Hell, our men were biting, kicking, and scratching their way forward. We did anything to keep from being captured by the Yankees. In the confusion, our boys lost interest in the war and didn't bother trying to find their way back to the Army. They just skedaddled, and they're still running loose and practicing the skills the Army taught them. And the Yankees, they had the same kind of units, but they cleaned up their mess quickly and swept it all under the rug. At first, Washington didn't seem to care about our boys. I suppose they figured these guys went back home and would confine their killing to former rebels. However, our lost boys haven't been very discriminating. They still have an affinity for Yankees and have taken a liking to carpetbaggers and free Negroes too. And the radical Republicans in Congress have had enough of the violence that's being directed against their allies down here. They finally decided to do something about the killers that they left running loose. Congress contracted with Pinkerton to quietly round up our boys and put an end to the killing. And so far, we've been pretty successful. However, it is very possible one of these men is responsible for the murders at the Rockin' H. Rafe and Jimmy looked to their boss, but he was miles away. Nate stared at the horizon, oblivious to the conversation. "Nate," Rafe said. Nate didn't hear. He was back at Gettysburg. It was late afternoon when his regiment was ordered across the Emmetsburg Road and into the Peach Orchard. At one point, they succeeded in driving the Yankees to the foot of Little Round Top, and in a bloody seesaw, the ground changed hands through the remains of the day. The light was fading fast as they came to a place called Stony Hill. The advance had slowed to a crawl. It became hard to see the lay of the ground up ahead. The muzzle flash of the Yankee guns was often the only clue to their position. Muffled voices in the jangle of canteens signaled men moving ahead and just to the left of Nate's position. He signaled to his men to take cover amid an outcropping of large boulders and a small copse of trees. The voices grew clearer as the troops approached Nate's concealed men. Nate detected the sounds of his native Georgia in their voices. "Them's their boys," Orville Pickens whispered, and started in the direction of the voices. Nate caught Pickens by the arm and hauled him down to the ground. "Get down," Nate ordered. "How'd they get out of here ahead of us? Just stay put till I can sort this out." The moon broke over the crest of the hill and Nate could make out the light grey uniforms. Who were these boys and how did they get up here before Nate's men? 6 soldiers in shackles were being marched at bayonet point. They crossed Nate's position about 30 yards farther up the hill. Thinking the guards must be Yankees, Nate was about to give the order to rush the group when he moved into a moonlit clearing. The guards wore Confederate butternut. As Nate watched, they lowered their weapons and loosed the shackles on their charges. Moonlight painted the prisoners and a nightmare unfolded before Nate's eyes. One of the prisoners, he fell to the ground and began writhing in pain. No shots sounded, but one by one, the remaining prisoners as if shot and howling in pain. "Close up," one of the guards ordered. The guards closed ranks, forming a tight circle with their backs against one another. A ring of silvery bayonets surrounding the guards glistened in the moonlight. "What the hell are they doing?" Nate thought. The answer sent a shiver running down Nate's spine. In stunned silence, he watched the soldiers on the ground begin to growl and rip at their clothes. They snapped and snarled at each other like wild animals driven mad by pain. A prisoner, a tall man with dark hair, sprang to his feet. The man's ears grew into long, thin spikes, and black hair sprouted into a mat over his entire body. He turned his head towards the sky and loosed a quavering, inhuman howl. Gooseflesh stood on Nate's arms, and the tall man lifted misshapen, clawed hands to the moon and howled again. The others soon joined in, filling the air with their howls. And worse than the howling, Nate could hear the sound of breaking bone. It too was coming from the prisoners. Arms, legs and faces broke apart and reformed in grotesque blends of man and beast. The tall man's jaw grew out of his face and blossomed with sharp fangs. "Good God Almighty, he's turning into a wolf," Nate thought. And despite the tall man's transformation towards wolf, he remained more human than many of his fellows. One was no longer human at all. The wolfman creatures circled the guards, and they found no weakness in the circle of silvery bayonets. And suddenly, the creatures broke for the crest of the hill and towards the Yankees' lines. A few of Nate's terrified men broke and ran down the hill. The pack of wolf creatures heard them and reversed direction and started towards the fleeing soldiers. And that was all the rest of Nate's squad could take. They ran for their lives. It was all in vain. The pack closed with incredible speed. The wolves ran the men down and ripped them into bloody pieces. The fragments of Nate's once brave men littered the hillside. In his hiding place, Nate, among the rocks, tasted copper and vomited bile. One of the creatures, He heard him. It was the tall man. He advanced on Nate with deliberate slowness, savoring a moment of the kill. Nate's trembling hands leveled his bayonet at the creature. Still, it advanced, unafraid. Time spun out of control. The air thickened. Movement slowed and detail crystallized in Nate's mind. Along the creature's long snout, black lips pulled back in a deadly snarl, and the moonlight reflected on its fangs as it salivated. Its limbs coiled together. The thing then hunched down, and Nate saw the muscles in its thick legs bunch. It sprang. "Nate!" Refuge shouted. Nate gasped and returned to his front porch. The Texas sun was shining, but Nate felt cold as the breeze blew across his sweat-covered arms and face. "You okay, Captain?" Jimmy asked. "Yeah, sure. Yeah, Jimmy, I'm fine," Nate stammered. He didn't feel fine at all. Jack was staring at him with a keen interest. "Where you been, Nate?" Jack asked. "Cope's Hill," Nate said. "Everything okay there?" Jack wanted to know. "You tell me," Nate replied. "I haven't been there in a long time." "You're lucky then," Jack offered. "Real lucky," Nick added. "Now, I'd say you pass that jug along, Nate." Jack smiled. Nate passed the jug and let the dream go the best he could. He hoped the dream would keep to the daylight. However, now that it was out, Nate had his doubts it could be corralled again easily. "When I saw y'all, I figured you would hear about the murders. I guess bad news travels fast," Nate said. "You bet it does, especially when it involves murder in the family of a Republican congressman in unreconstructed Texas. Actually, Nick and I were here in Whitesboro looking into another case when we caught wind of what happened on the Rockin' H. Your name came up and I had to see if it was the same Nate Carson I knew from the war. We figured it was the same Nate Carson we knew. He'd be able to tell us if we were on the right trail," Jack explained. "I hear the sheriff was out to talk to you," Nick added. "You hear right. I think Sam's keeping an eye on me. Seems I was the last one to see Hotchkiss alive and the only one to leave tracks leading away from the Rockin' H." "So you were out there the other day?" Nick asked. "Yep, I was there all right. I went to fetch a bull John sold me." "You see anything?" Jack asked. "You mean, did I see it?" And Nate dropped short when he saw Jimmy's quizzical expression. "No, nothing. Like that. Business of yours." "It was daylight, for God's sake. You know, when regular folks do business," Nate snapped. "We may not be regular folks, as you put it, but ain't nothing wrong with that business. We are in the business of putting an end to senseless killing. Killing goes on in daylight and the dark, Nate. Those boys, they didn't stop being what we made them, just because the army surrendered. The killing don't stop when the war ended either. You, of all people, should know that. That's true. We kill men for a living. Some of them are men we spent the toughest 4 years of our lives with. And just in case you're feeling a bit righteous, don't you forget killing was your line too. The men we kill are casualties of war every bit as much as the ones you killed," Nick fired back. "Looks to me like it's the ones you didn't kill that are the problem," Nate answered. "That's true enough," Jack said. "Now, we're asking for your help to correct that mistake." "Then they're out there?" Nate asked with a wave of his hand. "Yeah, they're out there. Like it or not, they're right next door," Jack admitted. "The good news is we think this might be the last direct Confederate link," Nick added. "Then why involve me?" Nate asked. "You're already involved. No matter what your sheriff told you, he didn't just drop in to pay his respects the other day. He thinks you did it. I hear Sam Bryan's a good man, but you know he ain't up to facing down one of our boys. Besides, you're more to help us than any local sheriff. We don't have to waste our time trying to convince you what we're up against. This too, I'm thinking, right about now, The Nate Carson I know would like a little payback for his neighbor, and his old squad too. Jack smiled. You got me there, Nate admitted. That sounds real cozy, but I get the feeling y'all are leaving a bunch of this story out, Raphael said. You're damn right they are, but believe me, you're better off not knowing, Nate said. So, y'all were in Whitesboro when you heard about the troubles? Nate asked. Yep, a couple of shady businessmen were murdered there about a week ago. Well, it sounded like a handiwork of one of our escapees, so we rode in for a look-see, Nick answered. Whitesboro? Raphael asked. But y'all rode in out of the north. So we did, Jack said. You think whoever killed those men in Whitesboro killed John Hotchkiss too? Jimmy asked. Given a description of what happened at the Rockin' H, I say it's down there gotta be, Nick said. The question is, why here? And where's that killer now? That's where y'all come in. We're hoping y'all can help us connect the killings here and in Whitesboro. Anything you can tell us will help. For instance, what might your friend have in common with a pair of whiskey runners? Jack said. Whiskey runners? Raphael asked. Are you sure? Positive. The dead men in Whitesboro have been smuggling whiskey to Indian territory for years. One was selling to the Comanche and the other to the Seminoles. Both of them have been crossing Chickasaw land to do it, and so we have plenty of confirmation. Somebody wanted them put out of business, Nick answered. I can't believe it. John Hotchkiss was killed over whiskey, Jimmy replied. He wasn't. Not exactly, Jimmy. Hotchkiss was killed over the money to be made selling whiskey to the Indians. Is there any way that John Hotchkiss was involved in selling illegal whiskey? Jack asked. No way he was involved in anything illegal, Nate said. John Hotchkiss was a straight shooter, but I'll tell you this, he made the best sipping whiskey west of the Smoky Mountains. A couple of years ago he turned the ranch over to his son, Henry, just so he could spend his days tinkering with his recipe. That's John stuff y'all been sitting here drinking, but he'd never sell it to the Indians. Never? You sure about that? We're talking about a lot of money here, Nate, Jack said. Kind of money that could buy, let's say, a Senate seat. Absolutely sure, Nate insisted. John Hotchkiss never sold a drop to anyone, red or white. His stock was just for family and friends. John's sole reward was to see people enjoy his cooking. Besides, John didn't give a damn about Junior's political plans. But Hotchkiss did make whiskey, and his son's law office is in Whitesboro. That connects things some. But Hotchkiss did make whiskey, and his son's law office is in Whitesboro. Well, that connects things some, but it doesn't take us very far, Nick observed. Nope, but it gives us a place to start, Jack said. Nate, tomorrow, would you ride into Texoma and see what you can find out about who might be moving in? If this is about whiskey money, somebody will be out of profit from Hotchkiss's death. We need to know who that might be. Meanwhile, Nick and I are going to slip over onto the Rockin' H and have a look around. Oh, and Nate, Nick cautioned. Like Raphael said, we rode in from the north. We made a big circle so Sam Bryan wouldn't know about us being in town. We'd like to keep it that way for now. Sure thing, Nate said. The men of the Lazy Ale and their guests spent the rest of the evening paying tribute to the whiskey-making skill of John Hotchkiss. Jack and Nick entertained Jimmy with stories of the war and the places they'd been. Nate was relieved that they kept the stories light and stayed away from the subject of the men they hunted for a living. Death rides the red. Let's get straight into that. Virginia. Nick was hungry and dog-tired. He hadn't eaten since they left the lines around Petersburg. He had slept precious little to boot, and he had to keep moving and keep his men moving. The remnant of the regiment started out following along the line of General Kershaw's strung-out troops, moving away from Petersburg. Somewhere along the way, they took a wrong turn and found themselves lost near Sailor's Creek. Nick constantly reminded the men that there were rations waiting for them up ahead, mixing the incentive to move with barked commands for the men to close ranks and press on. When the men played out and half-starved, but they obeyed, Nick was determined not to let his men fall into the hands of the Yankees. They waded across Sailor's Creek and pushed beyond the Deaconsville Road, and suddenly blue-clad cavalry appeared in front of them. Stragglers running up from behind reported Union infantry closing from that direction as well. They were surrounded. Nick drew the men close and ordered them to lie down in a depression a little way off the road in hopes the Yankees would pass without seeing them. There was going to be a fight once the Confederates were pressed into a small enough area, and panic was nipping at his heart and threatening to swallow him up. "Where's Jack?" he thought. "God, where's Jack?" Cannon rumbled to the north of their position. The staccato of small arms erupted in front of them as retreating troops slowed and bunched up on the Deaconsville Road. The sound was echoed behind them in the east. "Steady, boys," Nick yelled. "Hold your fire." In answer to Nick's prayers, Jack rode out at a thundering artillery battle towards the huddled group of frightened men. Their courage surged when he appeared and they raised a cheer. Nick breathed again, glad to be relieved of command. A volley of musket fire ripped the air above Nick's head and thudded into the approaching rider. Jack's horse tumbled headlong to the ground and Jack disappeared into a swirling mass of arms, legs, and dust. "No!" Nick cried and ordered the men to return fire. The troops rose from their hiding place and loosed a volley at the slowly advancing Yankees. Jack separated himself from the dying horse and crawled across the road to Nick's side. "Boys, we're surrounded, but we ain't gonna surrender. Y'all hear me? We ain't surrendering. We're fighting our way out of here." Jack hollered over the sound of battle. The men nodded a grim assent. "Lieutenant, I ain't got no ammunition," one private said. And Jack laughed, slapped the private on the shoulder and said, "Hell, Johnny, me neither. Fix bayonets." Jack quickly scavenged a rifle from one of the dead and followed his own command. "Stay close to me and keep moving. No matter what, everyone keep moving. Stragglers are dead men or Yankee prisoners. Y'all want to lose your heads and be strung over one of them fences? Just let the Yankees get you. Y'all can bet your sweet ass they'd like to get their hands on those moon patches. Okay, Nick, you got drag," Jack commanded. The men ripped the round white patches from their uniforms or ditched their blouses altogether. They had no intention of surrendering, but neither did they want their body abused. They would follow orders for now. Jack stood up into the oncoming fire, and everyone else followed suit. Next to Nick, Dan Avery fell dead, a huge hole in his forehead. Brain splatter across Nick's face. Blood filled Nick's eyes. "Charge!" Jack screamed. Nick snapped bolt upright, instantly awake and gasping in ragged, shallow breaths. Jack still slept undisturbed near the fire. It took Nick a moment to orient himself. He was no longer in Virginia. He was at Nate Carson's place. He mopped the cold sweat from his brow and arms. "That's good," he whispered to himself. "Yeah, that's real good." He eased gently back onto his bedroll, and though his eyes stayed open for hours, he never saw his host watching from the bedroom door. Texas. Nate threw his saddle across Lil Joe's back. Lil Joe was Nate's pride and joy. He was born and bred on the Lazy L during Nate's first year in Texas. Lil Joe was powerfully built, stood 18 hands, and had the smoothest gait in Texas. Nate loved the big horse, and he returned his affection. The black nickered as Nate drew the cinch tight. He gave Nate a gentle nudge. "Good boy," Nate whispered, and gave Joe's broad neck a pat before swinging up into the saddle. It was 10 miles from the Lazy L into Texoma. Nate turned southeast out of the Lazy L. About half a mile from his house, the road forked east to Texoma and southwest to Whitesboro. Nate took the Texoma fork and rode along the boundary of his old friend's ranch. Nate's night had been dreamless, and he was mindful to thank a merciful God for simple favors. For 2 years, he'd managed to keep his memory of Gettysburg buried in the past. Thank God it escaped only for a single night. The morning air was cool, clean, and overflowing with sunshine. A pair of angrily chattering squirrels tumbled on the road, rolled for a moment in a tight ball of fur and dust, and chased one another across and up a nearby hackberry tree, oblivious to the approaching horse and rider. The excited chatter continued as they barked at each other from distant branches above Nate. It was one of those rare Texas days when the heat and humidity of summer was fading and the bone-chilling winds of winter had not yet arrived. The autumn sun brought out the songbirds that filled the air with intoxicating melodies. Life was as God had meant it to be. A man needed only to sit back and enjoy the wonder of it all. Nate felt at ease for the first time in days. The solitary ride lifted Nate's spirits, and he found himself whistling a happy tune about yellow roses. Nate had yet to see a yellow rose in Texas, but no matter. It was a beautiful morning and a cheerful tune. The town of Texoma had half a dozen streets from which the dust blew back and forth in summer and turned into quagmires in the winter. The 20 or so houses that made up the town were about equally divided between the well-kept and tumble-down. Most of the latter were the property of cowhands, like Luke Pennington, who worked on the ranches that surrounded the town. There were 6 businesses along the main street of Texoma: Ferguson's Dry Goods and Post Office, the Lone Star Saloon, the Sheriff's Office, Pendergrass Livery, the Bank of Texas, and J.M. Wentworth, undertaker. The freed slaves who weren't trying to scratch out an existence sharecropping added cobbled together bits and pieces of wood and canvas into a shanty town about a quarter mile east of Texoma proper. And like most Southerners, Nates never owned slaves and had little to do with them. They were simply a fact of life in a society that was very resistant to change. Southern society had little to no tolerance for upward social mobility among its citizens, regardless of color. It had always been that way, and folks found it hard to believe it could be otherwise. The entry into that society of freed black slaves as citizens was beyond the imaginative powers of most Southerners. The war brought freedom to the slaves and laws calling for equality. Reconstruction was aimed at making it a reality. The Republicans in Congress thought making equality more real in the South than it ever would have been in the North a punishment for rebellion. They amended the Constitution to proclaim the black man an equal and threw him into a society that never really knew equality. Neither law nor Yankee guns could make former slave owners accept Negroes as citizens or concede them a living. Nate wasn't sure if the anemic freedom lived out in one of those squalid one-room shacks was better than slaving on one of the ranches or farms along the Red River. But he genuinely hoped it was. Nate decided his first stop in town ought to be to visit the undertaker. Nate believed that if ever a person was born to be an undertaker, Jeremy Miles Wentworth was the man. After a dozen summers in the North Texas sun, Wentworth maintained the same chalky pallor he brought with him from his native England. Wentworth stood over 6 feet tall, weighed in at about 175 pounds, and was all angles and loose, free-swinging joints. He was easily recognizable on the street by his ever-present black derby and twirling cane. The townsfolk avoided him whenever they could, but Nate was not so squeamish. He walked with death for years, and they were old acquaintances, if not fast friends. The Englishman had a sharp mind and a dry sense of humor Nate found refreshing. And on his few excursions into Texoma, Nate would often drop by to see the undertaker for a game of chess. This trip, he invited Wentworth to join him at the Lone Star. Nate thought Wentworth's general want of company combined with a few beers ought to be enough primer to loosen some information. And Nate and his guests found an isolated table near the rear of the saloon. "I know what you're up to, old chap," Wentworth said as they were seated.
"Oh, how's that?" "You're after information. Information has been kept away from the town. You think beer and our acquaintance will get for you?"
Jeremy, how many times do I have to tell you? You're never going to get along with folks around here until you stop being so direct."
"Yes, I suppose you're right. Of course," Wentworth conceded.
"Look, Jeremy, your customers ain't going nowhere without you. Well, here's what you do. Relax, drink a beer or two, and then you hinted it a little before you let on that you know what I want. But since you brought it up, tell me about John and Henry Hotchkiss. How did they die?"
"And why should I tell you?
No one else has managed to pry that information loose except Sheriff Bryan. Why you?"
"There are several reasons.
First, because I got a stake in this. I'm Sam's best suspect, and I got the feeling you've been wondering about me yourself. I'd like to change that." And Nate lifted his hand and counted off the reasons on his fingers. "Secondly, I know something strange has happened here. Sam Bryan's already told me he hasn't seen anything like this, and I'd bet the farm you haven't either. Third, if I killed them, I wouldn't need to ask about it. And finally, contrary to what the sheriff thinks, I have seen it before." Now Wentworth looked hard into Nate's eyes, searched his face and posture for deceit or insecurity, and found none. He gave a slight shrug of his shoulders and leaned back into his chair.
"Very well then."
And he took a sip of the beer.
"But you shouldn't be so eager to wager your home. Wentworths have been in this business for more than 100 years. What I've seen and know might surprise even you. And since you are ready to risk so much for the truth, I'll tell you. Henry and John Hotchkiss had their throats ripped open. Not cut, by the by, but torn. The jugulars and trachea of both men had been roughly severed in a distinctive pattern not unlike teeth. John was nearly decapitated. The bodies had been nearly emptied of blood. The wrists and ankles bled hardly at all. I'd say the wounds were opened by struggling against the ropes that held them in their chairs, and by the look of the deep abrasions, they had been tied for quite some time before they were killed. No weapon was found anywhere on the place that would make such wounds, and I doubt one exists. Does that sound familiar to you now?
Yes, it does. Nate's reply raised Wentworth's woolly eyebrows in amazement. The undertaker leaned in close and lowered his voice.
There's a word for this kind of murder. I'm going to say it once, and I mean once. You will not get me to repeat it to Sam Bryan or anyone else for that matter. Do you understand?
Wentworth asked. I'll save you the trouble. The word is werewolf, Nate whispered. Wentworth nodded. But you heard no such nonsense from me, he said. Jeremy, you never cease to amaze me.
I feel the same way about you. Another round?
Now, a broad smile lit Nate's face. You're getting the hang of Southern conversation. Chet Ferguson, storekeeper and local postmaster, needed no primer to spill the latest gossip. His store practically ran on telling of tales. Unfortunately for Nate, Chet's news was third or more likely fourth hand. The telling grew more dramatic and less credible with each retelling. In Ferguson had the bodies hung from their rafters, throats cut and bodies dismembered. Ferguson maintained the house had been ransacked and Hotchkiss robbed of everything he owned. And Ferguson was sure it had been Indians.
I done it for the whiskey,
Ferguson asserted. And Nate was hesitant about calling on the sheriff. It was a bit like charging entrenched infantry, which meant it had to be done, but who the hell wants to do it? As he suspected, Sheriff Bryan was more reliable than Ferguson and less informed than Wentworth. Bryan was still playing his cards close to his chest. And Jack was right, of course. Bryan considered Nate a suspect
from the start and plainly said so. The sheriff had also changed his mind and told Nate as much. "What changed your mind, Sheriff?" Nate asked. "Wentworth told me they were tied up before they died. It just doesn't fit you." "Thanks, I guess. What does fit?" "Somebody looking for something," Sam said. "Whoever did it either wanted to find something John had hidden. I think it's more likely, though, that someone tried to beat a secret out of him." "I don't picture that tactic working with John Hotchkiss," Nate said. "Neither do I. I couldn't picture you trying it either, but I suspect that's why and how he died. What troubles me is why I butchered him like that." Brian asked. "That keeps eating at me. That old man would give a stranger the shirt off of his back. Why the hell did they butcher him?" "They? You think more than one person was involved?" "Might near had to be," Sam began. "Henry sent the hands from the town home the afternoon before and told them to check in around mid-morning to see if supplies arrived. When they were leaving, not one of the hands saw anybody who didn't belong there. That means the killer probably hadn't got there yet. I think the two of them were taken together at home sometime later in the evening. I don't see one man being able to do that and managing to tie them both without help. I suppose it is possible, but it ain't likely. The killing wasn't quick or quiet. Then there's the two missing cowhands. I'm certain those cowboys had to have been disposed of before John and Henry were killed. It's too big of a job for one man." "If the house was ransacked, was it robbery? Indians?" "Nate, you shouldn't listen to Chet Ferguson. John never kept much money on the place. If robbery was the motive, why not just shoot him and be done with it? No, it wasn't a robbery. We'll know for sure soon enough. John Jr. is supposed to be here today or tomorrow. You could bet your ass John Jr. will know if anything's missing. I'm glad I won't have to show the congressman those bodies." "Sam, has anybody been nosing around town, asking about John's whiskey making?" "Not that I heard. Why?" "Well, I heard the other day a couple of whiskey runners were killed over in Whitesboro. I heard the bodies were on a pretty sight too. Reckon there's a connection?" "You're damn near a hermit, Nate. Now where in the world would you hear such a thing?" "Let's just say it blew in on the wind. You gonna check into it?" "I might just as well. Sounds a bit far afield to me, but right now it's all I've got." Nate found little more than wild rumor and speculation over the rest of the town. Most people liked Ferguson's idea that Indians were to blame. Who else could do such a thing? No strangers had been seen in town before the murder. None had shown up in town since. It had to be Indians. Nate nudged little Joe west towards home. The sun was a trifle past overhead by then, sending down an unseasonable warmth. The sights and sounds along the way home told Nate it was still a beautiful day, but there was no whistling on the ride home. An hour before dawn, a dreamless sleep claimed Nick Corbin. Nate was already on the road to Texoma when Jack prodded Nick's shoulder with the toe of his boot. "Get up. You're going to sleep all day," Jack said. Nick peered up at him with bloodshot eyes and gave Jack a weak smile. Maybe. Thought I'd try and get an hour or two anyway." Nick's eyes felt full of sand, and his body creaked in protest when he rose to his feet. He took the mug of coffee Jack offered. Jack knew only too well the source of Nick's insomnia. He had been there himself, and the morning after was worse than any hangover. Jimmy put biscuits and bacon on the table and watched as the other two men ate in silence. The leftovers were stuffed into saddlebags and one last cup of coffee was poured before Jack and Nick headed for the barn and their mission on the Rockin' H. "Bad one?" Jack finally asked. Same one," Nick said. Jack nodded. Sailor's Creek. There'd been many times before. It was one of many battlefields that floated uninvited through their dreams, and one which haunted Nick the most. Jack shared Nick's hope that when the chaos let loose at Sailor's Creek was finally laid to rest, they would both sleep better. The two men saddled their horses and started north towards the Red River. Once they crossed the river into Indian territory, they turned east and rode along the bank towards Colbert's Ferry. The first section of land on the south bank belonged to Nate. The Rockin' H ran along the river and the rest of the way to Colbert's Ferry. Jack and Nick planned to ride along the river until they reached the ferry. If they found nothing of interest along the banks of the river, they would cross over onto the Rockin' H land. While in Indian territory, the status as government agents should get them by the army or the Chickasaw Light Horse Police. Jack was hoping it wouldn't come to that. They had every right to be anywhere in their tribal area that they wanted to be. They also had a reputation for trouble. It was also the matter of dead Tennessee sheriff that the law had questions about. He thought their story about being out for a ride sounded weak. The chances of the story standing up under serious scrutiny was only fair to middling at best. On the Texas side of the river, the chances were even worse. A mile and a half down the river, they happened upon stacked piles of oak logs over the Texas side, and from somewhere beyond their line of sight came the distinctive sound of an axe meeting a tree. They reined in amid a stand of cottonwoods and sat listening. Jack fished a double eagle from his pocket. "Loser climbs," he announced. "Heads," Nick said. "Ain't your day, Nick." He showed Nick the coin and handed him the leather case strapped to his saddle. Nick pulled the case's strap over his shoulder and handed his reins to Jack. He moved his horse closer to the tall cottonwood and stood in the saddle. And with practiced moves, Nick shimmied up the tree and found a suitable perch. He pulled a large field glass from the case and scanned in the direction of the woodcutters. "You see anything?" Jack asked. "Not nearly enough. I don't reckon going any higher is going to help. They're behind the crest of that hill." "Come on down then." Nick secured the glasses and cautiously picked his way down the tree. "Now, who do you suppose is clearing land that days ago was a murder scene and has since become the property of the congressman?" "It does make you wonder, don't it?" Nick smiled for the first time that day. "Your call, Nick. Play it safe and dry or go for a swim." "We won't get close with the horses. Let's swim." Jack and Nick tied up their horses in a small clearing, 20 or 30 yards north of the river. They returned to the riverbank and stripped off their boots and clothes, which were tied up in oilcloth, in case they were of need on the far shore. The naked men slipped into the muddy water, and Nick was still cursing his luck. In many places, the Red River could be waded, but not here. The river was deep and starting to move fast where they chose to cross. Jack and Nick were both strong swimmers. They battled the current with powerful kicks kept under the surface to keep from splashing. Once across, they shook the water from themselves like a pair of wet coonhounds. The ground rose gently from the river for a quarter mile before breaking into waves of hills rolling off to the south. The river bank was lined with cottonwoods and willows, but beyond the trees and stacked logs, their only cover was tall grass and grazing cattle. They broke the cover of the trees and jogged up the hill. Near the top, they dropped down to a crawl for a peek over the crest of the hill. Jack trained a small field glass on a group of men at the foot of the hill. Half a dozen white men were watching a crew of Negroes clearing trees along the track of the new wagon road. A new building was going up on Hotchkiss's land. It was tucked smartly away in the surrounding oaks and hackberries that filled a depression in the rolling hills. A camp for the work crew was set up in a nearby clearing. "I'd say they were planning to stay a spell," Nick said. "It looks that way," Jack answered. "I don't see any familiar faces. Do you?" "No. Wanna bet a congressman knows all about this project?" "I don't believe I would bet against that. It's hard to believe a man, even a Republican congressman, would kill his father and brother. Then again, It's hard to think that these boys are out here, up to God knows what, days after the murder, and he doesn't even know about it." Jack nodded in agreement and returned the glass to its case. "Let's get out of here," he said to Nick. Nick reined Lil Joe in before the ironwork gate that stood across the road leading to the Rocking H ranch. The twisted wrought iron rose from either side of the road and met at a large H over the rocking bar about 10 feet above the road. The gate looked the same as it always did, and beyond it, the grass-covered hills and the oak trees lining the way looked the same. Nate's gut feeling said that it was an illusion. The Rocking H had changed in a way more fundamental than the 2 new gravestones on the hill. The place wore an eerie, unsettled feel that made Nate's skin crawl. There was something unseen that moved behind the hills, the trees, and the grass. Something evil. Whatever watched him ride away from John's funeral a few days earlier still lurked there. Let's go have a look, Joe," he said and nudged the big horse. Lil Joe wheeled towards the Rocking H. As they passed under the gateway, Nate caught the sound of approaching horses from the direction of the ranch house. He brought Joe to a stop and waited to see who showed up. The answer came as a surprise. A sleek, black coach topped the small hill ahead of him. The lavish rig was flanked by 4 outriders carrying scatterguns across their laps. It was too much show for anyone in Texoma. "That's gotta be John Jr.," Nate told himself. The procession came to a halt when it reached the place where Nate waited. Nate touched the brim of his hat in welcome and slowly walked Lil Joe towards the coach. The riders raised their weapons and 2 of the men, riding drag, moved up alongside the rig. "Oh, it's okay," a voice from inside the coach said. A hand waved Nate closer, and Nate continued forward. In the driver's seat sat a stone-faced Negro that had to be one of the biggest men Nate had ever seen. He sat ramrod straight in the seat, following Nate with only his eyes. Nate moved Lil Joe up alongside the carriage. The outriders eyed Nate with the same cold, undisguised hatred and stony faces the driver employed. Nate nodded at each one as he passed and bent to look in at the passengers. Congressman John Hotchkiss Jr. definitely bore the physical stamp of his father. Like the senior Hotchkiss, Jr. had close-cropped sandy hair, and his beard showed just a hint of red. He had hazel eyes that sparked with life from behind the wire-rimmed glasses that perched on the bridge of his long, pointed beak of a nose. There, the similarities ended. Young Hotchkiss lacked the leather complexion his father earned from years in the North Texas sun. The father radiated inner strength and confidence that were lacking in the son. John Jr. was a manipulator. He was a skilled organizer who got things done, but he was a user of men, not a leader as his father had been. The eldest Hotchkiss son had been his mother's favorite. Hotchkiss raised his namesake to be a rancher, though it was clear early on his heart was not in it. At 16, Hotchkiss dragged the boy along to chase a band of rustlers who had made off with a dozen Rocking H steers. The boy was shot through the thigh. No bones were broken, and the bleeding quickly controlled. And Hotchkiss retrieved his cattle and carried his wounded son home. From the moment they arrived, Anna Hotchkiss took over John's recovery and absolutely forbid his involvement in any further ranch operations. Before her death a year later, she extracted from her husband the promise that John was to be sent east to law school. And true to his word, after Anna's funeral, John Hotchkiss sent his eldest son to Memphis to study law. And 2 years later, succession fever griped the South. And when Texas succeeded, John returned home and found employment at the capital in Austin. During trips from the capital, John Jr. set up a private law practice in Whitesboro. The young Hotchkiss saw no future in the Confederacy. Like many along the Red River, he had voted against secession. However, once secession became a reality, he chose to make the best of it, and he became an aide to Franklin Sexton when Sexton won a seat in the Confederate House of Representatives. When the war ended, John returned home and, to his father's horror, embraced the Reconstruction. And in 1870, he went to Washington as a Republican from Texas. And John Hotchkiss Jr. was as stern and austere as any New England Yankee when it came to business. There was a fortune to be made in the Reconstruction of the South, and Hotchkiss meant to be the one making it. Folks around Texoma said that the only local development Hotchkiss brought to this district in Texas was the development of John Hotchkiss. And from his committee seat, he voted more than once to keep troops in the South. Troops whom he saw to it were fed Hotchkiss beef and garrisoned on Hotchkiss holdings. If John was a hollow reflection of his father, the man sitting beside the congressman was another story altogether. Nate was certain this man's appearance fit his life. He was tall and angular with sharp eyes and a vicious face of a rabid dog. His eyes and hair were coal black. A jagged white scar jumped from a dark skin and ran from beside his left eye to his chin. His hands, like his face, were rough and tanned, but his long slender fingers, with the finely trimmed nails, said hide gun. On the back of his right hand was tattooed a dark black O. He was obviously uncomfortable in the dark suit he wore. Nate supposed it was because the gun beneath his coat was strapped down too tight. This man was a killer. "Afternoon, Congressman," Nate said. "I didn't know you were in town." "Well, hello. Nate, isn't it? Nate Carson." "Yes, sir." "Well, Nate, I've only just arrived. It seems this horrible tragedy has made us neighbors. I hope you'll excuse all the weaponry. I know it's not very neighborly, but Mr. Hargis here is concerned for my safety. He believes the murder of my family may have been an assassination attempt gone wrong. I was supposed to be here for a visit that day. However, I was detained in Little Rock on business and couldn't get here until last night. Now, he insists on an armed escort until we are back in Washington." "My sympathies for your loss, Congressman. Your father was a good friend." "Why, thank you, Nate. Will you be moving back to the Rockin' H?" "Oh, only on rare occasions when I can be away from Washington. However, I do hope to see the ranch be put to good use." "I heard Henry had a new barn going up down by the river. Are you planning to keep running cattle on the place?" "I really couldn't say just yet. Everything is still so unsettled. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm afraid I really must be going. I have an appointment with Sheriff Bryan today. Perhaps we will meet again soon." Perhaps we will. Take care, Congressman," Nate said. Nate touched the brim of his hat and wheeled Little Joe back onto the road as he had a leisurely pace down the road towards the Lazy L. And feeling uneasy, at the top of the next hill, Nate glanced back over his shoulder. Barely visible above the brow of the rise behind him, one of Hotchkiss's drag riders watched him, no doubt making sure he was indeed riding home. "Not a very trusting sort, are they, Joe?" he asked. Jimmy dropped down in an empty chair next to his boss. "How'd it go, Captain?" he asked. "It depends on your point of view. I found out some things I guess we'll be interested in. Trouble is, I'm not sure that's a good thing." "And just what are those two up to, anyway?" "Only what they told you, tracking down killers." "I still don't understand, Captain. Why the government hunting down ex-soldiers, even if they are murderers? Couldn't the sheriff or the Texas Rangers do that?" "Jimmy, believe me, you'll never see the end of this government's meddling in our private business. This time, though, it is a mess of the government's making. They open up the jails and let these killers loose. They're obliged to round them up again, but I'm sure they'd like to keep it all secret. Sheriff Bryan's a good man, but believe me, he's not prepared for what these men are chasing." "Hot damn, Captain. Are these men really that bad? Let's just say these men Jack and Nick are chasing are more like animals. Vicious animals than men. Let's just try and leave it at that. Okay? And the afternoon sun spread a warm blanket over the lazy L. Nate propped his boots on the porch rail and let himself relax. His gaze drifted to the north, where the grass-covered hills still wore the gold of summer. It didn't take long for his thoughts to turn to his guests. Jack and Nick ought to be back soon, he thought. Nate held to the faint hope that they would come back empty-handed and move on. Nate was a realist at heart, but he was also a man of hope. No harm in hoping for the best as long as you were prepared for the worst. Hope was like the grass. It was the staff of life in a land like this. A man needed hope to live. Hope that a rain would come. Hope that that rain would stop. Hope that a river would stay in its banks. So many hopes, and all of them beyond his control. Nate had seen his hopes stomped, burned and washed down the river. But, like the grass, they grew right back. Nate owed his life to Jack Morgan on a hill outside Gettysburg. Jack Morgan had literally stepped between him and the jaws of death. And now Jack wanted his help, and it was not in him to turn Jack away. Thoughts of Jack and the war conspired with the peaceful warm breeze and a restless night, and together they carried Nate's mind off into a sleep. He floated away from Texas and into the growing dark of the Pennsylvania countryside. Good God Almighty, he's turning into a wolf, Nate thought. Orville Pickens crouched beside him. A strangled whimper escaped the hardened veteran's lips. Nate saw the terror grow in Orville's eyes and knew what was coming. Orville was a soldier. He had met danger one of two ways: fight or retreat. And he was on his feet before Nate could stop him. Orville set off running down the hill, and a wolf charged from the trees enclosed on Orville. He had covered the last 2 yards with a leap and caught Orville by the arm. The impact sent the private rolling downhill. His arm, locked in the jaws of the wolf, came away at the shoulder. Orville's scream rose and fell as he tumbled, and the wolf shook the severed arm in its jaws. Blood from the severed arteries filled the air around the wolf's head with a fine red mist. And Nate could see the moon reflected in the blood covering Orville's chest. The wolf, tired of its prize, spat the arm to the ground. Orville was struggling to regain his feet, and he almost made it when the wolf hit him again. Nate vomited. The tall wolfman heard Nate retching and came towards him. Its lips rode back over the rows of sharp teeth. The damn thing just growled and kept coming when Nate leveled his bayonet at it. And for the first time in his life, Nate was too scared to think about shooting. The wolf sprang, and Nate buried his bayonet into the creature's chest. The beast's impact carried Nate to the ground and vaulted the skewered beast over his head and onto the grass beyond. Nate found he could breathe again, but his relief died quickly. The creature rose and pulled the bayonet from its chest and threw the weapon aside. And Nate decided the wolfman looked funny trying to walk upright on those crooked legs. It must have been funny because the thing was laughing as it came towards him. Now Nate wanted to run. He needed to run, but he could not move. The wolfman grabbed him by the front of his uniform, claws ripping through the coarse material, and the creature lifted Nate into the air. He saw the open jaws coming, and he knew he was going to die. Light flashed before his eyes, followed by thunder and the sound of ripping flesh. Nate fell. The pain in his shoulder testified that he was still alive, but Nate wasn't sure how that could be. Nate opened his eyes, and somehow they still worked. He rolled to relieve the throbbing in his shoulder, and Jack Morgan, bayonet in hand, stood over the bleeding creature. Jack had ripped the creature from jaw to... Nate leapt from sleep to wakefulness, carrying the memory with him. Oh God, Nate whispered, from jaw to ear. The sudden return of that memory was the end of hope harbored in the heart of Nate Carson. He had traveled 1,000 miles from the slaughter in Virginia, only to find he had not gone far enough. The killing and the killer followed him home. A drop of cold sweat tracked down his jaw, and Nate brushed it away and noticed Jimmy studying him. Nate smiled weakly. He wanted to tell Jimmy the whole truth about what they faced. The kid was entitled to know the truth, but Nate was determined not to tell him until he had to. Nate's reluctance was fueled by his discovery that he was scared. He hadn't been scared since that night at Gettysburg, and that fear stalked him now, made him madder than hell. Jimmy trusted him too damn much for him to give in to fear. I'm hungry. Let's throw on some steaks, Nate said. As they rolled down Main Street, John Hotchkiss and his entourage drew the citizens of Texoma into their wake. Sam Bryan heard the commotion, knew what was coming, and resisted the urge to go see the big man from Washington. He busied himself with the papers on his desk and waited. Outside, Jason left his seat on the porch to open the door for Hotchkiss. Morning, Congressman, Jason said. Hotchkiss nodded without looking at the deputy. Hotchkiss's bodyguard, Eamon Hargis, smirked at the deputy as he pushed through the door behind Hotchkiss. Hotchkiss halted his march in front of the sheriff's desk with a breathless huff, and Sam took his time. He flipped the pages in his hands one last time, looked up and dropped the papers and rose to shake hands with Hotchkiss. Hello, Sam, the congressman said. Congressman, Sam nodded. My sympathies for your loss. Mighty kind of you, Sam. Father was always fond of you. Please, sit down, Sam offered. Your father was a good man and a good friend. I want to thank you, Sheriff, for taking care of things for me until I could get here. I'm told it was a beautiful service, simple and straightforward, just as my father would have wanted. I was honored to help. I had the house cleaned up. There are probably things out of place. I don't think robbery was the motive, but I would appreciate you telling me if you find anything that is missing. Of course, Sheriff. However, I'm afraid I wasn't a frequent visitor, so I may not know all the contents. As far as I can tell, nothing with any family history or any value seems to be gone. What do you think was the motive, Sheriff? Hargis asked. Forgive me, Sheriff, Hotchkiss said. This is, Mr. Hargis, my chief of security. Mr. Hargis, welcome to Texoma. To answer your question, damned if I know. Other than the general time they died, it's still all speculation at this point. You know the congressman was scheduled to be here that day, Hargis said. So I've been told. I think someone meant to kill the congressman during his visit. They must have gotten confused or mad when he wasn't there and took it out on the family. I'm not ruling that out, but why do you think that, Mr. Hargis? Why would anybody around these parts want to hurt the congressman or his family? It was Hotchkiss who answered. Sam, let's not be overly polite here. We all know my votes on a reconstruction haven't been popular here at home. My own father was angry with me. Not everyone wants the new peace or is willing to make the changes that it demands. The Klan is fading a bit throughout the South, but it remains especially strong here in Texas. One day they may grow powerful enough to vote one of their own into office. Until then, they're certainly not above assassination. They're nothing but a murderous bunch of riffraff. They are out to murder and terrorize law-abiding folks wherever they can. I'm certain they are behind all of this. I doubt there's any such people like that around here, Jason interrupted, and Sam shot Jason an angry look. Jason flushed and retreated out of the door. Forgive my deputy, Congressman, Sam said. He means well, he's just a little overeager and we're all a bit edgy. This was a horrible murder. The sight even frightened our undertaker, As you said, terror is the clan's tool, and that idea has crossed my mind, but they have been tough to locate. You can be sure we will be looking into the possibility of clan involvement. Thank you. Please, rest assured you have my full confidence, Sheriff. Now, I shall leave you to your work. You don't need the likes of me meddling in your business. I do have one last question, Congressman, if you don't mind. Of course not, Sam. Ask as many as you like. Do you know if your father or Henry made any trips to Whitesboro lately? Father? No, I can't imagine that. You know how he hates it there. I don't know of Henry going. Still, I suppose he could have. Why do you ask? I heard that there were a couple of murders in Whitesboro recently that had some similarity to what happened here. One victim was a man named Buckaloo and Underwood. Hotchkiss repeated the names. You know, Sheriff, I do know these men. They are a pair of slimy lowlife whiskey runners. I had the unpleasant task of defending them both in a criminal court. The charges for which I defended them had nothing to do with their sale of whiskey. However, their activities in that area were well known around the town. Father liked to tinker with whiskey making, but to think that he or my brother had anything to do with the likes of those two? Absolutely ludicrous. Who put that bug in your ear? No disrespect intended, Congressman. News of this sort gets around, and I had to look into it. I asked Sheriff Thurman about the cases, but he doesn't see a connection. And quite frankly, neither do I. I'm just doing the job I was hired to do, Congressman. I understand, Sam. No offense taken. For a moment you just sounded like a couple of pesky investigators that work for a committee I sit on back in Washington. Really? Yes, indeed. They're quite the pair. They're always pestering committee members with questions about conduct of the war. They actually work for a Pinkerton agency which is contracted to investigate threats against Reconstruction officials and assassination attempts, so I expect to see them here. They are a bit of a nuisance, but they are good at what they do. You haven't seen Jack Morgan or Nick Corbin in town yet, have you? No, I can't say I have, Congressman. Well, I'm sure you'll be seeing them before long. Would you let me know when they get here? I can do that. How long will you be in town, Congressman? I'm not sure yet. I need to get the estate settled while Congress is in recess. I could be here for a few weeks. I'll keep in touch. Hotchkiss rose and started for the door, and Sam saw him out of his carriage and watched him drive away. Let's talk, he told Jason. The town of Texoma dropped out of the sight behind them, and John Hotchkiss ordered the driver to stop. This should do it, Humphreys, Hotchkiss called to the driver. He turned to his security man. Mr. Hargis, I have a little job for you. I want you to go back to town and see this undertaker, Wentworth. I want to know why he was so spooked. Find out what he knows or thinks he knows. People in his line of work aren't usually so squeamish. You really think he suspects? No, not likely. But let's not take any unnecessary chances. Sam Bryan is lying and doing a mighty poor job of it. And Sheriff Thurman, he's an idiot. He wouldn't know a clue if it bit him in the ass. He knows even less about investigating murders. What the stupid fool does know is how to keep his mouth shut when he's told to. That little tidbit about Buckaloo and Underwood didn't fall into Bryan's lap by chance or come from Thurman. Morgan and Corbin are here somewhere, and they've been telling tales. Find them and find out who they've been talking to. What about Carson? Hargis asked. Do you think he knows anything? Maybe. Why don't you ask him tonight? Hotchkiss said with a wink. Hargis's broad smile stretched his face into an evil sneer, and Hotchkiss placed a hand on his arm. Only a brief appearance this time, that is, Hotchkiss said. First, go see that undertaker. Death rides the red. Let's get straight into that. Eamon Hargus liked his new boss. He also liked his new line of work. Actually, killing for the government was his old line of work, but what the hell. Hotchkiss appreciated his talents more than the Confederate Army ever did, and, unlike Morgan and Colburn, Hotchkiss wasn't out to kill him. Going to see the congressman was the best idea he ever had. Hotchkiss was ambitious, and ambitious men made good listeners. The really ambitious ones were also the most willing to believe the worst. Men like Hotchkiss don't doubt the government's use of werewolves as weapons. They were the ones who pushed the idea into life. It was men like Hotchkiss that freed him from prison. With no war to fight, Congressman Hotchkiss was only too ready to employ him for their own purposes. One simple, brief demonstration of Eamon's talents, and Hotchkiss was an instant visionary. The congressman saw the possibilities of having a genuine lycanthrope on the payroll. Eamon was certain John Hotchkiss was a man who would go to the ends of the earth to protect his vision and his investments. Hargus found the whole business ironic and rather amusing. What better place to hide from the government than in its employee? There was just a delicious rightness about the arrangement. It wasn't like Hotchkiss was his only option. Washington was full of men willing to subjugate morals to crowning ambition. Well, actually, Washington was getting a bit crowded. Texas was a wide world of possibilities. Eamon Hargus was a man with a vision too. Hotchkiss was not going to last long in Washington. He knew it, and Hotchkiss knew it too. Reconstruction was terminally ill, but for the moment, it was the best game in town. Once the army left, the still smoking ruins of the South were ripe for empire building, and Hotchkiss, for all his faults, was a builder. There wasn't money in Texas cattle, not yet, but it was coming. Hotchkiss saw it. Hotchkiss also saw the money to be made from selling whiskey in Indian territory. The money was good, but it wasn't the real prize. The Indian lands would be opened up for white expansion, and it was only a matter of time. And when the time came, Hotchkiss planned to already have his hooks deep into the land across the Red River. Hargus planned to be there too, to get his share and maybe a little more. Eamon had no trouble finding the Undertaker's place. All he had to do was follow his nose. The place had a distinct and not unpleasant odour. It smelled like death, and that was a smell Eamon Hargus could live with. A tiny bell tinkled as Hargus stepped through Wentworth's front door. He couldn't help thinking the Undertaker did pretty well for himself. The parlour looked like a well-appointed Washington apartment. Thick rugs on the floor, richly upholstered chairs lined 3 of the walls. In the centre of the room, a raised wooden platform was reserved for the many guests of honour and their coffins. Heavy draperies kept the room dark and cool. Another small bell sat on a table on the corner of the room for mourners and to summon the host. Hargus ignored the second bell. He could hear Wentworth moving around at the rear of the building. He would just drop in on the Undertaker for a private chat. And the stranger caught the Undertaker by surprise. Whitesboro was on his hands and knees, humming to himself and arranging supplies on one of the bottom shelves when Hargus slipped noiselessly into the room. Wentworth sensed rather than heard movement behind him. He whirled around in a jumble of long arms and legs, and the tall man standing in the work room smiled at Jeremy's surprise. He introduced himself as Eamon Hargus, security chief for the Honourable John Hotchkiss. Hargus continued to smile and chat him up about the Hotchkiss murders, but Wentworth knew what Hargus was from the very start. The Russians had used werewolves in Crimea. Why not? Eastern Europe was full of them. The British weren't finding the Black Sea to their tastes. Disease was rampant in their camps. The Russians simply thought to add a terror by night. Jeremy Wentworth had a peculiar talent of being able to spot them in daylight or moonlight. It turned out to be a talent Lord Cardigan found very useful. Jeremy walked among the Russian prisoners, pointed out the planted werewolves, and they were promptly dispatched. Later, the headless bodies found their way back to the Russian lines. Each corpse returned to the Russians bore the image of a wolf burned into the chest. Mr. Hargis had a lot of questions for Jeremy. How the Hotchkiss men died. What did Jeremy think made the wounds? Who had been around asking questions afterwards? And what did Jeremy tell the sheriff? The conversation went on much longer than Jeremy liked. Perhaps, Jeremy thought, if he had been a skilled liar, he could be quietly sipping brandy right now. And despite his efforts to appear to be the detached professional, sweat ran from Jeremy's every pore. Small rivulets ran down his temples, and he was sure Hargis smelled the fear that washed over him. Although Hargis maintained an innocent smile through the entire interview, his eyes told a different story. Hargis saw through his carefully worded deception, and Jeremy knew the monster in the room read him well. Certainly well enough to know that Jeremy couldn't reach the knife in his boot fast enough to be a real threat. When Hargis finally left, Wentworth locked up the shop, threw a few war mementos in his saddlebags and rode flat out for the Lazy L. He prayed he would make it before dark. Tonight would be a 3/4 moon, and some human feelings might remain in Hargis, but Wentworth doubted much humanity remained in Hargis at his best. Nate Carson might not be much help to Jeremy, but he would need no convincing and no lengthy explanations. Somehow, Carson knew the real truth even before he came to see Jeremy. When Jeremy passed over 8 Mile Hill without drawing any more attention, he knew he would make it to the Lazy Owl. Wentworth was much better in the saddle than the man Hargis sent to watch him. He rode with a British light horse, a balaclava. He found it rather poetic that riding for his life still brought out the best in him. Dark was still an hour away. He was going to make it. Unfortunately for Wentworth, Eamon Hargis was not pursuing him. He was waiting for him. The tall man stepped out of a stand of oaks in the middle of the road, and Jeremy didn't need to rein in. His frightened horse bounced off to a stiff-legged halt and tried to back away from the beast in the road. Hargis caught the reins and pulled the horse and rider to him. "You're in a awful big hurry, Mr. Wentworth," Hargis said. "Where are you going?" Jeremy slid the silver blade from the boot opposite Hargis. "I'm going to see Ned Carson at the Lazy L. Now, release my horse. I must be on my way." "Why would the town's undertaker be going to see Mr. Carson this time of evening? He isn't dead, is he?" "Certainly not. It's a personal matter, so I'll thank you to stand aside." "Okay, I'll let you pass. But first, you hand over that fancy knife you're holding. Gently now." "I think not," Wentworth said. "Then I'll be forced to take it from you." "You are welcome to try, Mr. Hargis, but more than one of your kind has died trying that particular task." "My kind? What kind is that?" "Werewolves," Wentworth said. Hargis threw back his head and laughed, and when the laughter died, he smiled up at the undertaker and released the reins. "My dear Mr. Wentworth," he began, "there's no such thing as werewolves. Relax. I'm not going to eat you." Hargis drew his gun and shot Jeremy Wentworth in the right shoulder. The knife fell to the dirt. "Not when I can simply shoot you and blame it on your friend, Nate Carson," Hargis said and fired into Jeremy's abdomen. Jeremy Wentworth flew back with the impact, but managed to stay in the saddle. And clinging to the saddle horn, he slumped forward. His guts were on fire. Wentworth buried his heels to the horse's flanks, and the startled horse jumped to life and raced towards the Lazy L. As the bleeding undertaker passed, Hargis picked up the knife and tucked it into his belt. "Oh, and Mr. Wentworth, be sure to tell Mr. Carson I'll be around later tonight to pay my respects." "Jason, you want to ride out to the Lazy L?" Sam said. "What? Now? It's nearly dark. Yes, now. You tell Nate that I want to know how he knew about those murders in Whitesboro. Tell him I expect a name. Hotchkiss and I are done swapping lies for the day. What we need now is a little more truth-telling around this town. Carson knows more than he's telling, and I want to know everything he knows. You tell him that too. What makes you think he'll tell me anything? I don't recall he will. Not right off. You're gonna tell him about Hotchkiss coming to visit. Tell him the only way I can keep Hotchkiss from bringing government people into this is to give me something that I can use to find the killers. Tell him I'll be waiting to hear from him. Then just leave him to think it over. Okay, Sheriff, if you say so. Get moving. You can be back by midnight if you don't dawdle. You stop here first when you get back. I want to know how it goes with Carson, and I want to know tonight. Sure thing, Jason said and was out the door. A moment later, Jason Conroe crashed back through the door. His face was pale, his eyes wide, and his lips moved in a frantic search for a voice. Jason? Sam said. What is it? The sheriff started around his desk, and the movement helped Jason to find the words he wanted. Oh, Jesus! Mary and Joseph! Get out of here, Sam! All his adult life, Sam Bryan had reserved running only for occasions when he was being shot at or needed cover. His deputy's panic persuaded him to make an exception in this case. In the street outside sat Red Garland's run-down old wagon. Red stood beside his team while the cargo in his wagon drew flies and Tex omens. Garland lived a mile downstream in Colbert's Ferry. He was considered the undisputed master noodler around Texoma. Near his place on the river, Red had stuck his bare hand into the mouths of some of the monster-sized catfish and pulled them from their holes. An angry beaver once reprimanded Red for disturbing a peace by laying open his arm from wrist to elbow. But Red still practiced his art. Red also enjoyed showing off his biggest prizes by hauling them into town in his wagon. And Sam's anger began to boil and he slowed to a walk. Damn you, Jason Conroe, for dragging me out like that to see some The words caught in Sam's throat. Several of the curious made an abrupt turn from Red's wagon and vomited their partially digested dinners into the street. A sick feeling of certainty washed over Sam Bryan. Sam peered into Red's wagon knowing he didn't want to see, but sure he must. And from the wagon bed, the eyeless, bloated, blue-faced grey of Pete Seeley stared back at him. The upper torso, right arm and head were all that remained of John Hotchkiss's missing cowhand. Sam's stomach convulsed and his skin beaded with clammy sweat as waves of nausea rolled up into his throat. He fought back the urge to vomit. For God's sake, get that thing off the streets, Sam ordered Jason. Take it to Wentworth's. Sam turned on the crowd. All right now, that's enough. Everybody get. Y'all hear me? Clear this street and I mean right now. The frightened residents of Texoma reluctantly complied and started for their homes in a slow mosey. Jason jumped aboard Garland's wagon, waved Garland into the seat beside him, and started for the undertaker's place. Sam waited for the street and his head to clear before returning to his office. Once inside, the sheriff cradled his throbbing head in his hands. Sam wasn't a churchgoer, but he sent up a silent prayer in case God happened to be listening. Sam needed all the divine help that he could get, and a stiff shot from a bottle in his desk. An hour later, Jason was back and looking worried. The news he brought did nothing to brighten his employer's day. While Sam sat at his desk, rubbing his temples, Jason slid into the empty chair and waited. As the waited stretched out, Jason began to fidget. Sam? He said at last. What is it, Jason? Sam whispered. It's Wentworth, Sam. He's gone. Sam looked up at the nervous deputy and met Jason's eyes and leaned closer. What do you mean, he's gone? Sam asked. Just that, Sheriff. He's gone. He's not at his place and nobody's seen him for hours. His horse is gone too. Red and I searched all over town, but there's no sign of him. What did y'all do with Pete? I got Red to help me put him in Wentworth's cold room. Well, that will do for now. I reckon I know how Red found him. Did Red find any sign of Newt? Nope. Not likely to happen soon either. Red said he was staying home for a spell. Laying hold of old Pete that way has put him off of his fishing. He said he'd rather grab a beaver any day. I reckon he would at that. This thing's getting to be like quicksand. We keep sinking deeper and deeper. It's too late to start you to that lazy L today. We'll keep watch for Wentworth to show, and you can ride out to see Carson in the morning. Sam reached out into the bottom drawer of his desk and pulled out the bottle again. Care for a little something to take the edge off? Sam asked. Jack and Nick retraced their steps back to the horses on the north bank, and dressed once more, they mounted up and pushed east along the river, meaning to go on to Colbert's Ferry. There was a telegraph line near the ferry, and Jack lost a coin toss this time. He scaled the pole and secured himself at the top before hooking into the line and tapping out a message. Tex Omer, looking into Hotchkiss murders. No contact with local law. On right trail, Morgan. He did not wait for a reply. He scurried down the pole and they set out for the Lazy L. It was growing dark by the time Jack and Nick reached the ranch house. The interior of the house smelled like prime beef, biscuits, and hot coffee. Jack's empty stomach growled a welcome to the delightful aromas. Oh, my stomach thinks my throat has been cut, Jack announced. Mine too, Nick echoed in sentiment and snatched a golden cathead biscuit from the platter. He tried, unsuccessfully, to stuff the whole thing in his mouth at once. Your stomach has a one-track mind, Nate grinned. Comes from years of being hungry. Jimmy dropped huge slabs of beef in front of Jack and Nick. God bless you, Jack said. The two men tore into the steaks with a carnivorous relish and mopped up the drippings with their biscuits. After the steaks vanished, Nate produced a jug of John Hotchkiss's finest to wash away the day. Oh, I could get used to this real easy, Nick said through the last of the biscuits. He patted his bulging stomach with both hands, and Jack leaned back in his chair and did likewise. Nate, tell us what you found in town. We'll just sit and digest a spell, Jack said. Well, most of what I heard was nothing but wild rumors. The town's ready to blame renegade Comanches. However, I did come across a few truths that are of interest. First, the murder was definitely planned. John and Henry were tied up before they died. The sheriff is guessing they were tied while the killers either searched the house or tried to beat something out of them. The undertaker agrees. Jeremy Wentworth has seen a lot of wounds. He was with the British in Crimea. He says no weapon was found that could have made the wounds he saw. He doesn't think one exists. He said their throats weren't cut. They were ripped by teeth. In fact, he said it looked like the work of a werewolf. Nick startled. His chair overbalanced and teetered backwards precariously. Nick caught the table in time to save himself from hitting the floor. He said, "What?" Jack coughed. Nate chuckled. He was amused at Jack's astonishment as much as Nick's acrobatics. Yep, you heard right. He said it was a werewolf. I could have lost a farm on that bet. Did he tell that to the sheriff? Jack asked. No, he says he ain't about to either. He only told me because I already knew the truth. Oh, can he be trusted to keep his word? Jack asked. I reckon so, but he better. Jack cut him short. What? I thought you'd be glad to have someone back up your story. You thought wrong. We want to get our man and get out of here like we were never here. What about John's murder? What about it? Do you really think there's going to be a trial? Get that notion out of your head. Me and Nick are going to execute the killer as soon as we put a name on him. Justice will be done, but none of it ever happened. Just leave it at that. And if I don't? We're talking about the federal government and a Republican congressman. What do you think? Nate's eyes narrowed. He jumped up from his chair and turned on Jack, and Jack stood to meet him. They stood eye to eye, jaws tight. Nate's fists clenched and unclenched, his knuckles blanched as his rage looked for somewhere to go. Save your threats. John Hotchkiss was my friend, damn it. You ain't gonna sweep him under the rug with the rest of the rubbish. He's dead. The fire in Jack's eyes abated. He visibly softened. I'm sorry he's dead. I really am, but he is dead. Nothing's gonna change that, and you know it. We plan to exact a measure of revenge on the killer, but there's nothing more we can do. Let it go, please. Just let it go. Nate sighed and sat down at the table and studied his hands. Sheriff Bryan said the house was ransacked, but he's betting there's nothing missing. Nate said at last. He'll know for sure soon because I ran into the next of kin on my way back from town. Congressman Hotchkiss is here at last? Nick said. Yep, Nate answered. Equipped with an armed escort to boot. Sounds like more than the usual bodyguard or two. Right again. 8 armed outriders with shotguns and sidearms. An armed bodyguarding the coach and a driver who looks like he may have other duties as well. I'd say they're all professionals. That fella in the coach beside Hotchkiss has a big scar down the side of his face. He goes by the name of Hargus. Jack and Nick jumped to attention at the mention of the scarred man. How big a scar? Jack asked. Nate traced a line from his left eye to his chin. Jack and Nick exchanged looks. Sounds like Gus Harmon to me, Jack said. Damn sure it is, Nick added. Let's don't lose him this time. Friend of yours then? Nate asked. We served together in the war. Haven't laid eyes on him since Sailor's Creek, Nick replied. Nate knows Gus? Jack told him. They met at Gettysburg, you remember? Jack's confirmation of the scarred man's identity drained the blood from Nate Carson's face. Nate rose from the table and walked out without a word. Jimmy started to follow, but Jack put a hand on his shoulder and, with a shake of his head, gently pushed the youth back into his seat. Let him be, Jimmy, Jack said. Now Nate stood in the dark with his mind running full speed. He fought to bring his breathing under control. After a few minutes, the surge of anger, mixed with the terror, subsided. A lingering cold fear replaced it, but ultimate control passed to Nate's iron will. He had spent his youth with such feelings and conquered them each time he prepared for battle. Nate was determined to lay to rest this one memory of war that still had the power to drive away his peace. He'd kill it this time or die trying. Either way, this was the end of it. Nate had no delusions that the task would be an easy one. Years ago, he had run a bayonet through the chest of a springing wolf creature. A werewolf, Jack called it. Nate sent the creature flying impaled on his weapon, only to see it rise from the ground, pull the bayonet from his chest, and charge him again. Jack Morgan had saved his life that night. Now the creature was back. It had moved right next door, and Nate accepted the challenge. He had a score to settle. He owed John. He owed his troops, but most of all, he owed himself. Either he or that nightmare creature were going to be planted in Texas soil. Nate heaved a sigh, releasing all the pent-up emotion. As his breath hit bottom, his hand flew to the butt of the Navy Colt at his side. 6 shots blasted the night air. Nate holstered the weapon and walked back to the ranch house. Jimmy exploded from the front door, shotgun in hand, and jumped from the porch, nearly knocking his boss flat. What the hell's going on, Captain? Nate smiled at him and led him back to the house. Old habit, Jimmy. Don't worry. Everything's okay, he explained. Inside, Jack and Nick were still in their seats when Jimmy returned. Their lopsided smiles turned to snickers, and Jimmy's face burned red. What are you two laughing at? Jimmy snapped. Tell you what, kid, Jack replied. You go out to that little oak about 30 yards from the front porch. Take a look at the trunk about 4 feet off the ground. Tell me what you see and I'll tell you what just happened. Jack pushed a lamp across the table towards Jimmy. Jimmy took the light and returned a few moments later, scratching his head. What'd you see? Jack asked. 6 slugs in a group no bigger than my palm, Jimmy answered. You sure it was 6? Sure, I'm sure. I'm mighty glad to hear that, Jimmy. Yes, sir, mighty glad. Sit down over there and let me tell you something about Captain Nate Carson. Jack motioned to the empty chair, and Jimmy sat down between his boss and the stranger. Nate Carson here may be the son of an Atlanta shopkeeper, but he also has the fastest, straightest shot I'd ever seen except maybe Nick here. Back during the war, he had this little ritual. Before every battle, he'd gather up his thoughts, take a deep breath, and fire on some small tree or a fence post. It must have worked because Nate Carson was one hell of a soldier. Whatever you want to call it, it means he's ready to fight. Who we fixing to fight, Captain? Jimmy asked. Jimmy's question was answered a short while later by a second burst of gunfire, followed by a long, wailing howl that rolled over the Texas hills outside. Nick blew out the lamp and pushed Jimmy to the floor, and silver moonlight lit the interior of the house. Nate, use these, Jack whispered. He reached into his saddlebag and handed Nate a handful of cartridges. Jimmy, stick close to me and do exactly as we tell you, Nate ordered. Jack and Nick, revolvers in hand, took up positions by the front windows. Nate led Jimmy across the floor to cover the back door. Everybody, get real still, Nick whispered. Seeing these hard-fighting men scramble for cover was all the encouragement Jimmy needed to become a statue. The undulating howl sounded again, and it was much closer this time. Outside, a twig snapped, and Jimmy jumped. The men inside the house held their breath as the treads on the front steps groaned. Claws clicked and scraped against the wood in measured steps across the porch. The footfall stopped before the front door, but the feeling of someone waiting outside lingered in the air. The visitor worked his way slowly around the house, sniffing at the air outside each window. Once, Nick nodded towards the sound, but Jack shook his head in reply. Then, something hard struck the window frame above Jack's head. The sound was followed by that of something digging deep into the wood. The window began to rise. It opened about an inch and stopped. The sniffing started again. And then there came a sound that turned Jimmy's guts to jelly. It began as some sort of low growl in the back of some huge animal's throat. And slowly the pitch and meter changed in a crazed laugh.
Hello, Jack,
said a voice that raked over vocal cords never meant for speech. It sounded like a rusty nail being ripped from rotten wood. Shoot the bastard, Jack yelled. Nick fired through the open window. Jack slammed into the door, but the door opened only halfway before it slammed closed again, throwing Jack back into the room. He rolled over the table and hit the floor next to Jimmy in a heap. The door smashed its frame and bounced open again with Nick in its wake. The muzzle flash of Nick's revolver marked the pursuit of their phantom attacker across the open field. In the distance, the howl of a wolf floated up from the river. Guess we've been spotted, Nick said when the others had caught up with him. Any doubts that was Harmon? Nope, I reckon not, Jack answered, rubbing his aching shoulder. So, what do we do now? Nate asked. Jimmy supplied the answer. Captain, I think we better find Rafe. Well, I forgot about Rafe, Nate said. He went to check his trout lines. Murders, intrigues, and mysterious guests were not about to keep Rafe Berry from fishing. Neither were the warnings from his boss. Rafe slid his skiff into the river and hopped aboard. He paddled smoothly 100 yards upstream and swung the bow around to let the current carry him along his lines. Rafe hauled in a couple of 10-pound blue cats and a channel cat that weighed at least 20 pounds. Delighted with his catch, Rafe baited his hooks again and made his way back to his launch point. He decided the lines deserved one more check before calling it a night. Rafe built a fire and opened up his cache of fish and supplies. He pulled out a cast iron skillet, set it on the fire, and added some bacon grease. Rafe skinned one of the blues and filleted it with a practiced hand. He rolled the fillets in cornmeal and dropped them into his waiting skillet. Minutes later, Rafe savoured his golden-browned catch. It had just the right crunch. However, his impromptu fish fry was interrupted by the sound of gunfire coming from the direction of the ranch house. He threw sand onto the fire, cursing whoever was doing the shooting. He threw the saddle on his horse and started out to see what was going on. More gunfire erupted from the direction of the house. Rafe put the spurs to his horse. He had covered half of the ground between the river and the house when he saw a shadow run across the open ground between two large oak trees. The shadowy figure was too tall to belong to anyone legitimately on the Lazy Elk property. Rafe drew his gun and swung down from his horse. Open ground stretched out between Rafe and the trees. The figure had not moved from his hiding place behind the oak. Surprise seemed unlikely, which was just as well. He preferred to face danger head-on. He approached the stranger in a tight crouch to present as small a target as possible. He reached the big tree without drawing fire from the intruder. Rafe drew up tight against the trunk of the oak. With a quick twist, he rounded the tree and came face to face with no one. The stranger was gone. There were no tracks, no human tracks to be found around the tree. The only impressions in the dirt were clawed with teardrop-shaped toes. They looked more like those of a huge dog or a wolf. And though the tracks were fresh, the figure he saw walked upright. The strange tracks went a few feet away from the tree before they disappeared altogether. He doubled back to start again, dropping down on his good knee for a closer look at the tracks. The moonlight filtering through the tree branches overhead suddenly disappeared. Rafe looked up to see a tall figure unfold itself on the branch above him. The figure, silhouetted against the moon, had a few features, but Rafe had no trouble making out its yellow eyes, long ears, and jewel-coated canines. He fired into the thing's chest. The impact of the slug knocked it from its perch. It hit the ground and air exploded from its wounded chest. The creature rose on its feet. Rafe fired again. The monster was driven back a step but stayed on its feet. Long arms opened as if inviting an embrace, daring Rafe to shoot again. Rafe obliged the creature. He fired a third time and a fourth. The creature merely shrugged and advanced on the bewildered Rafe Berry. It snapped at him like a mad dog and sprang for his throat. Rafe pointed his pistol between the thing's eyes. The creature's arm hit Rafe in the chest and its claws dug deep. Rafe's shot hit only the knight. Strong jaws closed on his neck and Rafe was shaken like a ragdoll. The momentum of his flailing body tore away the skin of Rafe's throat. His trachea, jugular veins and carotid arteries ripped free from their places in a whistling shower of blood. Only Rafe's spine kept his head attached to his body. And as he hit the ground under the weight of the snarling creature, a blinding light rushed up upon Rafe from the surrounding darkness. The light exploded behind his eyes and Rafe was still. The creature spat Rafe's windpipe from its mouth and licked its lips before rising to his feet. Rivulets of blood ran down its upturned jaws. A victorious howl filled the night air. "Nick, cover us," Jack ordered. "Those shots, they came from close by," Nate said. "Rafe must have come back. Fan out." And the four men began a slow, steady march towards the river. Jack led the way while Nick kept a watch at their back. They didn't have to go far. Under a large oak of a quarter-mile from the house, Rafe's body lay in the moonlight that spilled through the trees. Blood pooled beneath the gaping wounds in his chest and throat and plastered his hair to his head. Rafe stared sightlessly skyward. The moon and the stars of Texas night were reflected in the dull, lifeless pools of his eyes. Nate knelt beside his friend. Tears welled up in the ex-soldier's eyes, tears he didn't bother to hide or wipe away. "How many times will I have to do this?" Nate said to himself. "How many friends must I bury?" But Jimmy was frozen to the spot, unable to take his eyes from the gruesome corpse. "Oh, that blood," he mumbled. Jack caught him by the arm and steered the boy away. Jimmy swayed slightly but allowed Jack to lead him back to the house. "We'd all better get inside," Nick warned. "Come on, Nate." "Oh, I can't leave him here," Nate said. Nate lifted Rafael's body onto his shoulder and carried him back to the barn. Rafael had a room inside the barn that he'd built for himself. Nate laid him on the simple bunk and drew a blanket over Rafael's face. He looked up from the body into Nick's eyes. "This is my fault. My little ritual we had such a good laugh about brought him running back and got him killed," Nate said. "You don't know that," Nick assured him. "Now, let's get inside. You'll be okay here until morning and Jimmy's going to need you. Let's get inside." Back inside, Jack gathered them around the table. Jack and Nick still dealt death for a living, but Nate had let the years since the war wear away some of the inner numbness. Jack knew Nate was working hard to summon up his reserves. Nate would be all right. Jimmy was another matter. Shock washed all the colour from Jimmy's face, leaving it the colour of dried paste. The kid looked like he had just been kicked in the gut, and Jimmy had never seen death like this before. He knew only death as a silent disease or news from a far-off battlefield. It was neat and orderly with kinfolks gathered around. The sudden realization that death came to your house, ripped your throat out in little pieces, and spat you out in the dirt was all new to him. The look Jimmy saw on the faces of the older men told him that death made a habit of dismemberment. "Nate, we need to talk. Are you up to it?" Jack asked. "Yeah, sure," Nate replied, not sounding all too sure of anything, but needing to do something besides sit and think about Rafael. "Nate, we're endangering you and Jimmy by being here. Harmon knows we're here. He also knows we mean to kill him and that we won't go away with the deed undone. Hotchkiss has got to know what Harmon is, and that doesn't bode well for any of us. But it's Nick or me that he'll go after. Or if the congressman is behind the murder of his own family, I doubt he'd mind killing us to keep it quiet. And what makes matters worse," Nick added, "is that Hotchkiss can get the law to do his dirty work. Governor Davis has got to get Texas under control, meaning he has to put a stop to the violence aimed at the carpetbagging Republicans and freed Negroes. Davis has poured a lot of the Rangers from fighting Comanches to see that his reforms are carried out. Hotchkiss is a Republican, and by claiming the murders were targeted at him, he can pressure Davis to send the Texas Rangers into this. Hotchkiss will only be too glad to point them at the ex-Confederate officer and his friends living next door. If Nick and I ride out now, maybe he'll consider you adequately warned and let you be. You could always say we forced you to put us up." "Ah, forget it, Jack. I didn't ask for this, but I sure as hell ain't going to run now. I'm in this until that thing is dead." Jimmy found his voice. "I'm with you, Captain. We owe Rafael." "Let's go after the bastard," Nick volunteered. "That's mighty risky business at night," Jack replied. "Who's going to believe us in the morning?" Nate asked. "I know what you're getting at, but believe me, he won't stay a wolf. He'll change back when we kill him." "Whoa, right there?" Jimmy sputtered. "A wolf? What's this about, Captain? Are you saying a wolf did that to Rafael?" "Not exactly a wolf, Jimmy. But then Gus Harmon isn't exactly a man either," Nate said. "He's something called a werewolf," Nick explained. "At night he can transform into something that's part man and part wolf." "That's nonsense," Jimmy said. Despite his brave words, the fear that followed the dawn of belief was creeping into his voice. "Ain't it nonsense, Captain?" "Jimmy, you heard the howling. You saw what Rafael looked like. Yes, it's true. I didn't want to tell you, especially not like this, I hoped I wouldn't have to tell you at all. During the war, I saw these things would work. The murderers Nick and Jack Gotti were really a pack of these werewolves. They turned them loose on the Yankees almost every night that the two armies were in camp near each other. Sometimes they got out of control and attacked our boys too. At Gettysburg, they killed my entire squad and would have killed me too, but Jack, he saved my life. We've been hunting them down for the last 4 years, Nick said. But we haven't told either of you the whole truth about it, Jack confessed. We're not actually working for Pinkerton anymore, Nick said. Officially, they wrapped up the case last spring. Pinkerton himself reported to the Secretary of War that all the werewolves were dead. We think the Committee on the Conduct of War pressured Pinkerton into saying so. We also believe that some of the members decided to keep a few of these things around in their employ. John Hotchkiss is a member of that committee. Since finding Harmon here with Hotchkiss, we're sure of it. When we reported through the channels to Pinkerton that there were men unaccounted for, we were sent packing. We didn't give up the hunt. Congress, well, the committee called us in and specifically ordered us to stop poking around in this. And so, technically, we're in contempt of Congress and in a violation of our parole. A Pinkerton man showed up in Whitesboro and tried to get the sheriff there to charge us with the murders. We left town rather quickly. It wouldn't be hard to pin all the werewolf murders on us, including this one, Jack explained. We were always around when these kind of murders occurred, even during the war. It is true we did kill at least one person at every stop along the trail. And that's why you didn't want to be seen in town, Nate observed. Exactly. Now that Hotchkiss knows we're here, he's got another chance to hang us. It's not hard to make two ex-Confederates with a personal scar to settle into would-be assassins. If that's the case, Hotchkiss can't afford to leave Jimmy and me alive, either. Why not? Jimmy asked. We know Jack and Nick didn't kill Refuge. We are their alibi. Hotchkiss can have them arrested, but he can't leave us around to testify. The court might think I'm crazy talking about werewolves, but Jack had it right. Somebody in high places is going to know it's true. That somebody is going to want to silence the whole thing. If others in government are involved, they can't allow Hotchkiss or us to bring the whole thing tumbling down on top of their heads. The government's reaction might be to just silence everybody involved, Nick said. I suppose you're right. That kind of shoots my thinking all to hell, doesn't it? Jack said. Yep, that is as soon as the news of Refuge hits town, Nick said. Well, that doesn't give Hotchkiss much time. Well, he'll be coming after us, hard. Jason rose slowly. Thunder echoed between his ears. His stomach lurched with the sudden change of position, and Jason moaned aloud. He and Sam had done more drinking than watching the night before. Jason could not remember whether or not the wayward undertaker returned. He did not remember. That long after dark, Sam deposited him into an empty bunk and then staggered out of the door. That was right before the jailhouse began to spin out of control. And Jason could see the sun was sitting atop the eastern horizon. Jason stretched the kinks from his muscles. His gait was still a bit unsteady, but he found his way out the back door and to the well. A thin layer of frost covered the grass outside. He drew up a bucket of the clear, icy water and lifted the dipper to his lips. The cold water helped rinse away the swamp in his mouth. Jason ladled the rest of the bucket's contents over his aching head. He sat on the edge of the well, shivering, and let the morning breeze blow away the cobwebs. And feeling almost alive again, he found his hat, saddled his horse, and started slowly for the Lazy L. The morning sun at his back, he let the sorrel mare have her head. The rising sun chased the frost into the shadows, but neither its warmth nor its brightness could chase away last night's lingering vision of Pete Seeley's corpse in the back of that wagon. Jason imagined Pete lurking behind every tree just beyond the edges of Jason's vision. The vision rode hard on the deputy's frayed nerves. At the foot of 8 Mile Hill, his imagination ran wild. An eyeless horror leered at Jason from behind a large post oak. Jason's mouth went dry and his hand flew to his gun. The Colt trembled in Jason's hand, and the grey-skinned, blue-lipped face of Pete Silly continued to stare back at him. Jason spurred his Sorrel towards the abomination and squeezed off a single round. His shot splintered the oak just below the demon's face. And when he reached the tree, Jason reined in and walked the mare slowly around the tree. He found the blasted bark and his slug buried into the wood, but no sign of a walking corpse, no watery tracks or trail of gore. Only a grey squirrel and the uppermost branches remained to scold the trigger-happy deputy. "Yeah, well, just let that be a warning," Jason told the chatterer. He holstered his weapon and prepared to swing back into the saddle when he saw the blood in the middle of the road. Jason rolled the sticky paste between his fingers. No trick of the imagination this time. This was real blood, and a good deal of it. Jason then followed the trail of blood on foot for nearly a mile. And when the trail turned north towards the river, he mounted up. There was only one place for a wounded man to go in that direction: the Lazy L. Jason found the horse first. The animal was grazing 100 yards off the road, and with the blood-covered saddle still on his back. "Ain't but one man in Texas would dare sit a rig like that," Jason told himself. "Wentworth! Wentworth!" Jason hollered. "Wentworth!" No answer. Jason called the undertaker's horse and returned to the road. The Lazy L was just a few hundred yards over the next hill. Maybe, just maybe, Wentworth could make it on foot. Jason found the undertaker's body propped up against the Lazy L's gate. Jason felt a twinge of guilt at his relief to find that Jeremy Wentworth had only been shot and left to bleed to death on the roadside. The mutilated bodies that kept turning up of late were beyond Jason's comprehension. Gutshot was something he understood. He muscled Wentworth's long-limbed body up across the saddle of his horse. Jason decided to take care of his business at the Lazy L before hauling Wentworth's body back to town. "Rider coming in," Nate called to Jimmy. "Looks like the law to me." "Yep. He's got somebody draped over the saddle too." "Oh, that can't be good." Nate stepped down from his porch to greet his guest, and Jason Conroe reined his horse to the stop in front of Nate's porch. Nate nodded a welcome. "Mind if I step down?" Jason asked. "Help yourself, deputy." Who you got there?" "Jeremy Wentworth," Jason said as Nate lifted the dead man's head. "My God, Jason, what the hell happened?" "I found him out there leaning up against your gate. He's been gutshot. We've been looking for him since yesterday afternoon." "What made you think he'd be here?" "I didn't. I was just on my way out to see you and stumbled across him. I found him here, but he was shot out at 8 Mile Hill." "That probably means he was headed here," Nate offered. "Yep, sure looks that way. Any idea what he was up to?" Jason asked. "Danged if I know," Nate said. "He didn't say anything about coming out here." "Yeah, I heard you two had a private talk over at the Lone Star the other day. Could it be something you talked about?" "I don't see how," Nate replied. "We talked about Henry and John. I wanted Wentworth's thoughts on what killed them. He said he had only seen men killed like that once before." "Is that right? I'm pretty sure he never told that to the sheriff. Why'd he tell you?" Because I'd seen it too, during the war." "Wentworth didn't fight in the war." "No, but he fought Russians back in '54. He said the Russians had some kind of secret weapon that left men looking like that. Although he wouldn't say exactly what it was, he was plenty scared. Guess that's why he didn't tell Sam. Old Honest Abe and Jeff Davis both found a weapon like it, and they kept it secret too." "Ain't Hotchkiss on some kind of committee on the war? Does he know about this secret weapon?" You bet your ass he knows. And what about you? Can't say for certain. Well, that's mighty curious. Well, whether it's can or won't, Sheriff Bryan sent me here with a message for you. A message? Yep, Jason answered. He wants to know the truth about those murders in Whitesboro, how you learned about them, and what they have to do with John and Henry Hotchkiss. The sheriff over there ain't talking, and since you're not exactly a gadabout, Sam figures you or somebody you know has the answer. He doesn't really think you're a murderer, but he says you're gonna have to come in clean. He's waiting to hear from you, but Hotchkiss ain't gonna let him wait long. There may be government men on the way already. Well, that's just great. You know, after the war was over, all I wanted was to get away from the killing and dying. I just wanted to be left alone to put my memories in the grave like I did the men I fought with. How the hell did I end up in the middle of this? I don't rightly know, Nate. But for the first time in my life, I'm glad I missed out on that damn war. So, I delivered the message. It's up to you. I gotta get Wentworth back to town. You think about talking to Sam, you hear? Yeah, sure. I'll do that. Jason nodded and rode away, leaving Nate to ponder how he could make Sam Bryan understand what was at stake and what he faced before somebody else ended up dead. Sam Bryan cursed himself for getting old. He remembered the time he could drink all night and ride all the next day. Now, here he sat, feet propped on the desk, hat covering his eyes, nursing the worst hangover he'd ever had. He heard the office doorknob turn and the door slowly swing open, and soft footsteps entered the office. Morning, Jason, Sam said. Afternoon, Sam, Jason corrected. Sam pushed back his hat to see how his deputy was weathering the night before. There was something troubling Jason, but Sam decided it wasn't a hangover. Face it, Sam, you're getting old, he told himself. And Sam let his boots fall to the floor and turned to face Jason. What's up? Sam asked. I went to see Nate Carson, like you said. And? I think he'll be in soon. Good. Now what's eating at you? I found Jeremy Wentworth, too. He's dead. Dead? And Sam bolted upright in his chair. How? Where? Found him leaning up against the gate of the Lazy L. Somebody shot him out near 8 Mile Hill. He rolled the rest of the way dripping blood. My guess is he was trying to reach Carson. He never made it. Nate says he wasn't expecting Wentworth, and I believe him. Why would a local undertaker be so all-fired determined to see Nate Carson? I'm not sure, but Nate told me that Wentworth was in the English cavalry. Wentworth told Carson that in Russia he saw men killed like Henry and John. Wentworth never told me that. I mentioned that to Nate, and he said Wentworth only let him on because Nate had seen it too before. Nate said it went on during the war in Virginia. Said it was some kind of secret weapon. Secret weapon, huh? I doubt that. I was in Virginia and I never saw anything like that. What I do find interesting, though, is that this secret weapon just happens to show up in Texoma at the same time as our local congressman. You think Carson is trying to tell us John Jr. killed his own father and brother? Well, he all but said as much. Would you put it past him? Jason asked. No. Would you? Nope. Well, then we got to hope Carson will help us to prove it. Did he seem agreeable? Well, I think so. He said he'd think it over. He feels the war's closing back in on him, and he doesn't like it the least bit. Can't say I blame him there. Nate might ride a wide circuit to avoid trouble, but he ain't the kind to run away from it once it's cornered. If we can keep a little pressure on him, I think old Nate's going to come out swinging. Death rides the red. Let's get straight into that. That evening, Jason left the sheriff's office after he spelled Sam for supper. It was Sam's turn for the night watch. Jason was feeling a bit used up. His first stop was the Lone Star for a shot of the hair of the dog. It had been a long day and there was much left to do. Bill Reed, Texoma's blacksmith, waved Jason over to join him at the bar. "How many of them are in town right now?" Jason asked. "Dang near all of them, except that Hargis fella and the house negro." "Good. Then everything's working as planned." Jason downed his drink. "See you at Colbert's." He left Reed holding down the bar and hurried to his horse tied outside. And Jason swung into the saddle and rode north out of Texoma, headed for Colbert's ferry. Over the next hour, the scene of the Lone Star was repeated a dozen times as men left their homes and businesses to consult with Bill Reed at the Lone Star before gathering on the banks of the Red River. A fat orange moon climbed over the treetops that surrounded the ferry and looked down on the men in long white robes. Jason got the men mounted and started them west at a walk. "Keep close together and keep it quiet," Jason ordered. "I want to be on top of them before they even know we're there." Now, Jason Conroy was determined to find out what John Hotchkiss was doing in that barn down by the river. He was sure there was a connection between the barn and the murders. The law and Sam Bryan wouldn't allow him to search the place without Hotchkiss's permission, and Hotchkiss wasn't about to let anyone go poking around his place. That wasn't good enough for Jason. He was more than willing to tiptoe around the law if there was one chance in hell of ending John Hotchkiss's political career. Texas had been forced to comply with a Republican Reconstruction in order to be readmitted to the Union, and their rules were a constant source of irritation for Jason. And he remembered how Lincoln and those same Republicans once spouted off about how it was impossible for Texas to leave their Union. Now, they had all kinds of conditions for re-entry to the inadvisable Union that Texas never left. He intended to see that every carpetbagger and Union lackey like John Hotchkiss paid dearly for their hypocrisy. An hour later, the robed riders sat atop the same hill from which Jack Morgan and Nick Corbin watched their work crew fall in trees the day before. A circle of tents ringed a large fire below them. The only man in sight was a short black man, dressed in overalls, tending the fire. And Jason and his men watched as he rose from his seat to throw on another log. And Jason drew the men in close. "We'll run the crew off and get a look in that barn. That's it. No one gets hurt. Y'all got that?" Jason said. What if they start shooting?" a voice from behind Jason asked. "What if one of them Negroes pulls a gun? We'll kill every damn one of them. That's what," Bill Reed said. "Enough of that," Jason snapped. "There's to be no shooting to harm anyone. If we go in fast, they're going to break and run. Just scare them off. That's all we want." A scream rolled up the hill towards the mounted men. "Jason, look!" Enos Shea pointed to the camp. The black man was backing away from the fire, pursued by a tall, shadowy figure with misshapen legs. The thing jumped over the fire and lifted a screaming sentry off his feet. "What in the hell is that thing?" Reed asked. The question went unanswered. The stunned Klansman watched in horror as the creature snapped the sentry's head back and tossed the lifeless body onto the fire. The creature pulled the tent nearest to the fire from its anchors and howled in triumph. The exposed, frightened workers inside the tent scrambled to their feet and joined those pouring from the other tents in sprinting for their lives. Chaos engulfed the camp. Terrified workmen stumbled over one another, not knowing where to go, and they fled in every direction. The creature plunged into the midst of the panic and cut the men down with swift, massive blows from clawed hands. A blood-laden mist filled the air, and some of the workers died instantly. The unlucky survivors rolled on the blood-soaked ground, screaming until, one by one, the creature finished them off. A few of the fastest workmen, they reached the edge of the woods where gunfire erupted from the trees and cut them down. And two of the hapless workers fled north towards the river and into the arms of the waiting Klansmen. "Bill, go get one of them," Jason said. Bill Reed rode out to meet the escaping men. They saw Bill's white robe and halted. Indecision froze them between the monster behind them and the one in front of them. Gunshots rang out from every direction of the camp, and their decision was made. Death before and behind, they turned west, running a gauntlet between the two dangers. They didn't get far. A bullet slammed into one of the fleeing men's chest and exited in an explosion of blood. A second round knocked Bill Reed from his saddle. His limp body hit a dull thud. The remaining workmen reversed direction once more, only to be cut down by gunfire. The tables turned. The Klansmen's appetite for a raid and terror evaporated. They broke ranks and spurred their horses towards the supposed safety of Colbert's Ferry. Jason ignored the flights of the others. He rode down the slope towards the carnage and his fallen comrade. Bill had not moved since falling from his horse, and Jason knew he was dead, but could not leave his fallen man. He reined in beside Bill's body. He didn't need to dismount. The shot that took Bill down had carried away the left side of Bill's head. A bullet tugged at Jason's robe and another lifted his hat from his head. Jason wheeled his horse around and joined the others in retreat, while the sounds of slaughter echoed in his ears. Jason arrived back in town before the sun, and Sam was still in his bunk, but sat up as Jason came through the door. You're a little early this morning, ain't you? Sam asked. Couldn't sleep. Jason shook the empty coffee pot. Jason's bloodshot eyes and terse manner told Sam his deputy probably had not slept at all. Well, if you insist on waking me up, make yourself useful and get some coffee going in that pot, Sam told him. Sam lay back down on his bunk while Jason busied himself making coffee. Jason coaxed the embers in the stove back to life and threw in a couple of sticks of wood. And while he let the fire build and heat up the stove, he went out back to the well. And soon, the aroma of brewing coffee filled the office and drew Sam from his bunk. Sam strapped on his gun belt and retrieved his hat as he ambled into position behind his desk. And Jason poured coffee for them both. Sam sat back and sipped his coffee and waited. Jason was not given in to insomnia. Something had robbed him of his sleep, and Sam knew sooner or later he would crack. Sam finished his second cup and decided to try a different approach to get to sooner. Well, I'd say we go to my place and get Ellie to fix us some breakfast, Sam asked. You go, Sam. I'm not hungry. Okay, Jason, out with it. I might believe you couldn't sleep, but you never turned down Ellie's cooking. What's the matter? And before Jason could answer, hoofbeats turned to Boot Hill's pounding the steps outside. And Amos Hargis swung open a door, and in stalked angry John Hotchkiss. Sheriff, I have an entire wagon load of dead bodies coming into town, Hotchkiss began. Every one of them has been ripped apart. I think it's about time you earned your pay and put a stop to the attacks against my family and property. You hold it right there. Sam was on his feet. I'll do my duty. You can take that to the bank. You can also count on me doing it the way I see it. My duty does not include pleasing the likes of you. I'll be damned if I'm going to go flying off half-cooked on your say-so. I deal with facts, Congressman. Until I have some hard facts telling me who's responsible, I'm not going to do a damn thing. Well, Sheriff, Hotchkiss shot back, I've got your facts for you this time. This fact is wearing a white robe and pointy little hood. The Ku Klux rode through my place last night. The crew managed to get one of them before his partners massacred those defenseless Negroes who work for me. Well, if they killed a Klansman, I'm supposing they weren't exactly defenseless, Sam said. But, well, let's take a look. The wagon will be here shortly, Hotchkiss said. Mr. Hargis and I rode on ahead. All right then. While we're waiting, suppose you tell me what you know about what happened. Since our arrival at the Rockin' H, Mr. Hargis has mounted guards on duty day and night. Last night, one of the guards reported gunfire down by the river. We rode up and found the camp ransacked. All the Negro workers were dead. Some were torn to pieces, but a few had been shot. Now among the dead, we found Bill Reed in his clan's get-up. My men tried to track the raiders, but it was too dark to follow them very far. I can tell you this, they rode out to the west. I believe that was also the case in my father's murder, was it not? In any case, I sent Mr. Hargis to investigate. He found 2 ex-Confederates who are under suspicion for similar murders, hiding out with Nate Carson on the Lazy L. Sam, no more dallying. I want the Texas Rangers called in on this. I've been in touch with the Governor Davis and he agrees. He has a detachment of Texas Rangers standing by. I can handle this without interference from you, the Governor or the Texas Rangers. Sam, you are a good man. Father thought the world of you, but the clan is everywhere. You are in over your head and outside help at exactly what's called for. This outrage requires the full weight of the government be brought to bear. Now, you can wire Governor Davis to send the Rangers or I will. It's as simple as that. But one way or another, they are coming. Wagons here, Hargis said from the doorway. The 4 men stepped out onto the Texoma's main street. There's no wagon, Sam said. Look again, Hargis answered. Sam glanced westward a second time and saw Hotchkiss's Negro driver swing his team onto Texoma's main street. As the wagon grew closer, Sam could see the bodies piled in the back. Hotchkiss was telling the truth. Dismembered Negroes filled the wagon. On top of them lay a white-robed body. Sam pulled back the hood, and half the man's head was gone, but it was Bill Reed. Sam noticed Jason remained on the porch the entire time. I guess he's seen enough of this, Sam thought. You see, Sheriff, Hotchkiss said, this is out of hand. We got to have a show of force to put an end to this slaughter of innocent freed men. Washington is not going to stand for any more interference from rebels holding local office or hiding in white robes. You mean like me? Sam glared at the congressman. Well, I'll tell you what, I'll think it over. In the meanwhile, you'll have to tend to burying the bodies. Jeremy Wentworth is dead. The Undertaker? Dead? Where? How? What happened? Hotchkiss asked. My deputy found him out by the Lazy L. He'd been gunshot and left for dead. What more do you need? Carson's obviously the ringleader. Let's get to the Rangers and get down there. I said I'll think about it, and that's all I'm going to do for the moment. Sam, I hate to do this, Hotchkiss said. But you leave me no choice. You have until noon tomorrow, and if you don't call for the Rangers by then, I will. Governor Davis has agreed to send them on my say-so. He made a commitment to Washington to end the violence in Texas aimed at loyal Americans, both black and white. No pissant local sheriff is going to stand in the way. So, take your time, Sam. Just don't take too much of it. Noon, Sam, and that's it. Sam Bryan turned his back on the congressman and started for his office without a word. Noon, Sam, Hotchkiss called after him. Not a minute longer. Sam and Jason disappeared inside, leaving Hotchkiss and his men standing in the street. Get them buried. Amon, put that Ku Kluxer in with the Negroes and let everybody see you do it. That might flush the rest of them out. Sure thing. And the sheriff? Well, we'll give him until noon, like I said. And then send a wire and let the Rangers do their dirty work. I'll meet you back at the Rocking Age. Oh, and while you are in town, have Humphreys hire a new work gang. Nate and Jimmy spent the day following Wentworth's death, making preparations for an assault on the Lazy L. They made sure the horses were secure in the barn and well fed. Jimmy brought in a supply of food, water, and wood for the stove. Nate cleared around each window and stacked arms and ammunition at each post. Jack placed a box of cartridges on the table. I don't think we'll see Harmon again tonight, but just in case, he said with a nod towards the box. Nate picked up the box and looked it over. What's so special about these? He asked. Take a look inside, Jack said. What is it? Nate asked, holding one of the shining cartridges up to the light. Silver. Well, silver-plated, Nick said. Silver bullets? Jimmy asked. Yep, Jack answered. Silver's the only thing that would kill a werewolf. Your bayonets, they sparkled in the moonlight, Nate remembered. Silver, Nick said. So, that's why Harmon got up after I put my bayonet hilt deep in his chest? Nate asked. Exactly, Jack nodded. The excitement generated by a wagon full of bodies and a mass burial in Texoma failed to reach the quiet of the Lazy L. Nate's day passed in uneventful peace. The men inside the ranch house knew the quiet wouldn't last long, and their dread of sundown was answered soon enough. Nate cocked a practiced ear towards the window. We got company, he said. Each of the incoming riders carried a torch held high above his head, producing a bobbing line of flames and weaving a path to Nate's door. Not afraid of being spotted, are they? Jack said. No, I reckon not, Nate replied. And the riders circled the house before reining in outside the front door. Nate Carson, come on out. We mean you no harm, a masked rider called out. Well, the voice sounded vaguely familiar. Nate couldn't quite put a face to it, but it had been someone from town. And through the front window, Nate could see a dozen white-robed riders. They weren't brandishing weapons, but there was no question of their being well-armed. Well, it's the Knights of the White Camellia, Nick whispered. The Ku Klux Klan. Jack and I have had the pleasure once before, Nate said. I heard rumors that they were around these parts, and I have never actually seen any of them until now. These boys ain't working for Hotchkiss, that's for sure, Nick said. Nate, see what they want, and we'll cover you, Jack added. I'm coming out, Nate announced. He stepped onto the porch, hands on his coat. What can I do for you boys? Relax your grip on that coat for starters. We're just passing through. This call is all about what we're going to do for you. And what would that be? That lying, thieving, carpetbagger John Hotchkiss went to see Sheriff Bryan earlier today. He's claiming you and your rebel buddies in there butchered his Negro work gang down by the river last night. We know it wasn't you. We were there, but we didn't do any of the killing. We think it was Hotchkiss himself that had those boys shot down. Never mind the facts. Hotchkiss is saying y'all are Klan and demanding a sheriff send for the Rangers just to bring y'all in and hang nice and proper. So, why are y'all here? Nate asked. I thought lynching was your thing. You plan to lynch before they get here? At the question, drew laughs from the riders. Nah, Carson. We thought of asking y'all to join us, but we ain't never thought of lynching you. John and Henry Hotchkiss were our friends. We know that low-life son of John's murdered them both, just like he killed his own work crew. We want him dead or at least behind bars. Why don't you just go to the sheriff then? Nate asked. Because we don't want to have to explain to the sheriff what we're doing at that Negro work camp on the Rocking Age when the whole crew was killed. Besides, he'd think we were crazy if we told him what we saw. Hell, we ain't so sure ourselves. Now, if you don't mind, we're going to ride across your place. The sheriff and Hotchkiss could come riding up that road any time. We don't want to explain to him why we're here, either. But the Klansmen wheeled their horses and rode on out. Know any of those fellas? Jack asked. Probably. I can't quite put a face with the leader's voice, but I will, Nate said. I reckon the question is, do we trust them? Why not? The snake knows best where all the rats are hiding. It's likely their information's good, even if they are up to mischief. Looks like Hotchkiss has got us cornered. He'll just add Nate and Jimmy to the conspiracy and hang us all, Nick added. Maybe, but I doubt he'll make a move tonight. I say we have until dawn. He'll try and take us before the Rangers get here, though. That way, the fight's already going and the Rangers will step in without knowing anything except what Hotchkiss wants them to know. We either surrender to the Rangers or hang, or they'll kill us here. It looks like we're going to need some help to get out of this one. What do you think, Nick? I think I can get to that telegraph line and back by dawn without them knowing, Nick offered. What about Harmon? Nate asked. I don't think we'll see him again tonight. He's been on a tear. The damage is done and Hotchkiss has hauled him in, Nick answered. So, who are we telegraphing? I hope it's not Pinkerton, Nate said. No, Pinkerton is in Hotchkiss's pocket. Besides, he never was very good about sizing up the opposition, Nick said. Actually, Nate, we're only sort of here alone. We have backup, strictly for emergencies. I say that this qualifies, Jimmy said. Is it going to be enough to trump the Texas Rangers in a fight over who killed the family of a Republican congressman? Nate asked. Only if we're still alive when they get here, Jack said. Otherwise, they never heard of us. Jimmy let go a slow whistle. That's some powerful help, he said. Yeah, but we got to hold out until they get here, Nick cautioned. Nick Corbin slipped through the darkness with a practiced skill that made him no more than a silent moon shadow. He spent a good deal of his adult life moving around at night. He avoided looking towards the barn as he passed. He didn't need any further reminders of what might be lurking in the dark with him. Stopping at odd intervals, he checked his back trail as carefully as the way ahead. Nick quickly covered a half-mile to the river. In the dim moonlight, he spotted a silhouette just upstream of his position and changed course to investigate. Keeping to the shadows, Nick circled the object to approach against the breeze. It was a crude lean-to and the remnants of a burned-out cooking fire. Somebody left in a hurry. Pans and plates were littered all over the small camp by the varmints that moved in after the camp was abandoned. This was Rafael's fishing hole. Nate was right on the money. Rafael came back to the Lazy L because he heard gunfire, and it cost him his life. Nick found Rafael's skiff at the water's edge and gave silent thanks. He pushed it out into the river and hopped aboard to let the current carry him towards Colbert's ferry and the telegraph line. He rowed low in that little boat, keeping out of sight, and the water lapped against the sides of the skiff as he glided down the river. The night was alive with the songs of creepers and crickets. Along the banks, unseen creatures large and small splashed into the safety of the water as Nick floated by. A large black snake cut a crooked path across the moon reflected on the river's surface. Nick caught the sound of a pack of coyotes as they ran along the north bank, barking their short, high-pitched yips. An owl winged overhead on his way across the river, but no human sounds reached Nick's ears. Nick pulled into the shore on the north bank about a quarter-mile west of the ferry. It took him a few minutes to orientate himself, but he managed to find the telegraph wire in the darkness. He dropped the saddlebag from his shoulder and pulled out the equipment he would need. A set of spikes that tied around his boots, a long leather strap and the telegraph key. He put the spikes on his boots, wrapped the strap around the pole and started up the pole. It was a bit chancy balancing at the top, but he got the key in place and tapped out his message. Anticipate our arrest by locals. Harmon located in Texoma. Request immediate aid. Lazy L Ranch. Corbin. Now back on the ground again, Nick returned the equipment to his saddlebag, and getting back would not be an easy as the trip downstream had been. Nick jogged back to the skiff and paddled across the river to the south shore. He pulled Rafa's skiff onto the sandy bank of the river edge and scrambled up the bank onto firmer ground. Nick started west at an easy lope. He had 4 miles to cover before it got light. We better try and get some sleep. I'll take first watch, Jack offered. Nate and Jimmy stretched out on their bunks while Jack busied himself making coffee. The night was half gone, but what remained had all the makings of a long wait. Nate was sure sleep would elude him, but was soon drifting down into darkness. And as he dropped over the edge into sleep, he heard a voice call his name, and the speaker's face swarm into focus. Nate bolted awake again, and he found Jack looking at him intently. I know who that Klansman was, he started. It was Jason Conroe. The name failed to register with Jack. Sam Bryan's deputy. Do you think Bryan knows about his deputy's nighttime activities? Jack asked. I doubt it, Nate said. Sam's not the sort to hide behind a sheet. That explains how the clan knew what was going on in the sheriff's office. Was Conroe blowing smoke about the clan's plans to attack that work gang? Maybe not. Either way, Bryan's got to know Hotchkiss is playing him and Sam Bryan. I know doesn't like being played. Then we might have an ally, Jack brightened. Looks like it. But this warning might be all the help you can give us for now. There's just one way to find out for sure. You going to see him. What good would that do? Whatever Bryan knows or doesn't know, this is out of our hands now. If Hotchkiss thinks the sheriff is safely in his pocket, he might let down his guard. We can get Sam to help us outflank him. Okay, but we're spreading our forces mighty thin. We've done that before. It worked out pretty well, as I remember, Nate reminded him. Chancellorsville? Yeah, I guess you're right. You just watch your back. Remember what happened to Stonewall. Hotchkiss is bound to have at least one set of eyes on us already. Nate saddled Lil Joe and cut southeast over Lazy L until he struck the Texoma Fork near the boundary with a Rocket H. It was familiar ground and Lil Joe moved easily along despite the dark. And once on the road, Nate picked up the pace and a shadow. A lone rider entered the road near the Rocket H and trailed Nate to town. Nate saw a light burning in the sheriff's window and thought it was turning out to be a sleepless night for everyone. He walked Little Joe around the back of the building and tied him next to Bryan's bay. A man could get shot slipping in Sam Bryan's back door unannounced in the wee hours of the morning. Nate returned to the front door and knocked. No one answered, but the knob gently turned in Nate's hand and Sam Bryan opened the door. Been expecting you, Sam said and ushered Nate inside. Then you sent Jason to pay me a call earlier tonight? I'm afraid not. I haven't seen Jason since supper. Well, he and some of his friends were out of my place a while ago. I thought he might have come back here. Do tell? Yep, I do, and he was dressed mighty odd for a deputy. How's that? A white robe, face covered up. That is mighty strange. How can you be sure it was Jason? Oh, I'm sure. Are you running with that bunch now, Sam? How about I keep you guessing? Whatever the case may be, there ain't much I can do at this point. Hotchkiss will have the Rangers on the way here come noon. You're the sheriff, for God's sake, Sam. You know I'm not involved in John's murder, and neither are Jack and Nick. They trailed the real killer here to Texoma. Now you have my attention. Who killed John Hotchkiss? The same person who killed Rafe Berry. What? Rafe's dead? When? Yeah, it happened the same night. Jason showed up with Jeremy Wentworth slung over his saddle. The killer is Hotchkiss's man, Eamon Hargis. Except Hargis isn't his real name. His real name is Harmon, and as long as I'm telling it all, he ain't exactly a man either, Nate said. Nate shook his head before Sam could speak. Let me finish, Sam. This Hargus, or Harmon, whatever you want to call him, he's something called a werewolf. He looks like a man during the day, but at night he turns into a cross between a man and a wolf. Somehow the army made him that way. They turned him into a monster and turned him loose in the enemy lines at night. He'd butcher the pickets and whomever else he came upon. He'd rip them to pieces, just like he did to John. Just like Rafe. Hotchkiss learned about it in Washington. Somehow he found this Harmon and is using him to do the same thing here. If you don't believe me, check with Jason.
What's Jason got to do with this? Sam asked.
His bunch was on the Rockin' H and saw Hotchkiss's work gang killed. He may not know what to call what he saw, but it was a werewolf. It was Hargus.
Wow, that's interesting because Hotchkiss claims that slaughter was the handiwork of you and your house guests. He says y'all got all dressed up and killed his crew. His men brought in the body of Bill Reed and in his robe as proof. I'm sure Hotchkiss will say you killed Rafe too, just to keep him quiet. Hotchkiss already has you pegged as the head of the local clan.
Sam, that's a damn lie. I've never had a thing to do with the clan. As for Jack Morgan and Nick Corbin, they could never be clan.
And why is that?
Because they're Chickasaw and half-breeds at that, and they were with Jimmy and me when Rafe was killed. They tracked Harmon here from Whitesboro. He's wanted by the War Department.
No, he's not, John Hotchkiss announced from the doorway. Amon Hargus is an honorable, pardoned veteran serving his country in my employ. He runs a private security company and has passed a congressional review. Let me clear things up for you, Sam. First, allow me to introduce Mr. Jordan Teague. He works for the Pinkerton Detective Agency and is assigned to the War Department. And Teague and Hotchkiss stepped into the office. Nate's one-time shadow and another of Hotchkiss's security men filled the vacated place in the doorway. Mr. Carson, Sheriff, Teague began with a nod towards each man. Jack Morgan and Nick Corbin are former employees of the Pinkerton Agency. I know them well and they are wanted men. I have federal and state warrants for their arrest. And Teague handed the warrants to Sam. Sam glanced at the papers in his hand and nodded to Nate. As you can see, they are wanted for contempt of Congress and murder in several of the southern states, including Texas. It's your duty, Sheriff, to help me arrest these men. He's telling the truth, Nate, Sam said. Mr. Carson, Teague continued, should you continue to hide these fugitives, you will be arrested as an accomplice. I'll see to that personally.
Why, Mr. Teague, Jack and Nick aren't hiding. They're at the Lazy L right now. Why don't you ride out and arrest them?
Nate replied. Come dawn, we intend to do just that, Teague said.
Then, best of luck to you, sir.
Nate looked over at Teague in his expensive eastern suit and smiled.
You're damn near sure gonna need it.
As for me, I've honored my parole and intend to honor it until I die. But I'm warning you now, I'll kill any Yankee son of a bitch that rides armed onto my place. Jordan Teague stepped slowly away from Nate's glare and tightly clenched fists. Hotchkiss stepped into the space that opened between the two men.
Sheriff, I want Mr. Carson placed under arrest, he demanded.
On what charge? He hasn't done anything illegal.
Mr. Teague is an agent of the United States government doing his sworn duty. And since I intend to lead the arrest party, he's just threatened the life of a U.S. congressman. That violates his oath of allegiance.
So you say. I've taken the same oath and I'm afraid I couldn't quite make out the threat, Congressman. Sam smiled.
Then perhaps you'll understand this.
Hotchkiss stepped back into the doorway as his men pushed by him with guns drawn.
Kill them both, Hotchkiss ordered.
Hotchkiss' men were fast, real fast. However, they chose to ignore the rancher and go for the lawman.
That was a fatal mistake. Guns exploded in the tiny office and filling the air with blue smoke and the acrid smell of gunpowder. A bullet torn through Jordan Teague's chest. The Pinkerton man was thrown against the wall and slid to the floor in a trail of blood before he got a shot off. And Sam Bryan did better than Teague. He cleared leather, but the .45 slug from his gun dug into the floor at his feet. A bullet churned through his guts and drove him back against his desk. He rolled to the floor as Nate painted the walls of the Texoma Sheriff's office with the brains of Hotchkiss's men. At Nate's feet, Sam Bryan groaned in pain. Nate dropped to Sam's side. The wounded sheriff did his best to hold the wound closed, but blood poured from between his fingers and pooled on the floor around him. Nate could see he wasn't going to last long for this world. "Get out!" Sam strained through clenched teeth. "Get out of here!" Lights came on all along Main Street, and people were coming. "Get out!" Sam repeated and lost consciousness. Nate looked out the office door. Hotchkiss was across the street, waving his men and growing a crowd towards the sheriff's office. A slug slammed into the wall above Nate's head. Nate hit the back door on the run. He made for Lil Joe. The office full of dead bodies slowed the onlookers long enough for Nate to climb aboard the big horse and spur for the Lazy L. "It's Nate Carson. He killed the sheriff," Hotchkiss called to the crowd. "Let's get him." Jack maintained a nodding vigil by the light of a single dim lamp. Jimmy emerged from his room an hour before dawn and busied himself making coffee. Jack told him of Nate's discovery and his errand to see the sheriff. "Sit tight, kid. I'm going to the barn for some tools before it gets light," Jack said. He returned with a saw, drill, a wood chisel, and a hammer. "What y'all going to do with that stuff?" Jimmy asked. "I'm going to cut a hole in the floor and make us another way out, just in case." "No need, Jack. We have one already." "You do?" "Hell yeah. This is North Texas. Between raiding Comanches and Twisters, everybody's got a hideout. Captain built us one right under the house. Help me move this table." When the two slid the table to one side of the room and threw back the rug to reveal a door cut into the floor. "Can you get outside from here?" Jack wanted to know. "Nope, just into the cellar." Jimmy opened the door and Jack peered through. The door opened onto an open space between the floor and a second door set into the ground. The cellar didn't interest Jack, but the crawl space did. Jack walked to the barn and returned with an armload of tools. He disappeared into the crawl space and yelled up to Jimmy, "Hammer the toes, kid, and go keep a watch while and make us a new door." Jimmy handed the tools down the hole one by one, and Jack pushed him ahead of him as he crawled to the north wall. He drilled 3 holes through the wall and knocked out the area between them with a chisel. It made an opening just large enough for the saw, and Jack quickly cut a square just wider than his shoulders. He pushed open a new door in time to see the first grey streaks of morning light in the sky. Jack replaced the wood and propped it in place with a hammer. It was a crude door and not very well concealed from the outside, but it would have to do. Jack returned to the house, drawn by the welcoming aroma of frying bacon. That bacon ought to bring Nick running. I hope Nate fares as well with the sheriff." "Captain will be here," Jimmy assured him. Nick made good time covering the ground back to the Lazy L, and he paused near a phased fishing spot to catch his breath. It wouldn't do to let Jack see him huffing and puffing like a locomotive. The sky was growing light in the east, and Nick had half-mile yet to go. Lord willing, he'd be there before the sun was up. Nick was certain he had not been seen. He wished he was as sure that help would arrive on time. Their contact was supposed to be at Good Springs yesterday. Still, even if the message got through, as the local Indian agent promised, the army could be unreliable. The chain had more than one weak link, not a good thing for a lifeline. The sun had just peeked over the horizon as Nick set out, and at easy, loping pace. Soon, the Lady L was in view. A distinctive set of footprints crossed his path, and Nick bent to study them. The tracks, well, they were familiar, but there was an unexpected twist. Nick pushed back his hat and scratched his head as he studied the tracks. He must have lost a toe since Whitesboro. How can that be? Nick said aloud. And the wind that whispered past his ear had no answer, and Nick stopped at the barn to check on Rafael's body. The body remained undisturbed, and the breeze that had no answers to Nick's questions only moments before now carried the intoxicating scent of frying bacon. Nick licked his lips and ran for the ranch house. Sam Bryan groaned when Jason Conroe and Bill Simpson lifted him from the ground. "God almighty, he's alive!" Jason yelled. "Somebody, go get Doc Ives." "No, take him home," Ellie Bryan demanded. The deputies looked at her, glanced at Hotchkiss, and back to Ellen Bryan. Ellie caught the look. "Jason Conroe, you take my husband home this minute or there's going to be hell to pay. Do you understand me?" Without waiting for a reply, a determined Ellie rounded on John Hotchkiss. "That's for you, John Hotchkiss. If you want to give orders, go back to Washington, where you belong." It was going to take more than a Republican congressman shouting orders to convince Sam Bryan's deputies to defy an angry Ellie Bryan. Using a blanket from an empty cell as a stretcher, they carried a wounded sheriff home and laid him in his own bed. "Follow them," Hotchkiss hissed at Eamon Hargis. "He must not talk. Do what you have to do. You understand?" And Hargis nodded and set off to lend a hand with Sam Bryan. Doc Ives arrived minutes behind the wounded man and pushed through the gathering crowd outside. The crowd inside was growing as well. Ives and Ellie Bryan quickly tired of the spectators and cleared the room of all but Hargis and Jason Conroe. They refused to leave the sheriff and insisted on being witnesses to anything he might say. Doc Ives pulled back the blanket that covered Sam Bryan's body, and blood completely covered the front of his shirt, and a dark hole just below the sweep of his ribs continued to ooze. And gently, almost delicately, the doctor opened Sam's shirt. A quick glance was all he needed, and he replaced the shirt and blanket, turned to Ellie, and then shook his head. Ellie fell to the bed beside her husband and cradled his head against her shoulder. As she wept, Ellie's long auburn hair fell across their faces. She drew Sam close and stroked his face. "Don't move," he whispered in her ear. "Don't say a word or let on that you hear." Ellie gasped at the sound of Sam's voice. Realizing his intent, she feigned a renewed crying spell. "Good girl," Sam whispered. "Nate Carson, he didn't do it. Hotchkiss did. Tell Jason, I love you, Ellie." And Sam Bryan sighed, exhaled a long, slow breath, and left her for another world. Ellie's tears returned in earnest, and when her tears subsided, Jason Conroe led her away to another room. Doc Ives looked into Sam's lifeless eyes and listened for any sounds of breathing before allowing the men to carry Sam's body to Wentworth's. Jimmy put the heaping plates of bacon and biscuits on the table as Jack emerged from the hole in the floor. Jack brushed the dirt from his shirt and pants, closed the door, and threw the rug back over it. Jimmy helped him lift the table back into place, being careful not to spill their breakfast. Jack noticed the waiting feast was set for 4. He looked at Jimmy and smiled at the kid's optimism. "You're gonna make somebody a great wife one of these days," Jack laughed. Jimmy's face flushed, and Jack was unsure if it was embarrassment or anger. He quickly changed the subject. "Here," he said. "I made you something last night." Jack placed a half-dozen shotgun shells on the table, and Jimmy gathered them up and gave a quizzical look. "Double-arced silver shot, like my cartridges," Jack explained. "Gotta be silver to kill a werewolf." A huge smile lit Jimmy's face. That this tough old soldier had accepted him as an equal, it swelled his heart with a warmth that pushed fear aside. Thanks, Jack. For everything. Nah, Jimmy, you're a good man. I just want you to know that. Things are apt to get pretty wild around here soon. There probably won't be time to tell you that later, but I trust you'd watch my back in a fight any day. And you're one hell of a cook. Jimmy broke open his shotgun and pulled out the shells. He dropped 2 of the new silver loads into the breech, when a high-pitched, quavering wow split the quiet morning air. Jimmy jumped and lost his hold on the shotgun. It bounced off the floor, and the slug spilled out and rolled free. Jimmy dropped to his knees in pursuit of the weapon and the rolling shells. As he chased him in a mad scramble across the floor, Jack stepped around Jimmy and threw open the front door. Nick Corbin, still raising the rebel yell, entered on the run. Nick collided with Jimmy. The pair bounced across the plank floor, and Jack closed the door behind them and exploded with laughter while Nick and Jimmy struggled desperately to untangle their limbs. They managed with great effort to regain their feet. Laughing and holding his aching side, Jack slid to the floor, unable to stop his wild laughter or tears running down his cheeks. Nick and Jimmy tried to resist Jack's uncontrolled mirth, but they couldn't find the strength. They surrendered to the urge to join the laughter. None of the men saw the somber figure that stepped into the room behind them. "I'm glad y'all are having so much fun," Nate said. His surprised return and sober face broke the mood, and the laughter ceased. Nick helped Jack back to his feet, and Jimmy retrieved his shotgun and scattered ammunition. "I take it your visit with the sheriff went badly," Jack said. "To say the least, Sam Bryan is dead." Nate had their attention. "What happened?" Sam knew about the clan's involvement in the killing of the work crew. He wasn't overly surprised that his deputy was involved, but didn't admit to it. Hotchkiss was forcing him to call in the Rangers. While I was talking to Sam, Hotchkiss showed up with 2 gunmen and a Pinkerton man named Jordan Teague in tow. Teague's an ass," Nick interrupted. "That may be," Nate continued. "But he had a warrant for your arrest, and Hotchkiss threatened to have me arrested as your accomplice. I invited them to try and serve that warrant here. That kind of put up a fight in Teague. When he hesitated to think it over, Hotchkiss ordered his boys to start shooting. They damn near killed Sam before I got to them." "Dang, they must have been fast," Jack said. They were fast, that's for sure. But poor judges. It cost them. Hotchkiss called out the rest of his men and was busy stirring up the town for my hanging, and so I lit out. I reckon a posse will be here soon, and the Rangers, they'll be right behind them. The bodies were beginning to pile up at Wentworth's. Jason had the men lay Sam Bryan beside the Undertaker's body. Bill Reed's family put a stop to Hotchkiss's scheme to bury Bill in a mass grave, and Bill was still lying in the workroom when Sam arrived. "This is getting to be the busiest place in town," Chet Ferguson said. "Let's just get the hell out of here. Gives me the creeps," Terrell Jolly replied. "And that smell is god-awful." "Ain't nobody in here going to bother you, Terrell. It's them outside you gotta worry about," Chet said. Despite Ferguson's bravado, none of the men carrying Sam Bryan's body cared to tally along. Their duty done, they beat a hasty retreat to the Lone Star. "Doc, can you take care of seeing to it that Sam and the rest are buried? Looks like I'm gonna be real busy," Jason said. Sure thing, son. Leave me a couple of men to do the digging. Yo, Doc ain't what he used to be. I'll take care of everything. You get to the worthless vermin that killed Sam." Good you looking on Miss Bryan, too?" "I'll stop by there later, in the morning. Ellie's a strong girl. She'll be alright until then."
She probably wants to be alone for a bit," Jason said. "Tomorrow will be fine. Tell her I'll be by when things quiet down. I might."
"What about you? Where are you headed, Deputy?"
Hargis asked. "Lazy L. I want to make sure Nate and the rest are still there. Then I'm going to set up watch at the fort on his place."
I want to make sure nobody slips off the Lazy L into Indian territory. Good idea. I'll be sure to tell the congressman what a help you've been. Hargus added. Save it. I'm just doing my job like Sam would have wanted me to do. I'll tell him anyway. Now, I've got a job to do myself. Eamon Hargus left Wentworth's in a hurry. Time was slipping away and he still had one more stop to make before getting back to Hotchkiss. Hargus retraced his steps to the Brian's back door. He hadn't been able to stop Brian from talking. Their whispers may have went unheard by the others, but he heard well enough. He'd have to silence the widow before she got to that deputy. And through the back door, he could hear her softly weeping, and Hargus slipped through the door without a sound. Ellie laid curled on her bed, face buried in her pillow. The love of her life was gone, and the man responsible for his death was about to get away with it. And she knew she needed to stop crying. She must find Jason Conroe. Knowing was one thing. Finding the strength to act was something else altogether. The dark hole that opened in her heart seemed to suck the life from her. And she'd never loved Sam more than at that moment, and she had never been more furious with him. Ellie's tears stopped on her own volition. The hair on the back of her neck stood on end. It suddenly felt as though hundreds of bugs were running up and down her spine. A cold flower of black fear blossomed in her belly. Someone was watching her. A rough hand closed over Ellie's mouth. Another seized her waist and lifted her from the bed. Now, listen very carefully. A voice growled in her ear. I'm fighting the urge to snap your neck and be done with this. Hargus applied pressure to Ellie's neck to emphasize his point. A bolt of white-hot pain shot from her neck down her right arm, and Ellie screamed into the palm clamped tightly over her mouth. His fingers shifted and closed on her nose as well. Ellie tried to draw a breath and failed. She struggled to pry his finger and thumb from her nose, but Hargus was just too strong. She had to have air. Panic overrode her senses, and Ellie thrashed wildly to break free. Blackness closed all around her. Would you like to live? The voice asked from a far edge of her returning consciousness, and Ellie nodded. Then be still. And Ellie complied. Hargus released his hold long enough to allow her a few deep breaths. His hand tightened over her mouth once more. It was a struggle to breathe through her nose, but Ellie was glad to just be breathing again. Her body still screamed for air. There's a very slim chance you might live. That chance hinges entirely on your instant and complete obedience. Do you understand? And Ellie nodded again. Death rides the red. Let's get straight into that. Jason couldn't shake the feeling. It had been eating away at him for the last half hour. He had to turn back to town. Sam Bryan was a flawless judge of character. He could spot troublemakers by the way they carried themselves, or the look in their eyes. Sam had been sure of Nate Carson. Could Sam have been fatally wrong this time? Jason could not convince himself of it. It did not ring true. Something was not right, and Jason was sure the truth was not hiding on the Lazy L. He could almost hear Sam's voice whispering it in his ear. An hour later, he was back in town. A crowd milled about the sheriff's office. Hotchkiss' coach was still outside and Jason could make out the driver, standing alongside the rig. And Hotchkiss was inside holding court in Sam's office. Jason suppressed a burst of rage. He needed a clear head. I'm learning, Sam, he whispered and started a wide circle around Texoma. Jason pulled up in front of the Bryan house and swung down from the saddle. His gun was in his hand before he thought, and it felt right. He rapped lightly on the front door and called Ellie's name. When she didn't answer, the third time, he let himself in. Gun drawn, Jason searched the house. He found Ellie Bryan in her bedroom. Ellie's wide, terrified eyes stared up at him from the bed. She was tied to the bed with lengths of drapery cord. A dark circle of dried blood covered her dress from neck to waist. Jason holstered his Colt and pulled the gag from Ellie's mouth. "Oh, thank God, Jason, you're here. Oh, we've got to hurry. He's coming back." Jason cut the bounds from her wrists and took quick stock of her wounds. The cut to her neck was shallow, but had bleed freely before stopping on its own. The cords had burned Ellie's wrists without blistering. They would heal. "Who did this?" "No time," she answered. "Follow me." Ellie led him out the front door and across the street to the Mosby's house. The house was one of the oldest structures in Texoma, built in the 50s. It was 2 stories of river rock and rough-cut cedar that always reminded Jason of a fortress. In those early years, it was a fortress. The Mosby house had withstood attacks by both Comanche and Kiowa raiders. Ellie dashed along the flagstone path, through manicured grass and bright flowers, to the front door of Eli and Sarah Mosby. She didn't bother to knock. Ellie dragged Jason through the door by his collar, turned and threw the huge bolt behind them. "Ellie, get your gun," Ellie told the startled owner. "Well, get going, old man," Sarah Mosby scolded. "Ellie, what's the matter, dear? Oh my God, you're bleeding." "It stopped. I'm okay now," Ellie explained. "Jason, go through there and lock the back door." Jason did as he was told and returned to the Mosby's living room, still wondering what was going on. Eli Mosby came down the stairs carrying an enormous Kentucky rifle. The weapon dwarfed its owner. "Is that thing safe?" Jason asked. "I can put a hole in your head at 100 yards with it. Would that do you?" Mosby said. "That'll do fine," Jason said. "Now, Ellie, Miss Bryan, tell me, what in God's name is going on around here?" Ellie Bryan managed to get everyone seated. She pushed the hair back from her face and, with a deep sigh, began to tell them about the hours since Sam's death. "Jason, I have a message for you from Sam. Don't interrupt. I'll explain. When y'all brought Sam home this morning, I just knew he was dead, but when I leaned close to him, he whispered to me. Jason, Sam told me Nate Carson didn't do the shooting. John Hotchkiss did, or more likely, his men. Either way, Hotchkiss killed Sam. He said to tell only you, but somehow that man, Hargis, he heard him. He came back after y'all took Sam away. He was going to kill me, and he will if he gets the chance. I think the only reason he hesitated was he was waiting for the posse to ride out so he could, well. Jason nodded. He said nothing, but he knew the word Ellie couldn't speak. Sarah, Ellie, I'm sorry. I probably put y'all in danger by coming here. I just didn't know what else to do. Jason, we need your help. Sam's counting on you. Yes, ma'am. I believe I know what to do. Mr. Mosby, can you hold down the fort here? Doc Ives and a couple of the men are over at Wentworth's. I'll send them to help. But in the meantime, don't let anyone in here. You can count on it, Sonny, Mosby said. Eamon Hargis left the Bryan house by the back door. Ellie Bryan was silenced. For now. Of course, he could have killed her. Probably should have killed her. He almost gave in to the temptation. The thought of hearing her neck snap was almost irresistible. But it would have to be a fleeting pleasure. Afterwards, he would have to dispose of the body, and that meant waiting for the posse to leave town. And since he must wait, why not have a little fun? He was still a man, and there would be time later to indulge in all of his appetites. A vision of rape by the moonlight flashed across Eamon's mind and sent a shiver of excitement through him. He let the vision grow, willed it on. He saw the look in the Bryan woman's eyes as she rose from the bed, the revulsion, the shame. Oh yes, the helpless, powerful submission. How sweet it would be, yet that look would not last long. When the change came, it would turn to horror. He never got enough of the utter terror the sight of his new body always delivered. And tonight he would mix that horror with her realization that the creature standing over her had also just raped her. Eamon would savor that look and drink it in slowly, right up until the moment he ripped her throat out. Life was good. First, he had to tell Hotchkiss. He'd leave out the details. He always did. Still, he and Hotchkiss had an understanding. No unsanctioned killing of people. He was sure that once Hotchkiss knew the truth, he would approve his disposal of the Bryan woman. Hotchkiss had said as much, but with men like John Hotchkiss, it was always best to get it straight out. He found his employer sitting behind the sheriff's desk. Prospective posse members filled the room, hanging on his every word and hoping to be sworn in to do some killing. "Before we take any action," Hotchkiss said, "we need to go on and elect a new sheriff. We are going to do this legally. Gentlemen, the eyes of our state and our nation are upon us." Hotchkiss stopped speaking when Hargis entered the room and motioned for the congressman to meet him outside. "If you will excuse me, I must speak with my chief of security. While I'm gone, y'all give some thought to who the next sheriff should be." Hotchkiss rounded the desk and the crowd parted to let him pass. Hotchkiss followed Hargis out of the door and out of earshot. "Bring me up to date, Mr. Hargis." Eamon Hargis liked the way Hotchkiss called him Mr. all the time. No one had ever called him that before, at least not in a civil tone of voice. "Bryan's dead. That other deputy, Conroe, went to watch Carson's ford across the river. We do have one small problem." You know how I hate problems, Mr. Hargis. What is it?" "The sheriff's wife. He whispered to her before he died. I'm sure no one else heard. What do you want done?" "Could you hear what she said?" And Hargis nodded. "He told her you did it and she should tell only Conroe." "And Conroe is the one sitting up on the river?" Hargis nodded again. "Excellent. She hasn't told him yet. Dispose of her. Discreetly, Mr. Hargis. Discreetly." "Consider it done." "Oh, and by the way, get over to the telegraph office. Send a wire to Wacko and tell them to get those rangers up here as soon as possible." Jason Conroe felt alive again. He had purpose once more and meant to make the most of it. He left the Mosby house and slipped along Texoma's side streets to avoid the crowd at the sheriff's office. Hotchkiss was still running up his posse. He needed men he could count on to kill the men at the Lazy L without too many questions. A dead Nate Carson would be easy to blame for the death of the sheriff and the Pinkerton man. The rest he could lay at the feet of the clan. And Jason moved along parallel Main Street for 2 blocks and knocked on the back door of his old friend, Roscoe Shea. Roscoe ran the local telegraph office and stage line, and Jason heard footfalls approaching the door. I'm coming, Shea called. "Roscoe, it's Jason. Let me in." "Jason? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be helping track down the sheriff's killer?" "I'm doing just that, Roscoe. Tell me, has Hotchkiss or any of his men been here since the shooting?" "No." "Good. They will be, and here's what I want you to do." Now Jason laid out his plan and left Shea's by the back door. Roscoe dimmed the lights, returned to his room and waited for his next customer to arrive. He didn't have to wait long. A tall man with black hair, hard eyes, and a scar on his cheek stalked through Shea's door. Roscoe feigned business in the back room and took his time answering. "Hey, back there," the man growled. "Get yourself in here. Congressman Hotchkiss wants a message sent." Roscoe opened the door to the front office slightly and peered sleepily out at the stranger. Eamon Hargus' impatience was evident in the thin press of his lips and the tightly bunched muscles of his jaws, and Shay stepped to his desk, still shuffling the papers in his hands. "Congressman Hotchkiss wants this message sent now." Sure. Here, let's see it," Shay said. He read the message and sat at his telegraph. Roscoe tapped out the message to the Ranger headquarters in Waco. The message sent, Shay held the receiver close to his ear and nodded as he wrote out the acknowledgement. He handed the message to Hargus, and the tall man stuffed the note into his pocket. 10 cents, Shay smiled. Hargus flipped the coin into Shay's desk and strode on out. "You're welcome," Shay called out after him. Shay smiled and reached under the desk to reattach the key. Then he tapped out the 2 messages Jason and he had worked out. And Shay also contacted Olin Powell and told him to have everyone ready to ride at a moment's notice. The dark took forever to arrive, or so it seemed to Hargus. He hated to wait, but he wanted a little moonlight for his romantic encounter. It made for better eye contact. Eye contact was so very important to lovers. He would extract the price of his weight from Ellie Bryan before she died. Why not extract a down payment now? The thought leaped unbidden to his mind. There was time. Maybe a little taste was what he needed to make the wait more tolerable. Eamon stepped off the walk in front of the telegraph office and started for the Bryan house. His chores were done. Hotchkiss wouldn't need him until later tonight. Yes, there was time for a little taste, and Eamon licked his lips. Earlier, the Bryan store moved smoothly enough for Hargus to take Ellie Bryan by surprise. Surprise? Oh, that was no longer necessary. Hargus wanted her to know he was back. He lifted the door, forcing it to grind against its hinges, and Hargus took his time moving through the house. He let every footfall register his progress. It was all for naught. Hargus entered Ellie's bedroom to find she was gone. Rage boiled up from the core of Eamon Hargus and shook him in its grip. His long arms and legs reverberated with anger and hate. He brought down his fist into the middle of the bed. Support slats splintered and the side rails snapped under the force of the blow. The bed collapsed in upon itself, and fury surged over Hargus in fresh waves. It washed away his natural caution and unleashed an unquenchable flood of destruction that swept the Bryan house, and Hargus tore the front door from its moorings and threw it into the street. She was not going to get away. He could still smell her fear. He would find her, and there would be no more waiting. Death incarnate stalked Ellie Bryan, and his senses were keen. Hargus, flushed with anger, stormed across the narrow street. The trail led straight to the rock and cedar home of Eli and Sarah Mosby. At first glance, the place reminded Hargus of a small fort. No matter, there was not a fortress built that would save her now. Hargus kicked the Mosby's picket gate into splinters and uprooted the whitewashed archway. He would shove their dainty little arch right through the front door. Hargus lifted the twin posts above his head. Lightning flashed in front of his eyes and thunder rumbled from the doorway towards Hargus. Eamon Hargus was lifted from his feet, still holding the broken arch, and fell to the flagstone walk with a hollow thud. The air, not ripped from his chest with the initial blow, was driven out by the impact with the stone. Hargus gasped for air and tried to blink back the searing pain in his chest. The hand he sent to explore the blow came away bright red, and Hargus raised his head and saw frothy, pink bubbles boiling from the hole in his lung. In the doorway above him, smoke rose from the barrel of an impossibly long rifle held by a white-haired old man. And Hargus's head fell back to the ground, and he was still. Jason Conroe and Doc Ives heard the rolling thunder and knew it was the Mosby's antique come to life. They broke into a run, and Jason entertained hopes that Don and Red would finish with the graves and get the Mosbys before there was trouble. It was not to be. Jason jumped from his horse and sprinted across the Mosby's ruined yard. He sidestepped a red pool on the walkway and pounded on the door. "It's Jason! Let me in!" The door began to open before he got the words out, and Eli Mosby appeared in the doorway, flanked by Ellie and Sarah, and Mosby wore a huge grin. "I got the rotten bastard!" Mosby's grin disappeared, replaced by stunned disbelief. "What happened?" Jason asked. "The man who attacked Ellie. Well, he was here. I shot him, dang near point blank. Where'd he go?" Mosby stepped past Jason to examine the blood pooled on the walk. "See? There's the crazy fool's blood right there." "Maybe you didn't hit him square," Jason offered. "Yeah, maybe a little red hen is about to fly out of my butt too." "Ellie, come on. I'm getting you out of here, now." Jason took Ellie by the hand and hustled her down the walk to the waiting horses. He helped her up onto Doc's horse and pointed it north. "Go," he commanded, "and don't stop for anything. I'll catch up." Ellie kicked the Doc's horse and was gone at a run. Jason swung up into his saddle. "Doc, stay here and lock this place down tight. I've got to get Ellie to someplace safe. You tell everyone the clan got her." "Where you going, boy?" Doc asked. "Better you don't know," Jason said, and was off after Ellie, Brian. The men from the sheriff's office were slower to respond to the gunshot. Hotchkiss added to the delay, just in case Hargus needed some time. Hargus was folding himself through the second-floor bedroom window when a crowd from the sheriff's office arrived at the Mosbys. He couldn't afford to be caught up there, and he dropped to the ground and worked his way between houses to the sheriff's office to wait for Hotchkiss to return. Let me do the talking," Doc cautioned as he went to meet the crowd. The men of Texoma crowded into the Mosby's yard, trampling Sarah's flowers and spitting tobacco on her walk. And Sarah ignored their behavior and let Doc do the talking. "What was all the shooting all about?" Hotchkiss asked. "Goddamn clan. They came in here after Mrs. Bryan. Eli here got a shut off and winged one of them, but his buddies carried her off with him." "Which way did he go?" Bill Simpson asked. "The wounded man went east through the houses," Doc pointed. "The riders, they went west." "Spread out, men," Hotchkiss ordered. "Find that wounded man. I know where the rest of them went." "Mr. Hotchkiss, how about me and some of the boys search house to house? There's no telling who may be in on all of this," Bill said. You do that, Bill. I ain't going back to that is, the sheriff's office. Keep me informed." "Sure thing, Mr. Hotchkiss." Bill Simpson led the posse out with a smile. When they were gone, one of the Hotchkiss' security men pointed to a trail of blood that circled the Mosby house. "Mr. Hotchkiss, take a look." And Hotchkiss nodded. "Let's go," was all he said. John Hotchkiss and his security men walked back to the sheriff's. Hotchkiss stationed the men outside and went in by himself. "What the hell happened, Mr. Hargus?" Eamon Hargus stepped from the cells into the office. Hotchkiss's Mr. no longer carried the sound of success. It sounded more like an indictment. "That old geezer shot me." "I know that. Where's Ellie Bryan? Please tell me she's dead."
She's as good as dead."
"That's not good enough," Hotchkiss roared. "Go, find her, And do your job, Mr. Hargis. Protect me, and for God's sake, take care of the mess you made down the street. Do we understand each other, Mr. Hargis?
Yes, sir.
Good. It'll be dark in a couple of hours. Clean up this tonight, and quietly. We'll get that posse out to the Lazy L later, but I want our men out there now.
Consider it done.
I do, Mr. Hargis. Don't fail me.
After Hargis departed, the congressman called for his driver.
Mr. Humphreys, he said, I'm worried about Hargis. He's allowed too many uncertainties creeping into my plans. I'd like you to take care of that deputy for me. See that he disappears forever.
Yes, sir, Mr. Hotchkiss. That'd be my pleasure.
Jason caught up to Ellie atop a hill a quarter of a mile beyond the edge of town. They reined in to walk down the far side and let Texoma drop out of sight behind them. Ellie's breathing was every bit as fast and as hard as a winded mount.
Jason, what's going on around here?
She said between gulps of air.
Where are we going?
Jason halted, not having Sam Bryan to lean on. He had always felt free to charge right into whatever problem they faced, knowing Sam was there to back him up. Now Sam was gone, and for good. It was all up to Jason. His dream of one day wearing the sheriff's badge had turned into a nightmare. He got Ellie out of town and immediate danger. But now what? Sam had not left him completely in the dark. Sam believed Nate Carson held the answer to what was happening in Texoma. He would go see Carson and get the truth. Ellie was the problem. There was going to be shooting at the Lazy L soon, and Jason couldn't take the chance of a stray bullet finding its way to the only witness against John Hotchkiss. He had to get Ellie someplace safe. And when it got big, Mineral Creek, Jason had an idea how to do just that. "Follow me," he said. Jason and Ellie walked the horses up the middle of the creek for about a mile before Jason led them across country and doubled back to Colbert's ferry. Jason paid the fare and they took the ferry across into Indian territory before turning west. Wide bands of gold and crimson colored the horizon when Jason turned off the road onto a narrow trail that plunged into the woods. And still, a mile from their destination, Jason caught Ellie's reins and led her through the deepening twilight. Ellie was certain they were helplessly lost. Branches reached out of the dark to pull at her sleeves and brushed against her legs. The woods seemed to swallow them. Occasionally, Ellie managed a fleeting glimpse of the first stars above the treetops, but there were no landmarks that she could see. She was operating by faith now. Blind faith. Faith that her dead husband had left her in capable hands. Her faith began to waver. Her faith had all but failed when the trees opened up into a clear night sky and the flicker of a firelight ahead. The house that stood in the midst of the clearing had nothing of the Mosby house about it. It was little more than a windowless oak box of logs daubed together with red clay. A plume of light grey smoke rose from the chimney, and somewhere within a baby was crying. In front of the house, 4 dark-skinned men with guns sat around an open fire.
"Jason?"
Ellie asked.
"It's okay. I know them," he said.
Jason raised a hand in greeting and was answered in kind. A tall man with a rounded belly and bowed legs rose to his feet and walked towards them. "Hello, white man," the stranger called out. The welcome was meant to sound gruff, but Ellie could see the big man smile, even in the dark. "Have you come to steal more land?" the man asked.
"Every last bit,"
Jason countered. "An honest white man. 'Tis a good sign," the man told his companions. "Get down, honest white man, and share our fire." "Thank you, Don," Jason said as he climbed down from his saddle. And Jason helped Ellie and they joined the men seated around the fire. "Eleanor Bryan,
I'd like you to meet an old friend, Donald Quaid."
The big man nodded at Ellie, and she felt sure, had the light been better, he blushed.
"Welcome," Quaid said.
"Thank you, Mr. Quaid. I was sure Jason was lost until I saw your fire."
"Of course he was lost. That is why we built such a big fire." "Why, you old scallywag, he did no such thing," Jason said. "The truth is, old Don here has forgotten the old ways. He builds a white man's fire nowadays. I am deeply offended, white man, but for the lady's sake, I will excuse you. Mrs. Bryan, this is my father, Balaam, and these other men are my neighbors, John Burris and Jason Wolfe. Now, let us all sit and hear how we can help my friend." "Do I really look that pitiful?" Jason said, and 5 heads around the fire nodded in unison. "If that don't beat all, well, all right. Here it is. I need someone to protect Mrs. Bryan while I go after her husband's killer." And heads nodded again. Jonas Wolfe, the youngest of the 4 men, spoke to the others in Chickasaw. There followed a nodding of heads and rapid bursts of more Chickasaw. It was Don Quaid who finally spoke to the guests in English. "Does the one who killed her husband seek her too?" "He does," Jason said. More Chickasaw words and nodding before Wolfe spoke again, and a disagreement began to grow between Burris and Wolfe. The quarrel was ended by the elder Quaid, who motioned his son and Jason towards the horses. "We will protect Mrs. Bryan as best we can," Quaid said. "But you must not go after this killer tonight." "I have to, Don. Sam Bryan was my friend." That may be so, but you do not know how to catch this killer. It is not a man you seek." "What? You know who killed the sheriff?" "That's impossible. How could you know?" "We know many things the whites no longer know. We heard this killer's song. It sings the song of the wolf, but it is not a wolf. It wears the skin of a man, but is not a man. It cannot be killed with your gun or your knife." "What are you talking about?" "I'm talking about old ways. Ways older than red man and white man. I speak of a spirit that has walked since the crawfish pushed up the earth. It is what my people call Ishtu Hollow." "Don, Sam Bryan was shot. There's no mystery creature, only a man with a gun." "Stay here with us, Jason Conroe. Jonas has strong medicine and we have hunters tracking the Ishtu Hollow." "Whether I hunt the killer or not, I can't stay. I gotta get to the Lazy L before morning or innocent men will die." "Then take this," Jonas Wolfe said from behind Jason. The Chickasaw handed Jason a long slender knife and some petals from a white flower bound together by a thin leather cord. The knife was fashioned from bone and carved with intricate designs and inlaid with silver. The blade had a slight curve sharpened on both sides, so that it reminded Jason of a large fang. "When you come to believe," Wolfe said, "do not shoot and do not run. Slide the blade here, between the ribs, into the creature's heart." Now Jason Conroe left Ellie in the care of the Chickasaws and rode south towards the Red River. It was a short ride, but the darkness forced him to slowly pick his way along the narrow path. The going would be faster once he crossed onto the cleared land of the Lazy L. Jason had to get there ahead of the posse. He had hoped Shay and the others had been successful, delaying the posse's start from Texoma. The ground underfoot began to slope away and the wind carried the scent of the river. He was close. The soft banks could be treacherous and steep. He stepped out of the saddle and led the way to the river on foot. Jason stopped where the cottonwoods gave way to the shrubs and sand of the river bank. A light mist that rose from the river into the rapidly cooling night air, but the far bank was still visible. Moonlight reflected on the water and washed the sandy shores in its glow. Farther back from the river, the trees were rooted in thick darkness. He would present an easy target as he crossed. A target? For who? It's the middle of the night, for God's sake, he told himself. The knock on his door was so faint, Doc Ives wasn't sure he heard anything at all. He shuffled across the parlour and listened for the sound to come again. "Is somebody there?" he asked. "Help me, please. Oh God, it hurts," a small voice replied. The doctor opened the door. The colour washed from his face, and he rocked unsteadily on legs that struggled to hold his weight. "I took a bullet in the chest today," Eamon Hargis said. Hargis opened his shirt and tapped the small dimpled scar in the centre of his chest. "Oh, it seems to have healed already. Amazing, isn't it?" And Hargis threw a short jab into the middle of the doctor's face. Ives crashed to the parlour floor, and blood dripped from his crushed lips. His nose was broken, and his eyes began to swell, but not before he saw the blood spatter from his face to the parlour floor. And Hargis wedged a boot under the doctor and kicked him in his back. "Only fast healing is not nearly as amazing as this," Hargis said. The tall man's lips drew back from his teeth in a fierce snarl. Hair sprouted over his face and bare chest, and Doc Ives' vision was obscured by blood and swelling, but not enough to prevent him from watching Hargis become something neither man nor beast, yet a little of both. Ives tried to scream, and Hargis cut him short. The wolf thing gently closed the doctor's door and loped across town to keep his next appointment. The next morning, the Mosby's maid found their front door standing open. It was the first and least chilling of all the discoveries she made that day. A trail of dried blood led the way up the stairs. Upon her bed lay the disemboweled body of Sarah Mosby. Blood radiated from her torn abdomen like spokes from a wheel. Eli's Kentucky rifle was jammed between the mattress and the headboard. Mosby's head was impaled on the long barrel. For years, folks around Texoma claimed to see Eli Mosby, but his body was never found. Jason crouched between the trees and studied the banks of the river by moonlight. He shouldn't be worried, but he was. His gut was churning in waves of nausea. In his head, Sam's voice kept whispering for him to slow down. Sam was always trying to rein him in, and Jason hated it. He couldn't shake the warning eating at his middle, and opted to follow Sam's advice. And Jason squinted and stretched his neck towards the south bank, as if it would improve his vision. And hands closed over Jason's mouth and yanked him from his feet. And Jason looked up into the face of Jonas Wolf. A broad smile spread across Wolf's face, and he held a single finger to his nose. And slowly, Jonas removed his hand from Jason's mouth and pointed across the river. Jason saw faint movement among the trees on a far shore. The mist was much thicker now, but Jason could make out the dark form as it moved from tree to tree. And Jonas motioned Jason deeper into the cottonwoods. The Chickasaw pointed to Jason's horse and then back the way they had come. And Jason obeyed, and the pair moved away from the river. They rode only 100 yards before the wind shifted and blew from the north. The change in the wind brought with it a long, mournful howl from behind them. And then a second, closer this time. And Jonas lashed out at Jason's horse. "Run!" Wolf yelled. And Jason kicked his bay into a sprint, but the horse needed little urging. Jason and Jonas charged headlong through the trees, mindless of the overhanging branches and the roots that grew into the trail. They slowed only when Don Quaid's fire was once again in sight. "What in the hell was that thing?" Jason said. "That was the Ishto Holo, white man." "You should have listened to me," Quaid replied. How many times have you said those words? Jonas asked. Too many and never enough, Quaid laughed. Jason noticed Jonah's left eye was cut and swollen, but there was no bleeding. Did a branch get you? Jason pointed at a cut. No, Boris, Don said. He wanted to let you go meet the Ishto Hollow on your own. Jonas disagreed. Thanks, Jason said. Now, tell me about this Ishto Hollow. How do we kill it? Doctor, Don said to Jonas, will you explain to the white man? The story the Chickasaw medicine man told Jason about the creature was punctuated by distant howls carried to them from the river. He's hunting you, Jonas said with a nod of his head towards the cry of the wolf. Me? Why? I don't know why, but I know he had your scent and lost it. We didn't exactly try to hide our trail, Jason said. Jonas held a bundle of the white flowers out to Jason, and Jason smelled the flowers and shrugged. There seemed nothing unusual about them. Wolfsbane, Jonas said. The Ishto Hollow smell is keen. It doesn't like the scent of these flowers. And Jonas laid them across the trail for several yards. That's why you weren't followed further, Quaid explained. The Hotchkiss men sent to guard the Lazy L had no such protection, and they knew it. They huddled together among the trees and prayed to God, and John Hotchkiss, the thing, followed orders and stayed away from them. They weren't sure just what Hotchkiss had that howled like that, but they had seen what it could do, and that was enough. Whether by the will of God or decree of Hotchkiss, the creature remained unseen, and the guards untouched. The four men inside the Lazy L ate a hurried breakfast of biscuits and bacon. Even when not on watch, none of them had much success sleeping the night before. They followed the sound of the creature's track through Texoma. The haunting howls never seemed to get close to the Lazy L, but knowing it was on the prowl kept their eyes open. The rising sun told them just how tired they were. It was not the best way to start a pitched battle, but it would have to do. And Jimmy's biscuits were light as a feather on the tongue, but soon weighed like lead on the eyelids of the tired men. Nate, Jack and Nick slipped slowly into sleep while still on their seats. And Jimmy let them doze and took up a position to watch the road. While the Lazy L slept in the early dawn, John Hotchkiss finalized Bill Simpson's appointment as sheriff, and Simpson promptly picked out the 20 men Hotchkiss wanted for a posse and placed everyone under Hotchkiss's command. While Simpson was busy with his first official duties, Hotchkiss sent Humphreys to Shantytown. The driver was to arrange for volunteers to avenge the murdered work gang. 15 freedmen volunteered, were promptly armed by Humphreys and marched to the sheriff's office. Hotchkiss looked over the assembled men at his command. They had just the right look. A man who could assemble a posse of Confederate veterans and a bunch of armed Negroes could go places, Hotchkiss told himself. Places besides Texas. Places like Washington, maybe even Europe. Ambassador Hotchkiss had a pleasant ring to it, and so did John Hotchkiss, defender of the new Union, businessman, advisor of presidents, attendee at the court of St. James, and richest man in Texas. And hanging a few worthless rebels was all that stood in his way. Hotchkiss supplied every man on the posse with a gift of a horse taken from the Rockin' H stock. Mounted and well-armed, the posse headed for the Lazy L, and Simpson was instructed to follow on foot with the Negro volunteers. Let's get these men out to the Lazy L before the Rangers get here, Hotchkiss told his second in command. Move out, Hargis punctuated the shouted order with a sweeping wave of his arm. Everything in town was satisfactorily taken care of, Mr. Hargis? He asked. Absolutely. We got riders coming on in," Jimmy announced. Nate, Jack, and Nick came instantly awake and took up their positions. Nate and Jack crouched beneath the front windows, and Nick moved to the cover at the back door. And Jimmy kept his place at the south windows. "How many, Jimmy?" Nate asked.
"Couple dozen, Captain."
"Speaks well of Sam Bryan," Nate observed. "Not too good for us, though."
They're spreading out. Y'all should see 'em any time,"
Jimmy said. "I got 8, maybe 9 in the trees back here," Nick called out. "About a dozen, plus Harmon and Hotchkiss," Jack said. "I don't see a sheriff's badge anywhere. How about y'all?" Nate asked. "Nope. Looks like vigilante justice has come to call. Can't say I'm surprised," Nick answered.
"Nate Carson," the baritone voice of John Hotchkiss boomed. "Nate, we're here to take you in for the murder of Sheriff Bryan and John Teague. We have the place surrounded and the Sheriff Simpson is on the way with more men and the Texas Rangers. Do yourself a favor and surrender now before there's any shooting. You'll get a fair trial. You have my word on that. But you have to come out now, and you have to come out peaceable. You dally or start shooting and all bets are off."
"You men out there with Hotchkiss," Nate hollered. "Y'all don't be foolish. The man's a dirty, lying weasel. His own pa was ashamed of him. It was his men that started the shooting and killed Sam. Do you really want to risk your necks trying to get in here for the likes of him? That's what y'all be doing, because you sure as hell ain't doing it for Sam Bryan."
"Listen to me," Hotchkiss countered. "Those men in there are wanted by the law. I have the warrants right here. Nate Carson shot Sam Bryan because he was about to serve these warrants. And I heard him threaten to kill anyone trying to arrest his friends, that included the sheriff."
"Try and keep him talking, Nate. I want to check something," Jack whispered. And before Nate could answer, Jack was gone. "Well, as long as they stay back in those trees, let 'em be," Nate said. "Where's Jack going?"
"Down the hole," Jimmy answered. "He was up to something down there earlier this morning."
Minutes later, Jack crawled out of the hole and returned to Nate's side. This time he stayed below the level of the windows and out of the posse's sight. "They only have one man on the north side of the house," Jack announced. "How do you know?" Nate asked. "There's no windows on that side." "There is now." Jack smiled up at him. "I made one this morning." "You what?" "I got a hole in the north wall. Like you say, ain't any doors or windows over there, so I figure they might leave it unguarded. I was right. We have a way out, if we need it." "You cut a hole in my house?" Nate was incredulous. "Well, yeah, just in case." "Okay, let me get this straight," Nate said. He pointed at Jack. "You cut a hole in the side of my house, just in case?" Then he pointed at Jimmy. "And you let him do it?" "That's about the size of it." Jack smiled again. Sorry, Captain," Jimmy said, unsure whether to laugh or show contrition. "Have either of y'all thought about what you're gonna do if we survive this?"
"Got more coming, Captain," Jimmy called out. "Looks like Bill Simpson and a bunch of gun-toting Negroes."
"Hotchkiss is pulling out all the stops," Nick said. Outside, Bill Simpson busied himself stationing the freedmen in the gaps between the other members of the posse. Then he reported to Hotchkiss. "Any word from the Rangers?" Hotchkiss asked. "None," Simpson answered. "Ain't seen hide nor hair of a single one. What'll we do?"
"Just sit tight. We'll try and keep them penned up here. If they start shooting, tell your boys to open up on them."
The two sides spent the next few hours staring at each other while John Hotchkiss's patience trickled away. Patience had never been his strong suit, and the Ranger's delay was excruciating. Unable to contain himself any longer, Hotchkiss summoned aiming Hargus and ordered him back to town. Hargus growled at being used as an errand boy, but Hotchkiss was able to soothe his ire. I'm saving your talents for tonight, my friend. You'll get your chance. But the horses in Remuda shied away from Hargus. He managed to get control of a bay with a rocking H-brand and swung into the saddle. The nervous mare bolted and Hargus put the spurs to her. The horse refused to slow the entire way to town. Not that Hargus cared to slow down. By the time Hargus arrived at Shays, the poor animal was lathered and blowing great deep breaths. Hargus threw the reins into the street. The door to the telegraph office was locked, and Hargus kicked it open and went in. He made a quick search and decided the place was empty. Hargus sat at the key and tapped out a message to Ranger headquarters. The reply came back quickly. As requested by Congressman Hotchkiss, Rangers on station, Whitesboro, waiting further orders. Hargus was livid. He sent 2 messages before ripping up the key and throwing it through the window. The first was to Waco, the second to the Rangers waiting in Whitesboro. Both read, Direct Rangers to Lazy L. Texoma. Now, Hotchkiss. And Hargus stomped out of the telegraph office in search of a fresh horse. He found one tied outside the Lone Star, and was headed for the Lazy L before its owner knew it was gone. But the sun had hit its zenith when Hargus lit from the stolen spent horse and found his boss. Where the hell are the Rangers? Hotchkiss fumed. Whitesboro. What? Seems someone sent a message in your name, directing them to wait in Whitesboro. They've been sitting down there on their asses since dawn. There had to been that pimple of a telegraph man. He's cleared out. Question is, who put him up to it? Hargus said. Goddamn clown, that's who, Hotchkiss growled. He must be one of them. Those scum would do anything they thought they could for a minute that would cause me trouble. Well, if they intend to meddle in this, let's be ready. Maybe we can put an end to their interference for good. Have Simpson move half those Negroes to watch the road and promise them $1 for every bloody white robe they bring me. You can take care of our telegraph man after this is over. Sure thing, Congressman. Do you think Carson's in the clan? If not, he's just joined up now. We have proof they're working together. This just gets better and better for us. I think it's time we get the festivities started. How about you? Jason and Jonas Wolf started east for the Colbert's Ferry at first light. The Chickasaws convinced Jason against taking on the werewolf by himself. Though they heard no gunfire, Jason thought Hotchkiss and his posse had to be at the Lazy L by now. At best, Roscoe had held them up until early morning. His message would delay the Rangers beyond noon. The town would be empty of all but those loyal to Jason and the clan. And there was much to do, if only Carson held out long enough. Carson, this is your last chance. Come out now or we're coming in after you, Hotchkiss bellowed. Lead the charge, Congressman. I got something for you, Nate replied. Have it your way, Carson. Hotchkiss turned and gave Hargus a quick nod. Hargus moved behind the cover of the trees to a group of men stationed there. Cover me, boys, he ordered, and started towards the unprotected barn at a run. When Hargus started in motion, those stationed in the trees beyond Nate's front door opened fire, and the remaining members of the posse positioned around the house followed their lead. Hammond's making for the barn. Jack switched rifles. Get him! Jack and Nate fired through the shattered windows, trying to pick off the sprinting Hargus. Nick and Jimmy returned the posse's cover fire. And Hargus crossed the open ground with an agility and speed Nate thought beyond a man of his size. He was out of their line of fire in seconds. Behind the house, the posse took advantage of all the firing and closed in. Nick and Jimmy opened up and drove them back in the cover of the trees. and slugs riddled the walls of the ranch house from all sides. "Nate," Jack said, "you still mad about the little hole I made in your house?" "Shut up, Jack," Nate said, and ducked as a slug splintered the window casement above his head. Nate peeked over the sill and fired, and one of the posse clutched his chest and fell to the ground. "Blood has been spilled," Nate told himself, "and damned if he wasn't the first one to spill it. There will be no hope of negotiation now, not that there had ever been." Hargus rode out of the barn a moment later, sitting atop Nate's buckboard. Lil Joe was hitched to the buckboard and running like the devil was chasing him. In front of the ranch house door, Hargus hauled back on the reins, and Lil Joe was big and strong, but the force of Hargus's arms brought the black horse skidding to a stop. Hargus drew his revolver and shot Little Joe. The big horse jerked once and collapsed in a boneless heap. Blood pooled under the horse's head. "No!" Nate yelled and leapt through the shattered window. Nate's first shot hit Hargus in the throat, knocking him to the ground, behind the wagon and out of Nate's sight. Some would-be heroes in the posse stepped from behind the trees to get a better shot at Nate. Nate fired 4 times. 2 members of the posse fell dead, and 2 were left writhing in pain. Nate launched himself into the air. He intended to land in a buckboard and get another shot at Hargus, but the buckboard did not cooperate. It took on a life of its own and stood up on its side. Nate crashed headfirst into the bed and fell with a heavy thud. He hit the ground and rolled into the open, and Hargus soared over the buckboard and pounced on him. Nate tried to raise his coat, but Hargus brushed it aside. "You can't hurt me with that," Hargus growled. The creature behind Hargus's eyes burned with a dark rage. He plucked Nate's slug from his neck and rolled it in between his long fingers before casually flipping it aside. Nate's mind flashed back to Gettysburg in the moonlight. He saw the beast pull the bayonet from his chest as it came for him, and Hargus pulled Nate's face close to his. Nate could feel the rage radiating from his adversary. "I'm gonna eat your heart, and I'm not waiting for nightfall to do it." A flash of movement caught Hargus's eye, and he turned in time to see Jack Morgan raise his gun and take aim. Morgan would not be firing lead. His plans disrupted, Hargus dropped his prey and rolled. Jack shot board into the bed of the upturned wagon. Hargus regained his feet using the toppled buckboard as cover, and he trotted back to the trees near Hotchkiss. "What the hell were you thinking?" Jack shouted at Nate. Jack grabbed his dazed friend by the collar and hauled him towards the house. They were now exposed to the posse on the south. Nick relieved Jimmy and laid down a covering fire with his carbine. Jimmy held the door open until Jack got Nate back inside, and then sent both barrels flying towards the posse, moving up behind the cover of the buckboard. Jack pushed Nate across the floor into position by the windows and plopped down beside him. You crazy?" Jack huffed. You can't go after him like that, even in the daylight. Do you think lying dead out there next to your horse is going to help anybody?" "I'm sorry," Nate mumbled in apology. Nate met Jack's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled upwards. "Damn, my head hurts." Jack and Nate exchanged growing smiles and then burst into laughter. Outside, the gunfire gradually slowed and then died away. Roscoe Shea joined Jason and Jonas at Colbert's Ferry not long after the shooting to the west began to die away. "I hope we're not too late," Roscoe said. "I don't think so, but we have to get everyone to Carson's by dark." "We'll make it. The rest of the boys should be here in an hour or 2. You really think this is a good idea, Jason?" "No, but it's the only idea we have." That's comforting," Roscoe said. "Ain't it, though?" "They're tightening the noose," Nick said. The gunfire settled down to a sporadic trickle. The sun was working its way down the western sky as Hotchkiss's men arrived with wagons brought up from the Rocket H. They positioned these around the house and reinforced the wagons by piling Nate's cordwood against the upturned beds. "How long are we going to have to hold out?" Nate asked. "I figure at least till morning," Nick replied. "But we're talking about the army, so who can say for sure?" "I never thought I'd live to see the day that I would be glad to see bluecoats were coming," Nate said. "Yeah, kind of funny, ain't it?" "I hope they get here soon," Jimmy said, "'cause we got more riders coming on in." 10 Texas Rangers rode onto the Lazy L, and they were met by Bill Simpson, who directed them to Hotchkiss. The posse cheered the Rangers' arrival, but daylight and the chance to breach the Lazy L that day was slipping away. The men inside held their fire, even though the Rangers remained mounted in the open and within range. And there was a very animated conversation going on between Hotchkiss and one of the Rangers, and finally the lawman dismounted and began to fan out around the house. The Ranger, who had been talking to Hotchkiss, moved up behind Nate's overturned buckboard and peered over the top. "Hello in the house," the Ranger shouted. "This is Captain Thomas of the Texas Rangers. I want y'all to listen real close. Nate Carson, you are under arrest for the murder of Sheriff Sam Bryan. Morgan and Corbin, y'all are under arrest for the attempted assassination of Congressman Hotchkiss and the murder of Henry and John Hotchkiss. The governor has authorized me to extend to y'all his personal promise of a fair trial in a Texas court. However, you must surrender peacefully, and you must surrender right now. If you refuse, we are authorized to bring y'all in dead or alive. It's up to you. What'll it be, boys?" And they turned to Jimmy. "I'm getting you out of here. They ain't after you." "Ain't no way I'm leaving. You said it, Captain Hotchkiss. Can't leave any of us alive. No, sir. I'm staying. I'd just as soon be shot here in a fair fight as waiting had one of Hotchkiss's men put a bullet in my back." "You think this is a fair fight?" Jack asked. "We could have used you in the Petersburg trenches." "Okay, Jimmy. Have it your way. I could never make you do anything you didn't want to do anyway," Nate said. "Well, Carson, what is it?" Captain Thomas broke in. "You want me to give the captain his answer, or should I?" Jack asked Nate. "Oh, I think I'll do it, if you don't mind." "Not at all." "Everybody ready then?" Nate slowly opened the door and stepped out onto the porch, his hands raised. "Captain Thomas, I'm Carson. Let's talk this over, just me and you. You surrender and we can talk about anything you like, but there'll be no talk until then." "I was afraid you'd say that. Well, here's your answer, Captain," Nate said. Nate's hand hit his revolver and leveled it at Thomas before the lawman could blink. Nate's single shot sent Thomas's hat sailing into the air. The Lazy L exploded with gunfire from every direction, and Nate dropped to his back and slid into the house. "Why didn't you kill him when you had the chance?" Jack asked. "Well, that would have sent the wrong message," Nate said. "Killing him would have proved Hotchkiss right. We're nothing but killers. My little stunt says we're armed resistance to injustice. We don't want to kill, but we will if we're forced to do it." "Okay, I can see that," Jack said. "But I'm not sure they will get it." "Probably not. I didn't sink in during 4 years of the war. I still think it's worth saying." The shooting by both sides was largely ineffective. Each side held their protective positions without loss. The firing died away as the sky grew darker and targets were harder to see. Both sides began to settle in for the night. "Jimmy," Nate said, "how about getting us a fire going in here and throwing on some steaks, maybe some biscuits? Let's tell the posse we're warm and well fed. It's going to be chilly outside with no campfire." "Sure thing, Captain." And the smoke was soon rising from the chimney of the Lazy L, and the late October breeze carried on it the smell of frying beef. Out in the open, the posse's fires made them well-lit targets for the fugitives. and after several were wounded, they gave up on their fires and began to shiver. Jack slipped beneath the floor and returned to his hole in the wall. He found a large number of men outside that had moved to the north side of the house. They had a large bonfire of barnwood blazing. Jack pushed a barrel of his Winchester through the hole and sprayed the men with a wild shower of lead. He winged a couple of men and the fire was abandoned, which was Jack's intent from the start. Hungry and cold, the posse began to melt away into the dark. "Something's going on out there," Jack announced. "They're bringing up horses. I wonder what's got them so dang excited all of a sudden." Gunfire erupted outside, but it didn't seem to be aimed at the men inside the house. "Take a look," Nick offered and slid through Jack's hole in the floor. When outside, the Rangers mounted their horses and formed up in a line facing towards the north. The Rangers started forward at a walk. As they were about to pass from Nick's field of vision, they charged. "Hey, they're riding out," Nate said. "Dang if they ain't," Jack added. A moment later, Nick reappeared, and he darted into position next to Jack. A big grin lit his face. "Nate, you old carpetbagger," he said. "You have a cross burning in your north pasture?" "Say what?" "The clan. It's back." "What are they doing here?" Jack asked. Whatever their intention, they're drawing off the Rangers. They just sat there with their burning cross until the Rangers started after them. Then they led out towards the river, Nick said. "I got a bunch of fellas moving over here," Jimmy called. Nick moved over near Jimmy for a better look. "Looks like the Negroes are packing it in," Nick said. "That doesn't leave Hotchkiss with many men." "Oh, many witnesses," Jack added. "He'll make a move soon." "Reckon he'll try and send in his little pet?" Nate asked. "I count on it," Jack answered. "Keep a sharp eye out. He'll move Simpson and what's left of the posse out the way. Hotchkiss won't want them to see Hargis come this way." "Steady, boys. Wait for them to commit," Jason Conroe told the hooded riders. The Texas Rangers formed in a line just outside the tree and started out at a slow walk. On a signal from Captain Thomas, they charged the Klansmen. "Now!" Jason ordered. The Klansmen whirled their horses and headed north. They led the Rangers towards the Red River before turning east to the Rockin' H. "Remember, a merry chase is all we want. Don't let them fall too far behind," Jason cautioned. Once on the Rockin' H, the clan riders turned back south towards the Hotchkiss home place. When the ranch house was clearly in the Rangers' sight, the clan shifted direction again. There were the makings of a new road leading from the house to the river that Jason wanted the Rangers to see. The road led to the construction site down by the river that Jason wanted to show off as well. The chase was indeed a merry one, that is until midway to the river. A tall black figure leaped from behind an oak and onto the road in front of the Klansmen. Jason's horse spooked, cut sharp right, and then froze. Jason hugged the horse's neck and fought to stay in the saddle. Most of his fellows found themselves in a similar predicament. Two of them were picking themselves up off the road, and the creature that caused the stir was gone. "What the hell was that?" someone asked. "Danged if I know," Jason said. "Thought it was a man at first, but the damn thing had a tail." "That's one of those things from the other night." "We better not sit here debating," Roscoe Shea added with a nod back down the trail at the coming Rangers. Shea didn't see the set of yellow eyes watching him from the trees. Before he could move, the werewolf stepped back onto the road. Roscoe tried to draw his gun, and Jason's warning was lost in Shea's screams. The monster launched itself at Roscoe and carried him from the saddle, and Shea was dead when he hit the ground. Shots from the approaching Rangers preempted any foolish rescue attempts, and the Klansmen spurred their frightened horses away as Shea was dragged into the trees. Jason pushed the clan onwards towards the construction site near the river. As they approached the building, the clan came under fire. Jason widened the loop around the site to keep out of range, and the Rangers were not so accommodating. Half of the Rangers peeled off and headed straight for the shooters with guns drawn. Jason directed the chase away to the east of the growing gunfight. He wanted to get the Rangers to Colbert's Ferry as close to dawn as possible. He thought the timing was going to be just about right.
Death rides the red. Let's get straight into that.
They're moving your way, Jimmy. You see 'em?
Sure do, Captain.
That means they're sending Harmon at us head on, Jack said. Here's what we'll do. I'm going to go down below. Y'all hold Harmon outside for a couple of minutes and then let him in. I'll circle around behind him and put a bullet in the back of his head. Then we'll deal with Hotchkiss.
I got torches moving up, Jimmy said.
Me too, echoed Nick. A man carrying one of the torches ran from behind the overturned wagon and charged towards Jimmy. The blast from Jimmy's shotgun cut him off at the knees, and the torch rolled through the dried grass.
They're going to try and burn us out, Nick said.
Maybe, Jack countered. More likely, a diversion to get Harmon inside. Nick and Jimmy fired as rapidly as they could, trying to keep the advancing posse away from the house, but the torches began to find the mark. 2 or 3 landed on the roof and several others ignited the porch. Torches started to fly over the buckboard in front of the house too. The front porch was ablaze. The rising cloud of black smoke blinded the men inside, and flames engulfed the roof and forced the men inside the Lazy L to their bellies to escape the heat. The temperature inside the house climbed steadily, and breathing was difficult. And Jack wet some cloths, which he passed to each man in an attempt to cool them down. The men pulled their bandanas over their faces to keep out the smoke and help them breathe. Change of plans. Give me all those boxes of ammo, and everybody down the hole, Jack ordered. Trust me. Jack piled the cartridges, and Jimmy's shotgun shells on the table as the others slid beneath the house. Jack covered the ammo with the grease from Jimmy's frying pan. He then used the pan to scoop live coals from the stove and pour them over the growing pile of ammunition on the table. Jack joined the others in the crawl space. The fire blossomed on Nate's table. The flames ignited the ammunition, and the Lazy L ranch house was rocked with the sound of gunfire and stray slugs as the posse neared the walls. Thinking themselves under fire, the posse blindly shot back. The growing volume of gunfire covered a house that streamed through the trees. Amid the gunfire and confusion, no one saw the tall man drop to all fours and charge through the flames and flying bullets. Eamon Hargus hurtled across the blazing porch, stood upright, and kicked open the door. And beneath the house, the heat grew ever more intense. Breathing was an easier way from the billowing smoke, but that would not last long. The 4 decided to hold out under the house as long as possible in the hopes the posse would think they'd died in the flames. When things got too hot, they would make a run for the barn and the horses. Nick was first down the hole. Nate handed him the rifles and what little ammunition they had left. Nick pushed everything in front of him as he worked his way forward on his elbows through the dark towards Jack's makeshift door. Nate dropped through the floor next. His eyes still burned and his nose stung from the smoke, more of which drifted down through the floor. The sweat-soaked clothes pasted to his body were no relief from the heat and soon became caked with red Texas clay. And Jimmy followed Nate into the darkness. Halfway through the opening in the floor, Jimmy's shirt caught on a nail that worked loose as the floor warped with the heat.
I'm stuck, Jimmy yelled.
The front door exploded. The hulking figure of what, at times passed for Eamon Hargus, filled the doorway. Flames crawled up the creature's back and arms, and the smell of burning hair and scorched flesh filled the room. Go, Jimmy, go, Jack said and pushed Jimmy's shoulders down. The nail dug into Jimmy's back and laid open the skin as the kid struggled through the opening. Sweat poured into the open wound with a sharp bite and mingled with the blood that ran down his back. And Jimmy wasted no time with the wound. He had a clear picture in his mind of the thing in the doorway that reduced everything else to nothing. Jack drew from his crouch by the hole and fired. Hargus was faster. The shot went wide and Hargus kept coming. Jack looked at the hole and back to Hargus. He was not going to make it. He fired again, but Hargus dove behind the remnants of the overturned table. A shower of flames and wood and red-hot shell casings erupted from Hargus's refuge and showered down on Jack. Jack fell hard under the burning wreckage. Pain sizzled into Jack's right hand, and his gun dropped to the floor. Jack reached to draw the silver bayonet from his left boot. He knew he would never reach it in time. And Hargus crouched to spring. The air inside the burning room thundered with the blast of Jimmy's shotgun, and Hargus was propelled backwards. "Go!" Jimmy shouted, and Jimmy ducked through the narrow door. Jack rolled in after him and slammed the door closed. The fire raged through the house above them, but a greater danger was on the way. Sharp claws scraped against the plank flooring overhead, and the creature's rage brought furniture crashing down on the door and hammering onto the walls. Bits of wall and roof crashed to the floor. The destroyer above growled, snarled, and began to dig at the floor along the path of the retreat. A wild, undulating howl rose from above the men, trapped beneath the floor. It was followed by the crack of lumber. A heavy fist broke through the floor and clawed at the air inches away from Jack's face. The 4 men under the floor scurried out of reach. "We gotta go!" Jack shouted. The fist was withdrawn and malevolent yellow eyes stared down through the opening, and the werewolf began ripping at the planks looking for a way to get at the men below. "Go, Nick, go!" Jack ordered. Nick began to move through the hole in the north wall when reality wavered and floated away. Dan Avery's face dropped into the opening in front of Nick. A huge black hole in Dan's forehead stared out from above his lifeless eyes. "Charge!" Jack screamed. Blood filled Nick's eyes and gore splattered his face. Nick wiped the remnants of Cecil Bray's brains from his eyes. It was still difficult to see, but Nick could make out Yankee cavalry dismounting, and bluecoats quickly blocked the road ahead. Nick fired, and one of the enemy officers fell from his horse. The whole unit charged the enemy line, and Gus Harmon charged ahead and jumped into the empty saddle. Some of the men took repeated hits from the dismounted cavalry's carbines, but they kept on going. The 2 enemies surged against one another. The fighting was close, and then hand to hand. Men from both sides were rolling on the ground, biting, kicking, and clubbing each other with their rifle butts. And still, the unit kept moving forward. Nick shoved the men on, but he found it harder and harder to keep up himself. And he saw Gus Harmon look back at the struggling command. Harmon waved his hat into the air and galloped south. Harmon caught Nick's eye and growled through the opening he had ripped in the floor. Nick snapped back to reality and pushed into the open through the hole in the north wall. He scrambled out of the burning house on hands and knees, and Nick got to his feet and turned to help Nate when a slug tore through his thigh. Nick went down in a heap. Nate reached over Nick's fallen body and put a bullet into the forehead of one of Hotchkiss's men. Nate pulled himself free of the house and helped Nick try to stand, but Nick's leg refused to support him. Nate threw a shoulder under Nick's and steadied him as they hobbled towards the barn. "Over here! They're coming on out!" a voice yelled in the dark. Nate shot the voice owner in the chest. Nate and Nick continued hobbling towards the barn. Jack grabbed Jimmy by the shirt and pulled him towards the opening in the wall ahead. The trapdoor opened behind them and a snarling Gus Harmon dropped through the floor. The size froze Jimmy in place. "Move!" Jack screamed in Jimmy's ear. The command worked and Jimmy's legs began to move again, but he could not match the werewolf's speed. Harmon's claws dug into Jimmy's kicking legs and cut to the bone. And Jimmy screamed in agony and fear as the werewolf tugged him back towards its jaws. And sharp teeth dug through Jimmy's boot and into his foot. He screamed again, and Hargus's claws raked the boy's leg again. Pain shot up Jimmy's side in a bolt of searing, hot lightning. And Jimmy fought his way to freedom, but his face acknowledged surrender to his pending doom, the werewolf pulled Jimmy closer. Jack stuck his coat up to Harmon's head and pulled the trigger, and Harmon's head slammed into the floor overhead, plastering its contents against the bare wood. The werewolf dropped to the ground, and from the remains of its head, dying jaws continued to snap at the fleeing prey. Jack pulled Jimmy towards the opening and put a second round into Harmon's heart, and Harmon's body leaped in a final convulsion and then was still. Jimmy clawed his way clear of the burning house, dragging his wounded leg, and despite the pain, he climbed to his feet and limped towards the safety of the barn. Nate and Nick provided a covering fire, and they were holding Hotchkiss's men back, but just barely. And Jack kicked the body of Gus Harmon away to burn under the collapsing house. And despite the burning house above him, Jack's movements were slow and forced. Jack felt that his heart was being ripped apart inside his chest. Tears filled Jack's eyes and rolled down his face. And Jack found the Winchester that Nick had left behind. He took a round from his belt and chambered a silver bullet. A sigh escaped his lips. God forgive me, he whispered. Jack rolled onto his stomach, drew a bead, and shot young Jimmy Weston in the back. The shot caught Jimmy between the shoulder blades and pierced his heart as it exited his chest, and Jimmy fell face down in the Texas dust. Jack was tempted to simply lay back and go to sleep where he was, and he would let the fire do its work and purge this world of its Jack Morgans as it had the werewolf. For a moment, he did just that, welcoming the approaching flames. Whether it was of weakness or strength that finally moved Jack Morgan, he didn't know. Jack crawled from the hole and began to slowly walk for the barn. Tears washed tracks in the spot that covered his cheeks. A large part of him hoped a bullet would end his pain. None did, and as he neared the barn, Nate pulled him inside. Captain Thomas and his Texas Rangers reached Colbert's Ferry as the first rosy fingers of dawn reached up from the horizon. There was not a single Klansman in sight. What Captain Thomas did see was a detachment of the 2nd Cavalry crossing the river. Standing on the south bank, waiting for the soldiers, was a sheriff's deputy. The deputy introduced himself to Captain Thomas as Jason Conroe, and Conroe told the ranger he had been dispatched to Colbert's Ferry by Sheriff Bryan. His job was to lead the soldiers to the Lazy L Ranch and stop John Hotchkiss's interference. And Thomas doubted Bryan acted that far in advance, and he was about to call Conroe a liar when he saw the cavalry detachment was led by a sturdy, red-faced man and with silver eagles on his shoulders. Colonels didn't lead small detachments, even in Indian territory, unless something big was afoot, and he wondered what the hell Bryan and Conroe were up to and why the army even cared. Colonel Zachary Wise, 2nd Cavalry, the officer said to Thomas. Captain Seth Thomas, Texas Rangers. Colonel, we're pursuing an armed group of Ku Klux Klan riders. Did you happen to see if they crossed the river? Not by this route, Captain. We just ridden south at a buggy depot. The only people we saw were a few Chickasaw policemen. Jason Conroe stepped up to the pair. Colonel, with your permission, I've been ordered to escort you to the Lazy L Ranch. Of course, Deputy, Wise replied. Let's move out. Colonel, those Klansmen I mentioned were fleeing from the Lazy L. The citizens of Texoma have a band of murderers cornered there, and I've been ordered by Governor Davis to see them brought to justice. The Klan was trying to interfere with the arrest of those men, and since the Klan seems to have eluded us for the moment, I'd like to accompany you back to the Lazy L. You are welcome to accompany us, Captain. However, you are to leave the situation to me. Are we absolutely clear on that? No, sir, I am not. But if you really want to assume responsibility for sorting out this mess, I'm willing to leave it in your hands. That'll do fine, Captain. Sergeant Morse! Sir! The sergeant snapped to attention. Deputy Conroe is our guide. Move 'em out!
Jason mounted and led the column back along the river route over which Captain Thomas had chased him through the dark. Captain Thomas found the young deputy was a skilled horseman. He was as good as any of the troopers. Interesting, Thomas thought. The column moved rapidly, stopping only to collect the rangers who remained on a rocking H. As the riders reached the lazy L, they heard the sound of gunfire. Inside the barn, Nate looked into Jack's eyes, and what he saw there was cold, hard pain. "Where's Hargus?" Nate asked. A blank stare was Jack's only answer. Nate grabbed a handful of Jack's shirt and shook him, but Jack didn't seem to notice. Nate's rage erupted, and he punched Jack and sent him sprawling on the barn floor. Face flushed with fury, fists still clenched. Nate stood over Jack. "God damn you, Jack!" Nate swore. "Tell me you killed that damn thing. Tell me Jimmy didn't just die for nothing. Answer me, by God!" "I killed it." A small voice escaped Jack's lips. "I shot the damn thing between the eyes with a silver bullet and put another in its heart for good measure. Now let's try and stay alive until help gets here." "That's better." The growing litter of bodies between the trees and the barn convinced the posse there was too much open ground to cover, and they gave up trying to storm the barn. Hotchkiss' security men recognized the futility of rushing the barn somewhat sooner than the posse. They advised their boss to come up with a new plan. Dawn was breaking, and the congressman's plan was going the way of the night. Any case that might have existed against Hotchkiss had gone up in flames with the House. It was time to get back to Washington and regroup. It would be Carson's word against his, and Nate Carson would not live and testify. There were ways of dealing with Carson from a safe distance. Those ways were every bit as effective as a bullet or a noose. Hotchkiss called Bill Simpson and returned command of the posse to him with the promise of a speedy return of the Rangers. Hotchkiss pulled his men out, leaving a dumbstruck Simpson standing dazed and alone. His command lasted less than an hour. Jason Conroe led the column of cavalry quickly towards the sound of guns. The sight of blue uniformed soldiers on horseback brought an immediate ceasefire, and Bill Simpson went out to meet the column and was startled to see his deputy leading the way. You, and you, come with me," Colonel Wise commanded. Jason, Bill Simpson, and Captain Thomas followed Colonel Wise to the barn. "Morgan, Carbon, this is Colonel Wise. We're coming in." Wise motioned for his little band to follow. Inside the barn, Colonel Wise made a formal introductions. "Gentlemen, meet Jack Morgan and Nick Corbin of the U.S. Secret Service. If any of you would like to check into it, you will find there were no longer charges against these men. Sheriff, go out and send that posse on home. Tell them take their dead and wounded. My men will take charge of any that you leave behind. In either case, Sheriff, get those men out of here now." "Yes, sir," Simpson said and set off on his errand. "Captain Thomas," the colonel continued, "do you have any men on this field other than those in our column?" "No, sir," Thomas said. "But Mr. Carson—" "Excellent," Wise cut him off. "Then I suggest you attend strictly to the business of the state of Texas. Dismissed." But Mr. Carson," Thomas tried. "Dismissed, Captain," Wise repeated. His icy look told Thomas he was not a man to repeat orders, and there would be no discussion. "Let me assure you, Captain, Mr. Carson will be dealt with," Colonel Wise said. Captain Thomas wanted to argue, recognized he was defeated, and stormed on out. He was going to make sure John Hotchkiss paid for this embarrassment. "I take it you are the notorious Nate Carson?" Colonel Wise addressed Nate. "Yes, sir." "What crime is Captain Thomas so eager to lock you up for?" "They say I shot the sheriff and a Pinkerton man from Washington." Wise glanced around, looking for Jason Conroe. "Where's that deputy?"
Who told him to leave here?
Sorry, Colonel, Jason called from the doorway.
Deputy, take Mr. Carson into custody.
Pardon, sir, but Texas has no charges against Mr. Carson, Jason answered.
What? Nate asked.
Sheriff Bryan lived long enough to name his killer. I shall speak to Captain Thomas about that, and he will be attending the matter. There were no charges against Mr. Carson. Nate, you're a free man.
Well, that's good enough for me, Colonel Wise said. Corbin, what about that leg?
Mr. Bone went straight through. I'll be okay. I'll see the local doctor if need be.
Morgan, anything further?
Nothing, sir, except thanks for the rescue.
Doing my duty, boys.
Did you take care of yours?
Yes, sir.
Our mission was successful. The President will get our report, Jack answered.
Then my duty's done. I'll be returning to Fort Arbuckle. Good day to you, gentlemen.
Colonel Wise turned to leave, and then remembered one last thing, and turned to say,
Oh, by the way, Morgan, nice shiner. Who gave it to you?
I'm afraid I did, sir, Nate said. The Colonel marched over to Nate and shook his hand.
I knew right off I liked you, Carson. Carry on.
And Colonel Wise returned to his troopers, and the mounted column moved off the way it had come.
Captain Thomas is waiting for me, Jason announced. We're going to arrest Hotchkiss. Y'all want to go along?
No thanks, Nick said. This leg hurts like hell.
I better lay low for now, Jack said.
I'm in, Nate answered. I owe Jimmy and Rafe. Jack started to speak, but Nick shook his head.
Let's ride then,
Jason said.
John Hotchkiss did not intend to face the law in a standoff or a courtroom. The Rangers arrived on a rocking edge to find a ranch house deserted and a pillar of black smoke rising on the northern horizon. They're burning the still. Let's go, boys, Captain Thomas called to his men.
Still? Nate asked.
Yep, Jason explained. Henry and John Jr. were busy building a big distillery down by the river. They planned to buy up the Chickasaw's excess corn and turn it into whiskey with John Sr.'s recipe, float it across the river, and sell it all across the Indian Territory. We think John Sr. found out and was planning to shut the whole thing down.
So, the congressman had him killed?
Right, and took Henry out of the picture for good measure. He must have figured it would be better to go into business for himself.
How did you find out?
Nate asked. My men wounded a few of Hotchkiss's boys down by the river last night, and we convinced them to talk, Thomas added. When the Rangers arrived at the still, it was fully engulfed in flames. Not much in the way of evidence remained, but there were two trails leading away from the still. The largest group rode east towards Colbert's Ferry. A smaller bunch, only two sets of tracks, headed off towards the southwest. Thomas sent his rangers on the track headed east, and Captain Thomas, Nate and Jason followed the tracks headed back towards the Lazy L. They covered half a mile when gunfire erupted to the east. Hotchkiss's boys have decided to put up a fight, Thomas observed.
You think Hotchkiss is with them?
Jason asked. Do you? Thomas replied.
Not for a minute, Jason said.
Captain Thomas held up a hand and the trio reined in their horses. He pointed to the southwest. There they are, Thomas said. Headed straight for your place, Nate. Let's stay back and see how this plays out. And the three slowed their horses, but kept Hotchkiss in sight. The congressman, accompanied by his Negro driver, were headed for the Lazy L. The pair dismounted a quarter mile from the barn and moved in on foot. Nate and his companions did the same. When Hotchkiss and his driver entered the barn, Nate broke into a run. And Nick Corbin lay propped up on Rafe's old bunk, tipping a recovered jug of Hotchkiss's lightning.
Jack pulled a stool next to the bed and began setting up supplies to clean Nick's wound. Nick took another pull on the jug and had a little trouble deciding where the jug went next. His head swayed on a neck that had lost the will and the means to support it. The jug slid off the bed but remained hooked in Nick's fingers. "I'd say you've had enough," Jack said.
"Never,"
Nick slurred. Give me that jug before you spill it." Jack pulled the jug free from Nick's clutches and moved it beyond his reach.
"You shot him, didn't you?"
Nick slurred. "And you're drunk," Jack said.
"You still shot him."
"Shut who?"
"Don't give me that, Jack. You know damn well who. You shot Jimmy."
Jack said nothing. That drop of his head and refusal to meet Nick's eyes was answer enough.
"You didn't have a choice."
"So I keep telling myself," Jack said.
"You didn't. I saw his leg. Harmon got to him, didn't he?"
"Yes," Jack whispered. "Now leave it alone."
"I will if you will. Does Nate know?"
"No, I don't think so. Anyway, and that's the way it's gonna stay."
"All right. Now, get them britches off and let's get this over with,"
Jack ordered. Nick launched into an impressive string of swearing as he worked his pants over his leg and down around the tops of his boots.
"Now, this is gonna hurt to you a hell of a lot worse than it is to me,"
Jack promised. Jack washed away the dried blood that covered the wound and made sure the bleeding had stopped. He was about to pour water into the wound when an ominous voice spoke from behind him.
"Messieurs Morgan and Corbin, we meet again," said John Hotchkiss. "Jack, let me see your hands. Slowly, Jack, very slowly."
Jack raised his hands above his head and turned to face Hotchkiss. The congressman held a revolver pointed at Jack's head.
"Now, if you'll be so good as to drop your gun onto the floor and kick it over here."
Jack complied. Hotchkiss retrieved the weapon. The black man gathered the weapon up and turned to throw the gun out of the barn. He was checked by the arrival of Nate, Jason, and Captain Thomas.
"Mr. Hotchkiss, we have company,"
the driver's deep bass voice said. Hotchkiss took a step back from the doorway to cover the new arrivals.
"That's far enough, gentlemen," Hotchkiss said. "Very talented of you to find us, Mr. Carson. I'm glad you and Mr. Conroe decided to join us. It will save me the trouble of disposing you later."
"You better hope your man there is faster than those you sent to kill Sam Bryan," Nate said.
"Oh, you'll find Mr. Humphreys here immeasurably faster,"
Hotchkiss sneered.
"But that's not where his true talent lies. I was about to ask him to demonstrate that talent for your friends, and I think you all will enjoy this. Mr. Humphreys, if you will."
"With pleasure, Mr. Hotchkiss." The tall black man hunched his shoulders and shook from head to toe. He tore at his clothes and began to growl. His long fingers shortened and contorted, and heavy claws replaced his manicured nails. A hump grew across his shoulders, arching them forward, and Humphreys continued to rip at his clothes until he tore them away, and thick, coarse hair covered his body, and a long tail curled up behind him. Humphrey's head rocked from side to side in time to snapping bone as his jaws grew long and pointed. Humphrey's audience was thunderstruck.
"Gentlemen, the new and better werewolf. No moonlight needed and twice as vicious."
Hotchkiss gestured towards the snarling, slobbering creature.
"Judging by the look of our local lawman and that river of piss running down Captain Thomas's leg, I'd say this is their first look at a werewolf. How delightful. I'd venture to say the rest of you have never seen one in daylight. Rest assured, gentlemen, it's your last look. Mr. Humphreys, kill them all."
"Run!" Nate yelled at a lawman, and Jason's feet found wings. Captain Thomas was not so fortunate. He could not turn his eyes away from the monstrosity before him.
The werewolf's clawed hand swung at Captain Thomas. The ranger's head rolled across the floor and came to a rest at Hotchkiss's feet. Nate hammered the creature across the shoulders with a length of Raffay's stove wood. The blow drove it back momentarily. Nate searched frantically for the silver bullets in his gun belt. John Hotchkiss used the diversion to run for his horse. Jack dove at the fleeing congressman, and Hotchkiss wheeled and fired. The shot went high and Jack hit him in the legs, and Hotchkiss fell hard and kicked Jack in the face. Jack's nose shattered and blood streamed down his face, and Hotchkiss was back on his feet. He fired point blank at Morgan's chest, but the hammer fell with a hollow click on an empty cylinder, and Hotchkiss ran for the horses. The werewolf regained his balance and clawed at Nate's head. The swing went wide and Nate landed a second blow against Humphrey's ribs that sent the werewolf stumbling over Jack and crashing to the floor. Jack rolled to safety, holding his bleeding nose. Nate brought the stove wood down a third time, intending to crush Humphrey's head, but the creature was ready. He had caught the club in a clawed hand and ripped it away from Nate's grasp, and Nate backed away, frantically searching for a weapon. He found the silver bullet in his belt, and he continued to retreat while trying to get the round loaded. Nate chambered around and snapped off a shot at the creature's chest. The werewolf was fast, unearthly fast. It spun left and Nate's shot went wide, and a vicious laugh croaked from Humphrey's distorted vocal cords. The creature caught Nate by the shirt and lifted him off of his feet. The werewolf's jaws opened and its head drew back to strike. An explosion rocked the barn, followed by the smell of gunpowder and a burning hair. A frothy, wet mass smacked Nate in the face, and he heard a loud thud and something fell hard. The hand holding Nate relaxed and then dropped him, and Nate's eyes were full of blood. He wiped at them, but his hands were covered with blood and the same black, gelatinous slime that streaked his face. Nate grabbed a handful of straw from a nearby stool and wiped his hands and face, and the first thing he saw, clearly, was the headless body of Hotchkiss's driver lying on the barn floor. In the doorway beyond, Nick Corbin held Jimmy's smoking shotgun. "Silver shot," Nick smiled. "Took his damn head off." "It sure as hell did," Nate agreed, and the pair began to laugh. John Hotchkiss spurred his horse. Humphreys would clean up the mess in Texoma. Hotchkiss only needed time to let things return to normal. Texas had a way of settling back into its rhythm quickly. Old sins were not forgotten in Texoma, but they were readily consigned to silence in the name of the community. Hotchkiss would ride through Indian territory to McAllister, and Humphreys knew to meet him there, and he could have money sent from his office to the Indian agency, and together he and Humphreys would take the train back to Washington, where everything could easily be denied. Simpson could be counted on to handle things in Texoma, and with his guidance from Washington, there would be plenty of evidence for Simpson to find and lay all the blame for everything on the Klan and its leaders on the Lazy L. He still had his father's recipe. He could rebuild. Legitimate sows in Texas would be very profitable, and sows of the raw stuff to the Indians would be even more lucrative. It could still be done. Time was all he needed. And once across the river, he was home free. Hotchkiss topped the hill and saw the river sparkling in the sun. It was downhill all the way. He threw one last glance back, and things were going to work out after all. He was halfway down the slope to the river when riders came over the hill behind him. They wore long white robes and pointed hoods. Hotchkiss's heart leapt into his throat, and it was going to be a chase after all. He dug the spurs into his mount. "They'll never catch me," Hotchkiss gloated. Terror froze the congressman. He hauled back on the reins as half a dozen riders emerged from the trees ahead. The hooded riders filled into the road between Hotchkiss and the river. The riders slowly closed around Hotchkiss, forcing him into their midst. Kill them all? Why, John? What a poor way to treat old friends. The leader pulled back his hood, and John Hotchkiss stared into the angry face of Jason Conroe. New Year's Day, 1871, was cold and clear. The sun was high overhead, but it didn't have the strength to warm things much. A steady north wind rattled through the bare branches and swirled around the eaves. Nate looked out of his window to see a cardinal perched on his new front porch rail. As they have a way of doing, things were getting back to normal. This new house wasn't as big as the original, but it was warm and sturdy. Jack and Nick had stayed on to see it rebuilt. Nick spent his days shouting directions as he hobbled around on his wounded leg. Jack worked hard, but remained strangely quiet. Something of the old Jack Morgan's jovial good nature was lost in the fight. Nate wondered if it had anything to do with Jimmy's death. Jack had taken quite a shine to the kid. Many of the town folks, even some members of the posse that burned the place, pitched in to rebuild the Lazy L. Nate had won at last. It was a hollow victory. The Lazy L was empty without Rafe and Jimmy. On a grassy hill down by the river, 2 small white crosses marked their final resting place. Nate had taken to sitting beside the markers and watching the river run flow. Last week, Jason Conroe had dropped by to let Nate know Bill Simpson had made a sudden decision to leave Texoma. Jason inherited the job of sheriff, at least until the next election. There was still no word as to the whereabouts of John Hotchkiss, and search parties were unable to locate a trace of the congressman, and it was presumed he had escaped the arms of justice. The governor announced he planned to appoint a replacement soon. Jason urged Nate to offer himself for the job. Nate politely but firmly declined. Nate rose from his chair to get a better look at his tiny, crimson visitor and saw a carriage coming up the road. A short, round man in a derby hat was driving, and seated beside him was a woman dressed in black. The driver brought the carriage to a halt at Nate's door and climbed on down. His face was flushed and his laboured breathing visible in the cold air. He walked quickly around the rig and offered his hand to the woman. Nate opened his door and stepped onto the porch. "Yeah, come in here, out of the cold," Nate called. He seated a pair at his table and busied himself placing steaming mugs of coffee before his guests. The man drank heartily from the hot liquid, but his female companion seemed content just to warm her hands. "Mr. Carson," she began, "my name is Eleanor Bryan. Sam Bryan was my husband." "My sympathies, ma'am. Sam was a good man." "Thank you, Mr. Carson." "Nate, ma'am, please." "Nate, then," she said and managed a bit of a smile. "This is my brother, Jess White." "Glad to meet you," Nate said as the two shook hands. "Same here, Mr. Carson," Jess said with a nod. "What can I do for y'all? You come quite a way on a mighty cold day." "Well, Mr. Carson, Nate, I'm not sure how to ask this except straight out." "Always the best way, ma'am." "Okay then. I want to know about my husband. About how he died." "You mean did I do it?" "Oh my, no. Not at all. Forgive my manners. I'm just not good at this. I know for a fact you didn't kill Sam. He told me. But, well, you were there." "Yes, ma'am, I was there." Nate hung his head. "And had I known being there would mean the death of a man like your husband, I never would have come to town. I brought the monster down on us all." "I don't believe that for a minute. Men like John Hotchkiss need provocation to evil. Nate, my Sam was a lawman. He took a lot of pride in being someone folks around here could turn to. The idea that an honest man like you wouldn't come to him for help, it would have wounded him worse than those guns. As for monsters, I think they are always among us. They only need honest men to be idle." "I can't say that I feel much like a honest man these days," My secrets got people killed. I suppose you're right, though. About Sam, that is. He was a man you could trust.
Please, Nate, tell me what happened in that office. I need to know. I keep having these strange dreams. Maybe knowing will put them all to rest.
Ellie Bryan laid a soft hand atop of Nate's chapped, weathered ones. Her eyes met his, and Nate saw a deep sorrow there, but not doubt or fear. I'll tell you whatever you'd like to know, but knowing doesn't always help. I came to town that night to tell Sam that my friend, Rafe, had been killed, like the men of the Rockin' H. I knew Hargis did it, and I was sure the congressman knew all about it. I wanted to tell Sam to watch out for Hotchkiss and his men. I also wanted Sam to know that the men staying with me were innocent. I hoped Sam would help head off the fight that was brewing. Anyway, Hotchkiss showed up with that Pinkerton fellow, and they began pressuring Sam to arrest my friends. I told the Pinkerton man if he tried to force his way onto my place to make his arrests, the blood will be shed. Sam stood with me. I guess that gave the Pinkerton man some cause to doubt what he had been told, and his hesitation spooked Hotchkiss. Hotchkiss then ordered his men to start shooting, and they shot Sam before I could stop them. Nate looked into Ellie's eyes again. There was a strength in her eyes Nate was not quite sure he could match. I wanted to stay and help Sam. I wanted to stay and fight it out right there and then, but Sam told me to get on out. I wish now I had stayed. The last came out in a whisper.
There was nothing you could have done,
Ellie said, and tears began to flow down her cheeks. They sat in silence for several minutes, lost in sorrows that were too fresh to show any signs of healing.
We really must go now,
Ellie said at last.
Thank you, Nate, for telling me about Sam. It means a great deal to me to know he died doing what he knew was right.
Nate escorted his guest to the carriage and helped Ellie aboard. He looked up into her eyes again. What will you do now, Mrs. Bryan? He asked.
I don't know. I suppose I'll pick up what's left and do the best I can. Isn't that what good soldiers do?
Then they were gone the way they had come. The carriage vanished over the hill towards Texoma. After a time, the cold reminded Nate to step back inside. He resumed his seat by the window and looked out over the lazy owl. He soon found himself wondering, once again, if he could pick up the pieces, and just when the wolves would stop howling. Wow, 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 wow. Certainly another one. Wow. Absolutely riveting, chest-pounding storyline there from the incredible Jack LaFountain. Don't forget, guys, you can purchase this plus many more books over on Jack's incredible Amazon store. I'll leave the link to that in the description box below, and you can treat yourself to a terrific novel. Of course, a huge thank you to Jack for once again sending over his incredible work. It really is such an honour to narrate such fine penmanship, and I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I. Well, guys and girls, another one bites the dust. Please, of course, do let me know what you thought down below in the comments box. Please do like and share. It really does help build the channel and our community further. Why not hashtag Team Fear and DMT's Cryptid Crew. If you're an aspiring writer or would just like to have a crack at things, why not get in touch with myself at the usual email as on screen, which is dmtforesterfear@gmail.com. I look forward to hearing from you. Well, I hope everybody's well and happy this week, and are getting stuck into whatever it is that you do, whether it's studying or work. But above all, guys, remember, be safe, not sorry.